Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 4 of Countdown to Christmas. Hey, we are so happy you're here and joining us this morning, and we've got another great show lined up for you today with some great specials. And I'm telling you what, this thing has been incredible. Thank y'all for your support. Sales have been great. Everybody is shopping for Christmas. We've been super busy. At the call center. The warehouse is extremely busy, and FedEx has been picking up their trailers daily full, and so it's been awesome. So thank y'all very much for that. And hey, we got a lot of great things ahead of you today and tomorrow. Today, we've got Juki in the house. The whole first half of the day is Juki Showcase. And so we're going to have some great products from Juki, and one brand new product that you're getting to see here first. The world premiere of it, and it has got some new technology that I think no other sewing machine or sewing product, I should say, on the market has. So that's going to be pretty awesome. But anyway, got to say hello out there to some of the SMP Nation. Hey, we got Vanessa Towns in Belleville, Illinois, watching this morning. So hello, Vanessa. How are you? We have Priscilla Paris from Texas. Watching today. So Priscilla, good morning. How are you? Lucille Camp in Oakwood, Georgia is watching. We have Sharon, how we pronounce that name again? Sanaski. Is that right? Sanaski in Missouri. So Sharon, if we're getting your last name wrong, I sure apologize. And we have Catherine Hutchinson over in Texas watching. And I know there's a lot of other SMP nations out there. So, hey, if this is the first time you've ever seen one of our shows, put a number 1 in the chat. We welcome you here today, and thanks for watching. And guys, I got to tell you, we're going to be giving some stuff away again today. We had a big giveaway day yesterday. And so we're going to give some stuff away today. And how you can win is basically you have to go subscribe to our YouTube channel. Give it the thumbs up, hit that bell notification. And then if you're watching on Facebook or if you're watching on both, go like our Facebook page. And then you can share the video, share the post and things on your own Facebook page. That's going to help you win. And then just today, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook, if you just ask questions or make comments, that enters you to win as well. So you have a lot of different chances to help your chances by doing all those things I just mentioned, and you can get in all those drawings. But we got a great show lined up for you, and we're really excited. And I've got Jane Klaus going to be in here again today, going to help me co-host this thing. And but this week, let me know so far if you've been here all week. Put a number 2 in the chat right now if you've watched it from Monday through today. I'd like to see how many people have been here with us the whole time. And also, once y'all are doing that, I'd like to also just y'all put in the chat what you've seen so far. Kim Wolf is saying she's been here the whole time. So thanks, Kim. Oh, there's a lot of number 2s. I see Sandy's putting a number 2. Paula's putting a number 2. Michelle, Christy, Norma Bates, Cindy King. There's a lot of number 2s. Belinda Bryan. So thank y'all so much, Gail, for being here with us the whole time. So what I'd like for y'all to do right now, tell me so far, what was the highlight of the show so far in the 3 days that we've already done? What product stood out to you? What was your favorite product? And let us know. Chris Talk was the best. We love Chris Talk. He is an awesome guy and a very talented sewer. And so we always like having Chris, and you're all probably going to see a lot more of Chris because we're going to start working with him the first year. We're going to do a lot of things together, and he's going to do some product reviews for us. And so we'll have him on quite a few shows. And I think Kennedy's going to have him on her show on the Takeover Tuesday. And speaking of our shows, I got to tell y'all about some shows that we do. Every single week, we have a show that we stream on Facebook and YouTube. On Tuesdays, every Tuesday at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central, Kennedy has a show. It's called Takeover Tuesday. We always have somebody come in from the industry that just basically takes over the studio and do whatever they want to do. And it's a lot of fun. We usually try to make it sure it's educational. They do projects, so it's a lot of fun. Kennedy does a great job of hosting that. And then on Thursdays, every Thursday, you're going to come to my show, which is just called SMP Live. And the whole gang's there. Roger, Kyle, Kennedy, and myself will all be in there. And we usually try to have a guest, and we always kind of talk about products. We have some specials on products. So it's always a good time. And so we welcome y'all to join that. It's on 10 a.m. Every Thursday Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central time. So if you haven't been to the show yet, we encourage y'all to come and join the fun. And we got a big group of people that come. And I see somebody says, I love the Janome 7 thread machine. That's MB7. What a great machine. I agree. That is such a great machine. And I missed some of the comments, Roger. What was people saying that some of their favorite?
A lot of tables.
Tables?
Tables.
Did y'all like the Stay Perfect tables out there? Guys, we are so proud of those tables. We did a lot of work and a lot of research and to help develop those tables, and we got more coming too. But the tables, that 2-tier is awesome. And then the single lift table, just that single table electric lift, all position is incredible. And then, we're comboing it with the Cutie frame from Grace. If you wanted to do long arm quilting, it makes it a really cool setup. And then, what you're getting with it, that wool ironing mat, you're getting the cutting mats, you're getting the SMP sew mat. So it's more pretty cool. But hey, guys, we've got a great lineup for you today. Like I said, we have Juki. It's going to be the first half today, the Juki showcase. Then we got Stacy Louie, guys, coming in. Stacy is from So Steady, as y'all know, and Stacy's going to be here going over some great products from So Steady. We've got Amber Bingham, and I got to give y'all an update. Amber Bingham is supposed to be on the show again today. Her son is sick. He's in the hospital in Phoenix. And so she had taped a videotape for us for yesterday's spot, and we're going to have to play it again today because Amber's just not available. I did talk to her last night via text, and so our thoughts and prayers are with her son, and hopefully for a speedy recovery. But she's not going to be here today, so we'll have to play a videotape again for that. And then we're going to have a session this afternoon. Jane and I are going to talk all about our SMP sewing mats. And we're going to talk about the mats. We're going to show y'all all the different colors. And hopefully the cameras are going to pick up the brilliant colors they are. We're going to talk about that. And we have Joanne Banco coming in. And Joanne is going to talk all about our Stay Perfect stabilizer. And it's our own brand, just like our tables. And this is the best stabilizer on the industry, bar none. And Joanne has been testing it. She loves it. She's going to be in doing that. And then our educational session today, guys, is Angela Wolf. What do y'all think about that? Angela's going to be here. Cannot wait to see what Angela has for her, last minute Christmas gift. But anyway, guys, let's bring our co-host in, Jane Klaus.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Santa Blaine.
Hey, Jane, look we're both in our sequin green with our red Santa's hat. Now,
don't we look
have
cute?
Sequin Santa hats on.
It's like we coordinated or something.
Hey, it's all in the spirit of Christmas. And man, I'm so excited about today. And, again, Monday morning, you and I were sitting there talking about it. We said, we're going to look up and it's going to be Friday afternoon. And it's like flown by. Today is Thursday morning. And it seems like we've just started.
It is so much fun. And I think the one thing we can all sort of join in together in saying, because of this, kicking off the fourth day, and let this be our mantra for the day. And it's Santa Blaine, Santa Plain. Please stop here and fill our Christmas with joy and cheer.
Well, that's a good one. So I'm going to do my best, Jane, to try to make everybody happy today with all of the specials that we've got. And we got some great giveaways again. And, this afternoon, you and I are going to, spend 30 minutes together just talking about our sewing mats.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I don't know if we can do it.
It's going to be awesome. So cannot wait. And I'm going to give them a little sneak peek. I can't show it, but I'm going to talk about a brand new sewing mat that's coming out that our customer service manager, Laura Cook, kind of suggested. Oh. And Kennedy and I have been working on the design, and we think we finally got the design. We're getting ready to get it to print, and hopefully we're going to have that thing out maybe right after the first of the year.
I want one.
So we'll talk about that too. So it's gonna be pretty cool. So
It's so exciting, Blaine. I'm excited to spend our full half hour together, but this entire day with all the great presenters. I can't wait to hang out with Angela and find out what she's going to teach us how to make our last minute Christmas and decoration or gift.
Oh, I know. And I got to remind everybody too. So if there's something that you've had your heart set on a product and it's not on our show this week, don't give up on it, because you can call us right now at 800-401-8151. And we have, Jane, thousands of products that we have on our Countdown to Christmas sale that are not on the show. So, and a lot of them are call-in specials. We can't advertise the price. It's so low, we can't advertise it.
Right.
We would break the manufacturer's restrictions. So they have to call to get that price. So if there's just something you're thinking about and it's not on the show, give us a call, because I'm telling you right now, it'll probably be cheaper than any other, dealer in the country.
And this is the week. If you're thinking about it, this is the week to get it, because as we know, you're going to get it before Christmas if you order it today. And the deals, again, Blaine, they don't last until they end Friday night, right?
Well, some of them do, Jane. There's some that are what we call manufacturers promotions that we're doing. They'll last to December 31st.
Oh, that's good.
But there's some of the ones that me and Kyle negotiated directly with the manufacturer to get these really good, like we buy it at a good price. And what happens is, to give you an example, if I buy 25 machines at a really good price from them, that's the price, and I pass that savings I got on to the customers. Well, when those 25 are gone, they're gone, because the next batch I buy will probably be at my regular cost.
Right.
And
exactly.
so that's what happens. Sometimes it's not a time frame, it's a inventory frame. If I have 25 and they sell out, guess what? That price is gone.
Right. And you'll keep us informed if there's something close to being sold out that we're talking about today. But again, like you said, if there's something online that you may have a deal on that we've had our eye on throughout the year, now is the time. We got to act this week, really.
Yeah, and what we're doing, if you go to our website and look at a product, it tells you how many we have in stock once it's under the amount of like 15. So what we're doing is, we may start the show out and they're demoing a product. We may have 15 of them, and then Kyle will tell me, hey man, there's only 4 left. So that you can, when they're selling fast, we try to let people know that, hey, if you don't get it now, that price will probably be gone. And there's most definitely, you're not going to get it before Christmas.
Yeah. And you know what, Blaine, I kept thinking, you were asking about some of our favorite items from yesterday's show. I can't get out of my head the tables. I love the tables. I talked about them on the radio this morning because I was so excited, because anybody can use those tables. And the other thing are the Heatronics, the presses from Stahl. And that you continue to talk about, we saw the one, but you have other ones on your website. So those are things that we need to do a little more of a deep dive into if we're interested in some of those like heat presses, because you have more on your website.
Right. And, sometimes, and I'll be, I'm a normal guy, and I get sticker shock too sometimes over prices. And, that sometimes you look at some of these prices and like the Stahls, their heat press, one of them is $2,500. And I'm like, wow, that's expensive. But what it is, if you look at all the technology they have built into that thing compared to all the other ones on the market, it's not even close. So somebody who's a business owner that, is in the t-shirt business or doing heat transfers or in all those different things, they can justify spending $2,500 because they're going to pay for it really quick. Now, if you're just a hobbyist at home and you're just wanting to get a heat press to use occasionally, they've got one that's under $400 that is a fantastic heat press, and it's affordable.
I love And I love the idea, hobbyist at home. And like, for me, that rings true because I'm a hobbyist at home, right? I love to make things.
Yes.
This would be a great thing to have, but you're not doing it professionally. So, but you have those available to us on the website.
Yes.
So that's the beauty of it all.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different prices. And the things is you can change the platings out too. For different size of applications you have. So you can buy extra one of those. And so, as a business owner, like to give you an example, Amber Bingham, has, the heat press that we showed yesterday, both of them, the hat press and that other heat press. She has both of them in her studio because she uses them. She just got into the hat business selling hats. And then she does a lot of heat transfers on shirts and sells. So that's something that, you know, she's invested in because she's got a home-based business and she's doing extremely well. And, you know, I think another people out there may have known, you know, we've had Angela Porter on our show before, and she goes by Angela Jasmine on YouTube. And, you know, she's a huge YouTube person. She's got, you know, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And she, you know, sells on Etsy and has a shop. And she also sells these, they're called AJ blanks. She sells blanks for other people doing that same thing. Well, you know, she has one of these Hottronics heat presses and uses it. And so, you know, a lot of these people that are in the business, you know, they're going out there buying really nice equipment because they know it's going to last.
Yeah.
They know they're getting the, you know, the quality out of it.
And they're sharing their knowledge with you and with us. And that's what this week is all about, is sharing the knowledge, giving some education, being entertaining, and have some fun throughout every single day.
You're exactly right. And so, you know, that's kind of, you know, a lot of the products you see on here, you know, we're going out and we're picking out products that we're trying, you know, one thing we're doing is some of the most popular products, but they're also trying to showcase some new products that you may not have ever seen before. And so that's kind of what the whole show's about. You know, I wish we could show, you know, thousands more products that we have on sale, but unfortunately we just don't have the time and to do it. But, you know, hopefully you're getting to see a lot of great products on the show that everybody would agree to. And, you know, again, like I said, if there's something on that you haven't seen on our show and you're wondering, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call, and we're going to let you know real quick, hey, this is on sale. Here's the price.
Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic. Can I just answer a quick question to Julie really quick? She wanted to know where she can see my my craft ideas. Go to janeklaus.com, go into the DIY section, and there's like holiday, there's fashion, there's all the stuff is in there. It's just easier for me than typing it.
All right. So again, you know, I wanted to let everybody know again, you know, today too, guys, if y'all, just to make sure, if you want to win prizes, make sure you're commenting, asking questions. And one thing I will do, I know sometimes people ask questions like during the demo, and it gets overlooked sometimes. So a lot of times if you got a specific question about something on the machine, I would just write it down, and at the end of the demo or toward the end, maybe ask it then, because you know, Deb and her team, you know, Marina and Rhonda are monitoring the Facebook and YouTube chat. They can answer it a lot of times, and then sometimes Roger will see it and he'll put it up on the screen, and I can ask the educator as well. So, you know, we kind of look out for it then. But, you know, the comments and questions come through so fast, sometimes it's hard to catch them.
Yeah.
So I just tell people, you know, maybe wait toward the end if you got a specific question about a product.
Or if you really want to know, so sometimes I sit and I watch the questions as I go through during the presentations, and I take fast and furious notes. But if you've asked it, ask it again, because again, that gets you back into the mix of, like, you know, more entries, more communication, winning that prize. Your name is entered again.
That's exactly right. So, and so anyway, that's kind of how the format's going to work today. You know, it's pretty much the same, but, you know, just ask your questions a little later in the presentations. And, you know, we've got a great lineup today, Angela. I mean, Jane.
Angela. I love her. That's a total compliment.
Well, I was going to say, we got a great lineup, and I'm thinking about Angela doing that teaching. You know, we're going to have our, you know, at 11:30 Pacific time, you know, 1:30 Central, you know, Angela's going to come on and do her, you know, little present, you know, your last minute gift idea. And, you know, I can't wait to see what she has, because, you know, this was one of those things, the people that we've had on, I didn't ask them what their presentation was or anything. I just said, can you do something, a gift idea in 30 minutes? They were like, all said yes. So,
well, you mean you really pick some super creative people. So you go, hey, make something. They're like, yeah, I got it. This is the greatest thing ever. And by the way, they're making these, like Chris yesterday with the Santa hat. He's like, well, I was making these, and so now I made it again, and I just made one right before the show. And he's like, this is what I'm going to show everybody, which is great. Yeah,
it's pretty cool, you know, and you know, just like, you know, we had Reen Wilcoxon, you know, made the little purse that was awesome. We had Carly Bell on, you know, so you got so many creative people all together. And then tomorrow we'll have Joanne Banco, and, you know, again, Joanne's so creative as well. And so I'm excited to see what Joanne and Angela both are going to have their last minute, you know, gift ideas.
No, I think it's super great. I'm a content creator Blaine, all the time. I'm always thinking of shows. I'm thinking of ways to do new shows. And all of a sudden I was like, well, I mean, if you just let Chris go, he could have showed us 2 projects to give him an hour. I'm like, if you just let Joanne go, she could talk to us for an hour. You let Angela go, she could talk, and we do this. I'm like, you should just do a full day of like presenters, just doing projects, doing like, it's a whole channel. I know we have other channels like that, but it could
That's
be
kind of what we do on our Takeover Tuesday, Jane.
I know, but I'm saying a full day of making.
Yeah, well, we could probably fill a full day, but the Takeover Tuesday, that's what Kennedy tries to do, is bring people like yourself and Angela to come in and actually do little projects and things to give really tips and tricks to the SMP Nation.
Yeah, it's so much fun. Again, I would take a full day of it. It's fine. I'll watch all day long. I love to get inspired. I love to see things. We all get inspired, and then we give it a little twist, on the rocks with a twist and olives, and make it our own.
Well, a couple things we've got coming up. I want to just tell everybody in January. We don't have the exact date yet, but I want y'all just to be aware. We're going to have what we're calling the fabric blowout sale, and it's going to be fabric online, and we're going to show you the fabric. It's all pre-cut in yard and 3-yard increments.
Wow.
And it's all packaged, and we're going to have a show, probably a 2-hour show, if it's not even longer than that, and we're going to show a ton of different color types of fabrics, and it's all up to 70% off. It's going to be a huge sale, fabric sale, and we're going to have that in January, so we'll make sure we get the dates out there plenty of time so y'all can plan on that. And then the other thing we got, we're already starting to work on our Quilt Fest, which will be in March. And it's going to be I think it's the second week in March. And we've already started working hard on it. And it's going to be another great, show. We've got some quilting celebrities are going to be on the show, and we got a lot of great education. And then we're going to do our quilt challenge, I, and Angela and Chris talk, and that'll be a lot of fun.
I know. I might have to get some help. The fabric sale is going to be great.
Each one of us will be able to have, one call a friend.
Okay. I already know exactly who I'm going to call already.
Well, I think I would probably call Angela Walters or Jeannie Doan to help me. So.
Okay. I would call Chris Marchini or my friend Linda Augsburg.
Yeah, I remember you telling me them. So yeah, I think every one of us probably know a really great quilter out there that we could probably get a little help on. So, but hey, it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait. And so that's just some things coming up. And again, this year we're going to try to make our Quilt Fest better than it's ever been. And so I'm looking forward to that already. And it's all the way into March.
What are the dates of that, Blaine? Can tell everybody again so we can put it in our calendars.
Can y'all look up the date real quick, Kyle? Look in March. I forgot the exact date. I think it's like the 13th through the 18th, or it's the 12th through the 17th.
I'm checking my calendar right here. Okay, 13th through the 17th is a Friday. That would be St. Patrick's Day.
That's it. So Quilt Fest is officially the 13th of March through the 17th of March.
Perfect. Mark it in your calendars. March 13th through 17th, Quilt Fest.
All right. Well, Jane, I know you're going to be in and out the next 30 minutes, hour. We're going to bring you back and forth during the Juki presentations, and then I know you're going to be with Angela for her educational session. But anyway,
and then I'll be on all afternoon long.
Yeah, we'll probably see you back here in about 30 minutes to an hour. Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right. Oh, it went real quick. All right, guys. Well, hey, we're going to kick off the show right now, and I know y'all been waiting for this, but hey, we've got Juki in the house, and I can't see who's up first. Kyle. It says Luann. Okay. So we got Luann Hartley is coming in right now, guys, and she's going to be demonstrating the TL-15. And Luann is the National Education Manager for Juki, and she's been on our show many times. We love Luann. So welcome to the show, Luann.
Welcome. Good morning, Blaine, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Been in the Christmas spirit for weeks, and I'm glad to be happy to show you these great machines we've been working with.
Oh man, thank you so much for coming to the show, and I know we're looking forward, both you and Kelly, coming on and demonstrating that. So I'm going to let you get going on your demonstration, and I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. So good morning, everyone. So Juki is the largest manufacturer of industrial machines in the world. A lot of us know about Juki through our industrial machines. And they decided to take that technology and bring it into our home sewing division. And we brought it in our TL series machines. These are straight stitch only machines. And the TL-15, which is the one we're going to talk about, is our newest one that we have introduced into the line. So let's talk about all the features, and I'll show you how wonderful this machine stitches from lightweight fabrics to those really heavy fabrics if you're a bag maker. So let me first start with showing you the accessories that come with this machine. Okay, so you get the standard foot, which I have on the machine. You also get the adjustable zipper foot. You get a free motion quilting foot, and we call this our 1/4 inch foot, and that means that that thickness of the opening, that metal is 1/4 of an inch. So if you're wanting to do echo quilting and you keep that against your previous lines, that's going to give you a 1/4 of an inch from there. So that's our 1/4 inch closed toe free motion quilting foot. Of course, you get an oil bottle, you get the screwdriver, needles, a dust brush, you get extra bobbins. This machine also is equipped with the knee lifter. And you know the knee lifter, it's on many of our machines. And you attach this to the machine and it becomes your third hand. And I can show you that when we go over to the machine. So the other thing that you get with the machine is the walking foot. And we have designed this walking foot sort of based on the way our industrial walking feet work. If you look at the back of this foot, look how large this is. So there's really a lot of room here before it actually even hits the feed dog area. So this is going to come way out on your fabrics. Grab your fabrics, and as it pulls through and reaches the feed dogs, then it's going to have your top feeding system. So it's a much larger style walking foot. When you attach this, this goes over the arm of the needle bar. And then we suggest that you loosen the foot pressure when you're using this. And that just allows the foot to do what it's supposed to do. So that's the walking foot, and it comes with it as well. Our foot control, pull this back a little bit. Our foot control, you feed from the top, but the bottom of the foot control can be your thread trimmers. So as you're sewing and you get ready to end, if you put your heel on the bottom of the foot control and depress it, this will cut your threads for you. So that's a nice time-saving feature to have that on our foot control. All right, so those are the accessories that come with it. Now we have a lot of other accessories, optional accessories for this machine as well. That's one of the nice things about the Juki products, and especially our TL series. We have a lot of extra presser feet that you can get with the machine. So let's look at the machine. First of all, you get this large extension table. This is a really large extension for you. If you're not going to put it in a cabinet or you're going to carry it to a class, this is a nice accessory that comes with it. The other thing you'll notice is this table has a flip up little door, and then you can flip this up to get in to change your bobbin. And I can give you a better look at that. So as you can see here, I have this part that flipped up, and then I have this as part of my machine, and I can get in there to put my bobbin in. Being this is a semi-industrial machine, we do have the oscillating bobbin system. So you've got your metal bobbins in here. They're an L-style bobbin, so they hold more thread than your traditional sewing machine does. And we're just ready to sew. We do have on this machine a foot pressure knob up here. And we have a nice window to let you know where you're setting. A lot of times you turn that knob and you don't know where you're at. Have you released it? Have you put more pressure? When you come to the top here, you're releasing your presser foot pressure. And when you go down, you are actually putting more pressure on that foot. Now, why would I want to do that when I'm sewing? Well, if you're going around a bias curve or a bias piece of fabric and you have your foot pressure really tight down, you're going to stretch that fabric. So if you release that foot pressure when you're sewing bias curves, whether it be in quilting or in your regular sewing, you're going to stop that from stretching. A lot of quilt teachers will teach this now, especially when they're teaching those circular piecing techniques, and they'll tell you to release the pressure so that it will not stretch that bias curve. We also have our tension on the front of the machine. Being semi-industrial, we're going to want to use a lot of different weights of threads, and we are going to want to maybe adjust that. I have never had to adjust it, but we have that option right here in front of us if we need to adjust our tension. And the tension knob is numbered for you. We do have a built-in needle threader. It will come down and thread your needle. And I just got notification just a little bit ago that we have created a video, and I think that's going to come out the first part of January, on how to use the needle threader. It's our new series of tips that we're going to be doing monthly videos for you. So that'll be out in early January on a real up close done with one of our employees, one of our account trainers, on how to use this video, how to use this needle threader. So that's built into the machine. We go over here, we do have our thread stand. It's connected to the machine. It's just built in there, that you can use those comb threads, those larger threads, our bobbin winders up here at the top. And this is our stitch length knob. This goes all the way from 0 up to 6. So if you are going to be basting, you can turn this all the way up to a 6, and you're going to get a nice basting stitch, whether you're basting for clothing, whether you're basting for your quilting. You have a nice stitch length here. We have those wonderful thread trimmers, and let me just put the presser foot down. I'll take a couple of stitches. The thread trimmers, when you touch them, are going to cut your top and your bobbin thread for you. And so now I have actually cut both the top and the bobbin thread. Very nice time saver. It saves on your thread. You don't have to pull all that excess thread out. And that's easily and conveniently located here right at the front of the machine. The other thing is our needle up, needle down. This is going to default in the down position for us when we stop. And we can press this to raise that needle up. So when we're sewing, it stops down. We press this and it raises the needle up. The other thing we have is speed control. This is really nice. This machine's going to stitch up to like 1,500 stitches a minute. So you can control your comfortable speed. Now, the reason I like that is, let's talk about free motion quilting a little bit before we move on. When you're free motion quilting, the trick is to get your speed consistent on your machine, and then to get the movement of the fabric consistent. And that's the hardest thing for people to do. So what I tell people is, find a speed that you like. Work with this controller until you get the speed that you're comfortable at. Then when you go to free motion quilt, you're going to put your foot all the way down on that foot control, where most of the time you're going up and down, and your speed is fluctuating. And that makes it difficult to try to keep that balance between movement and speed. Set your speed control at a nice setting. Go all the way down with your presser foot, and you will get a consistent speed, and then all you have to worry about is moving your fabric. So that is a nice feature to have, is speed control on your machine. The other thing is reverse, and that is located here. And notice that's a really large area. That's so that when I'm sewing, I can reach over here without taking my eyes off of what I'm sewing and feel this knob and pull it down, and that's going to make the machine go in reverse. Then we have our feed dog drop here that we will, if we're going to do free motion quilting, anything like that, we can drop those feed dogs. I like to drop the feed dogs if I'm sewing a silky fabric or something that these are metal feed dogs. So if the fabric might snag as you're sliding it under the foot, I just drop those feed dogs out of the way, put the fabric under the foot, and then when I raise the feed dogs, they don't come back up until I start to sew. So I don't have any danger of me snagging and maybe causing that fabric to pull or pick or anything like that. So there's more reasons to use the feed dog drop, and it's conveniently on the front. This is the knee level lifter, and it just goes right into the machine here, and now it becomes your third hand. So let's just go over and do a little stitching with that, with the machine. So if you're wanting to piece with this machine, we do have 1/4" presser feet that you can purchase that have the guide, and they don't have the guide. This foot is also, we don't call it a 1/4" foot, but if you keep the edge of your fabric, you just use those thread trimmers and cut that thread. I'm going to switch over and so you can see a better of the machine as I'm stitching. So if you keep the edge of that fabric against the edge of that foot, you're going to get a 1/4" stitch. Now to me, it is a pretty accurate 1/4", but if you are a purist and you want that perfect 1/4", then maybe you might want to get the one that we have specifically for quilting. We also have markings on our needle plate. You know, this is a straight stitch machine, and it can be used for garment sewing as well, especially when you're putting those seams together. We want to have more than just a 1/4" marking. So I actually have several different markings here. I think they start at 1/4, there's 5/8, there's a 2.5, and a 3" marking. So if you're trying to put a hem in something, you've got nice visual markings on this plate for you. Now the one thing that people rave about our machines is the fact that it will handle really heavy fabrics. So let me just show you some of these heavy fabrics, and so you can see the machine stitch. I was just playing and had rolled this up. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers of a felted craft felt that I had. So this is, how many layers do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 layers of that craft felt. And I'm going to show you how this machine goes through this beautifully. You know, when you're making bags, a lot of people are making your leather bags with real leather. You're making vinyl, you're sewing all of those fabrics. You need a machine that's going to powerhouse through that. And this machine is going to do that for you. I actually did a bag that had 13 layers of fabric. It had fabric, batting, vinyl, because I used vinyl on the pockets. And when I boxed those bottoms, it went right through all those layers. Even I was impressed. So it is a powerhouse machine. So I'm just going to put this under here, and we're going to sew. And you're going to see, and I will actually put my machine up to full speed so you can see it will handle that even through the fastest. Let me do that again in case my hands got in the way. So here is your full speed, and it's going right through those layers. And it stitched right through those heavy layers for you. Oh, you can't see that. So that's kind of why people really like this machine, is to go through those heavy layers of fabric. But it'll also handle your 1/4" quilting pieces, your silks, your satins, your jeans, anything you want to sew with this machine. So I actually used it, and I just used this presser foot. We do have edge stitching presser feet. They're called our compensating feet. But I just use the edge of the presser foot. This is just the vinyl that you get to make those bags with. And so I use that for my top stitching here. And if you can see how beautiful those stitches are. And you can lengthen your stitch length, so you can get a nice long stitch length on here. Quilting. These machines are wonderful also for free motion quilting. So here was just a little quilting that I did. So this is just free motion quilting. And I didn't think we'd have time today for me to switch all of this out to get into quilting with the machine. But you put on your free motion quilting foot, you lower your feed dogs, and now you are going to meander around and do some free motion quilting. No tension adjustments were necessary. If you can see the stitches back here, the camera will autofocus for you. And my stitches on front. A lot of people complain that, oh, I'm getting those turned peaky, you know, those little pulls that you get when you go around curves. I don't get that with this machine. And a lot of it has to do because it's a straight stitch only machine. So there's really no room for that needle to move back and forth or have any kind of play with it on there. And then I was just doing some doodling, just some custom stitching here. So you can mark your templates and follow those, or you can just do kind of your own thing. A lot of people like to stitch 1/4 of an inch away from the seam. And I use the standard foot that comes with the machine, put it against the seam right here, and stitched, and it gave me 1/4 inch seam on both of these. You know, we used to have to buy tape to put down, or we have to mark it with a ruler. Well, I just put the edge of the foot against the edge of that seam, and now when I sew, I'm 1/4 of an inch away from that seam. That's a nice quick way that you can get some of your quilting done. And then the walking foot. You know, where do you want to use a walking foot? Well, when you're quilting, you want to use that walking foot to do your quilt sandwich. So you have your batting, you have your backing, and you have your top. And as you quilt that, you do not want those layers to shift. So I actually used the walking foot and just did my linear quilting. The other place you would want to use a walking foot, maybe you sew clothing and you've got stripes or plaids that you want to meet. That's a great way to use the walking foot. There's a lot of quilting fabrics out there that are stripes that we want to match, especially when we're piecing binding together. We want everything to match. So you could use your walking foot for that as well. So I just did, just straight linear quilting. Now, not part of the demonstration, but since I have a little extra time, I see I'm running a little early, I'll talk to you about how I do binding. We have a foot called a compensating foot. It's an accessory foot that you can purchase, and one side of the foot is thicker and sits on the feed dogs, and the other side of the foot has a space underneath it. So you can take the heavy part of your fabric, or the thicker part of your fabric, which would be this, put it up against that metal toe, and this thick part of the fabric is going to ride under the foot. And we have one called a 1/4 inch compensating foot, and that's what I use to actually attach my binding. So the binding on the back of my quilt, I attach it with the compensating foot. And then we have one called a left compensating foot. And that means that that toe, that thick toe, is going to be on the left side. So what that's going to help with is when I go to turn my binding over to the top, and I am going to stitch my binding down, that thicker part of the toe is actually on this side. So I put it up against the fold of my binding, and my thickness, it's going to stitch perfectly down and sew that top down. And here is the finished sewing. So I use the left compensating foot, and look how close you can get on the edge of that binding. And notice how straight it is. You know, a lot of times when we go do a top stitch, our foot wiggles. Well, your feet aren't going to wiggle or wobble on this machine because they're metal and they're sturdy. So you're going to get a perfect stitch on the front, and you're going to get a perfect stitch on the back when you're doing that. So that's how I put my bindings on now. You know, I save the hand turn bindings for special projects, and I do this for 90% of what I'm sewing now. So talking about the metal feet, notice that our feet are metal. We don't have the snap-on feet, and we take this screwdriver, and the feet just come off. So our feet are metal. This is going to be more stable for your sewing. The ones that have the plastic that sit on there, if you look at them, they wobble a little bit. They wobble forwards and backwards, and they wobble side to side. That's okay when you're using the machines that have all the decorative stitches and everything. But having a one-piece foot, this doesn't snap off. This is one piece. This is going to be sturdy and stable and give you, that's one of the reasons you get that perfect stitching. There's no play with this presser foot. There's no play in the needle area because it is a straight stitch only, and we have a straight stitch throat plate here. And also with our feed dogs, if I can get that over a little bit. Our feed dogs are longer as well. Bear with me, and I'll move this handle over and show you those feed dogs. So when you're looking at them, this feed dog over here is very long. If you can see, this one is a little shorter. It stops right here. And then we have one in the middle, and then we have this one which is very long. Remember I talked about the locking foot being extra long? So these feed dogs are going to come way out here and grab your fabric before it ever gets to the needle. And that's going to keep all of your fabrics going straight. It's going to keep everything feeding into the machine. So there's a lot of industrial type design that we brought into our TL series machines. So that's a little bit about this machine, our TL-15 straight stitch only machine. If there are any questions, I would love, I worked with this machine a lot lately, doing the quilt samples, working with piecing. It's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. You can put anything under here and get a perfect straight stitch. So it's a wonderful machine. It would be a wonderful addition under your Christmas tree. I have seen on social media that there are a lot of TL machines under Christmas trees, and many of them are the TL-15. So if there's any questions, we've got a few minutes. I ended a little early, but we do have a few minutes if anybody wants to know anything more about the machines. We can get Blaine back. She ended too early. Oh, one thing, if you see the Merry Christmas shirt over here, that's done on our Ricoh printer, and that's what Kelly's going to talk to you about in just a little bit. So I did the Grinch and made my own sweatshirt. I didn't have to go look for one in the stores this year.
Well, hey, Luann, I think there's one question. Sharon Bingham says, does the compensating foot fit all the TLs?
Yes, it does. It only fits our TL machines because it is a solid foot, and it does fit all of our TLs. We have several different compensating feet that will give you different edge stitches. In other words, that solid toe is different thicknesses, so you can get close to the edge or a quarter of an inch away. We only have one compensating foot that's called the left compensating foot. So if it's something you're wanting to order, left compensating foot's all you need to know. And it is like 1/8 of an inch from the edge.
Okay.
And I
Then
do
we
see
got one more. It says, is Stitch in the Ditch foot available?
it is. It's a new foot that we just came out with, and it is available. I actually had it here the other day, but I put it up now. It does have that toe right in the middle, that guide, and I used that Stitch in the Ditch foot. It's hard to see on here, but I did a Stitch in the Ditch right in the center there of the seam, and it's perfect. There's no wobbling from side to side. Because again, with a straight stitch machine only, that needle's not going to move. And so when I kept that guide right in that seam, that stitch is perfectly behind that guide. And you cannot see, I did not wobble off that seam at all.
And then Denise is asking, what is the difference between this machine and the TL-2010?
The 2010 comes with more accessories. It has an accessory package that's larger that comes with it.
Okay, very good. All right, Luann, it looks like that's about it. So I guess we'll see you back in here in just about an hour. And but we're going to tell them how they can get this machine. And so, guys, this is the Juki TL-15, and this is a newer machine that Juki just came out with this year. And man, I tell you, this has been an extremely popular machine as well. The special price, the holiday price on it is under $1,000. Believe it or not, $999, and which is in great price on this. And guys, Kyle's just telling me right now there's 7 left of this. There's 7 left, so they're going fast. Again, guys, let me tell you a little bit about the TL, some of the features on this thing. It does have the foot controller with a thread trimming function. It has a sub-tension unit built in for free motion tension control, maximum sewing speed control, and this thing goes up to 1,500 stitches per minute, which is extremely fast. And guys, you remember we were talking about the little cutie frame? What a great combination this would be on that cutie frame to do free motion quilting, because here's what's great about this. If y'all look at that machine you're looking at right now, if you look at the needle and go to the right of that needle, that thing, it has 8.5 inches of throat space, which is really cool. And then here's the other great feature on this. A lot of times machines have a lot of throat space, but they don't have a lot of throat height. This one has 5.9, almost 6 inches of height. So you can roll up a quilt and they're very easy to do quilting, free motion quilting. And again, it comes with that auxiliary table. The table is 12 inches wide by 23 inches long. So again, guys, what a great machine. It has the LED lights on it, comes with the foot pedal. And again, you're going to get a really nice accessory pack for this that comes with it. And great price. This thing's $999. This is the special holiday pricing. Guys, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, or go to smplive.tv and just find the Juki TL-15. Click on it. It'll take you right to that product page. And again, guys, Kyle just told me 7 left right now. There's 7 of them in stock. So if you want one of these at that special price, you better get on it. This sale is sponsored by Juki, so it goes all the way till the 31st of December. And then that price will go back up to the regular price. But if you want to get one of these before Christmas, you better act fast, because we only have 7 right now left in stock. So, all right, we're going to continue on. And we got coming up next, everybody's favorite printer out there. It's that Ricoh direct-to-garment printer. And we have Kelly, and I think is it Luttrell? Kelly's going to have to correct me. I think it's Luttrell. Kelly is a national educator for Juki, and she's awesome. We've had her actually out here in San Diego at one of our stores. So welcome to the show, Kelly.
Thanks, Blaine. It's so good to be back today. Thank you.
Hey, did I get your last name right? Is it Luttrell?
It's Latre.
Latre, that's right, Latre. I always forget. I always want to call it Luttrell because I know somebody's last name Luttrell and they spell it very similar.
Oh, interesting. That's great.
So Latre. All right, so Kelly, sorry about that. Hey, we are so happy you're here, and we loved it when you came out to San Diego at our new product launch party, and and you did the demonstration on this direct-to-garment printer, and I tell you, it was a huge hit, and this has been a really huge product for us this year. Everybody loves this product, so we're going to let you get going on it, and I'll see you back in about 30 minutes. We're going to tell everybody about the special we have on it for Countdown to Christmas.
All right, sounds great, Blaine. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm so thrilled to be back today to talk to you about the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer. It is a fantastic tool to incorporate into your quilting, sewing, and embroidery projects. And if you take a look at the printer right now, you can see it's pretty compact. I can set it right into my sewing studio. And let me tell you, I print every day since I've had this. If you think about it like your inkjet printer, it's very similar. The ink is right up on top, and it is environmentally friendly ink, so you don't have to worry about your ink. And it lasts a long time, which is great. I got my unit last February. I print all the time, and I still have ink left. We're looking at about 24 to 28 cents as cost on every print. So let me show you some things you can do with it, and then we'll get creative. I've been doing a lot of gifts right now for the holidays, of course. And as you can see, I'm making a lot of gift bags because these will be reusable and they're easy and fast to make. Of course, you can make t-shirts. And this was one I did for a family reunion, and they gave me a little activity, so you really can get creative. And my son actually asked for prints of our new family member, our dog Nala. So I printed this yesterday, and he's going to get this for Christmas. And you can do big things. The size on this is 8.5 by 11 or 5 by 7. So you can do really big stuff like sweatshirts, jacket backs, things like that. You can do anything you can imagine. It's so much fun to incorporate in different projects. Some smaller stuff, I let you know that the size is 5 by 7. This is a little bib. That's a good mother's gift. Spit happens. And then our little onesie here. I did have to make the new member of our family a stocking. So here is Nala's stocking. And I thought the print just turned out fabulous. And with a little quilting included. So think about this. Your creativity is limited only by you. One of the things I love is these recipe towels that I've been making since I was in San Diego this summer, and because they're fun and easy. So let's take a look at it right now. And software does come with this, but I want to show you something. The towel I just showed you, I actually just printed out of Word, because if you think about that, again, this is just like your inkjet printer at home. So you can print from anything. I am now going to open the software and we can get started designing. I'm going to go into Advanced Designer, and you can see that you can choose your project. You can choose the size, and right now we're on 8.5 by 11. But I can change that to the smaller one, and that's a 5 by 7 field. I can do landscape, or I can do portrait layout. And look at all these different things: tote bags, socks, you name it, you can print it. It's just so much fun. So I'm going to select OK, and you can see the page is my design field, and it is the exact thing that's on the platen when you get it. So it's easy to do lining up. All right, if I have a camera, which I do, I could take a picture of me right now and print it out. I can import any image from my computer. Also, I have illustrations built in, and several of them, and I'm surprised. I've used these a lot. I think they're just great. So lots of options here. Artwork is also included. Many different selections here. You can see where I got my little spit there. So it's a lot of fun. And then we have frames. You can frame your picture if you so desire. Okay. And you can do text and drawing. Now, you've seen on some of my samples this drawing. I'll show you some in a bit, but that's a lot of fun to do too. So let's start. I'm going to make a Christmas t-shirt, getting ready for the holidays. So what I'm going to do is just simply import a picture. And yes, I've been working on a lot of Christmas stuff, so I have quite a few. I'm going to pick Santa. Okay, so you can see now that when Santa comes in, I can actually size this. I can rotate it. I can trim parts of it out if I want to. I think I'll make him a little bit bigger. Okay, and then I'll bring him to the center. Bring him a little higher. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to add some text to this. So the cool thing is with the fonts, I can choose my font. There's several built in. And if they're not in this software, again, go to a different program that you use for graphics or for designing. I think the only color it's not involved, I'm going to involve a green just to get that holiday going. What I'm doing is just clicking on the screen and putting my letters in. All right. Once I have those letters in, now I can adjust in size if I want to. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. And I think I might go to that darker green. How does that look? Ooh, that looks really nice. I may move that a little bit. There we go. I think we got that nice. But we can also preview it too. If you're not sure, you can look at it right on your t-shirt. Isn't that cool? So I can go back and edit if I want to. I could add things. But now I'm going to get set to printing. So I'm going to select print. And on the print page, there's several options for you. You have a speedy print, which I usually use if I'm testing something or if I'm not going to use it very long or if it's, just something simple. Fine is what I use most of the time. And then Vivid will go over the item twice. It'll give you a double print. So now I'm just going to select print, but let's get the garment ready. All right, so this is our platen, and there are two sizes that come with it, an 8.5 by 11 and a 5 by 7. I'm going to put this whole t-shirt in there, and what I'm going to do is normally what I would do is just press a line, but this tag is right in the center, so I'm going to use that for my guide. And there's two R's on here. I'm going to put it up because it's going to print from the top to the bottom. So that makes that placement really easy. And then all the fabric is going to go under the tray. That's important just to get that under the tray. Okay. I know this is the part everyone likes to see because like, how do you get all that fabric under there? It's that easy. Okay, so I'm going to lock this into place. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually press my fabric. So I can unlock this. And what it's going to do is it's going to actually, I'm going to straighten that out a little bit. There we go. This is actually, I'm going to preheat it just a little bit, and then I'm going to move it. And this will take 30 seconds to press. It's just going to apply heat to the top. And I'm a press fiend anyway, so I love this feature because I would be pressing that whole t-shirt. before, if not. So it's that easy. And if you look at my jacket, this was all printed on the direct garment printer. I simply cut out my pattern, and then I placed my designs where I wanted them to be. And then I embroidered my collar, and we'll talk about that a little bit on the embroidery. So our pressing is done. So I'm just going to take that to the center, and I'm going to press print, and I'm going to take this out. You can see it's all pressed and ready to go. Okay, I'm going to put that in the printer. And this is what's cool. If you can see that screen, it's going to let me know exactly what to do at all times. So it's getting ready to print. And I'm just going to press the start button. And it takes the tray back and it's going to start to print. Now, what it's asking for is an adjustment. So I'm going to take this tray down a little bit. And then I'm going to select start. All right, now it's printing. It's that easy. And think about the memory quilts you can do. I am doing a ton of recipe towels this year because my mother-in-law made great Christmas cookies. My grandma did, my mother did. So I'm putting their personalized recipes on towels for people. Just so we can keep their memory alive and have some fun with it. So as you can see, it's printing out right now. And if you look at the screen, it gives you an option to print one more. So if you're doing a bulk of t-shirts or tote bags, you can continue to print on these for a good long time. It's that easy. So it's going to come out and we're going to see what we got. So a couple of other samples. I'm into concerts. I love seeing concerts and I love taking pictures at them. And this was the latest one I did of a Foo Fighters concert we saw last year. And you guys probably all saw my Lady Gaga one. That was fabulous. But the thing on here is this is another way to use that font. It's just really easy. Once it's done printing, I'm going to set the ink. And that's going to be done in the finisher. So here it comes. How exciting is this? All right. So let me show you Santa. That's how he came out. So now we're going to open the bottom. And I'm going to bake him. When I was out in San Diego, Deb called this an easy bake oven, which I love. If you had one, you gotta love it. So now it's just setting that ink on the t-shirt, and then you can wash it. You can use it several times. What I suggest is that you pre-wash your t-shirts, tote bags, things like that to get the sizing out of it, because then when you go to wash it, that sizing won't wash away the ink. That's a really good way to go. And when you're washing t-shirts, just turn them inside out to wash them. That'll preserve the ink. So now it's baking up a storm. And I'll show you that Lady Gaga one because this was the one I just drew her name. No, she didn't sign it, but it was fun to draw her name on it. You can do so many things with this. It's just so much fun. All right, we have a few seconds left to get that. And I'm going to talk about the ink. The ink is amazing because I don't know about you, but I'm always running out of ink in my inkjet printer. This one I've had since February. I do a lot of printing and I still have ink. Okay, it's all exciting. It's done. So I'm going to take this out and take a look at the print. Okay, and now I'm going to take it out of the platen so you can see how that happens. It's that easy. You don't have to do a lot of work to get a really great product done. So with that, think about this. Any photo you take, any graphic you have, your child draws a picture, I'm doing recipe tells also with just handwriting from my mother-in-law so that we can just bring a little personal note to her too. Anything you can think of. It's a lot of fun and it's fast and easy. And let me tell you, if you can run an inkjet printer, you can run this printer. I got mine the same day I was printing. It was easy to set up and it's fun to use. So with that, how are we doing? Does anybody have any questions on the Ricoh direct-to-garment printer?
Who sells the ink?
Ricoh or Juki dealers. Any other questions?
How much does the ink cost?
That's a good question. You can go on the Ricoh website and look at the pricing. I believe for all 4 of them, it's about $300.
How long will the ink last as far as drying out?
That's a really good question, and thank you for asking that. If you're not using the printer, it's actually suggested you take the ink out to store it, because if you're not using the printer, it can dry up and cause issues with the printer. I use mine consistently, so I haven't been, I don't take it out, but that's what you would do. You would just take it out of the printer.
So you mentioned that you haven't ran out of ink quite yet in this machine. Do you expect to run out anytime soon?
Well, according to my levels, they're about 3/4, and that is my challenge in 2022 to run out of ink, and I haven't yet. So I'm going to be doing a lot of printing in December.
What is the life of the printer?
That's a good question. I don't see why it wouldn't last you a long time. It has a good long warranty, and if you keep it clean, and there's instructions how to clean it. I've only cleaned mine a couple times because it's very easy. But let me find out from Juki and Ricoh how long this lasts. That's an excellent question.
You talked about working on larger garments like the hoodie. How would the printer work on maybe a yard of fabric?
Oh, good question. I've gotten over 2.5 yards of fabric in that tray. And when I was making this, mind you, it was cut out prior, right? So it wasn't a bulk of 2.5 yards, but I'm working on a blouse right now with hearts on a pink, and that one was 2.5 yards because I decided to print it prior to cutting it out.
Does this printer come with the software?
Yes, it does. You download the software and the drivers right from the Ricoh site.
Alrighty. I don't know if we have any more questions in the chat. Do you have anything else to say, Kelly?
Well, let me tell you, I've been having so much fun with this tool because it gets incorporated into my embroidery and my quilting projects and just makes it so much fun to create more. Thank you for your time. And any other questions?
Well, hey, Kelly, I think that was all the questions they had, and that thank you so much. And I know we're going to see you back here in just about 30 minutes and do another product. So let me tell everybody how they can get this. And again, guys, this is the Ricoh printer, direct-to-garment printer, and we have got a call-in special on this right now. Now, let me kind of explain this. We have 3 different packages that you can get with the Ricoh printer. Now, one of them is this kind of what they call the basic package, but then the one that we've got the special on, it's called the business package. Now, what the business package is, the basic package is you're only getting the printer, but you're not getting the heater that comes under it, okay? But you're gonna get the platen, you're gonna get the ink and all that. Now, the business package, you're getting the platen, you're getting the ink, and you're getting the heater that sits under it that you got to have that. You got to have some way to encapsulate that ink into your garment. So you have to have some sort of heat press or heat or something for that. And then we have another one. It's the Pro package. It's above that, and that one you actually get a couple different. You get an extra A4 platen, and then you get another platen that's a different size, the A5. But again, let me tell you a little bit. Now, the A4, that's the one that comes with it. It's 11.5 by 8. So if you can imagine a sheet of paper, 11.5 by 8. And then the A5 platen is an 8 by 5.6 inches. So it's a little smaller, and that's going to be for doing like onesies and different things that you can do. But so that comes with, you know, the pro package. But the business package is the one we're talking about today. We have a great price on it. It's $49.50. But give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 if you're interested in one of these, because guys, these things are super, super nice. And we have sold a lot of these this year, and everybody absolutely loves these. And again, we have some 0% interest financing available as well for you. And we're going to ship this free right to your doorstep. Excuse me. Excuse me. Wow. All right. So anyway, give us a call, 800-401-8151 if you are interested in that. Ricoh direct-to-garment printer. We also have that financing, like I said, and we're going to free shipping nationwide. If you have questions about anything, give us a call. We can answer the questions. And if you go to smplive.tv, you'll actually see that product. You can click on it. It'll take you to the product page. You can see the 3 different packages that we have. You can read all the things that come in each package. And then again, we have live chat agents that can come on and actually answer questions for you too. So let's bring Jane back in. Is she there? I was going to see if Jane was available. Yeah, let's bring Jane back in real quick. So, hey, Jane, I just want to ask you, what's your thoughts about that Ricoh printer?
I love the Ricoh printer, and I love that. Did she just say she put almost up to 2 yards in there at one time?
I can't remember if she put 2 yards, but I know you can put like a t-shirt size. You can wrap a sweatshirt, whatever you can get inside of like the plating area and wrap around that.
Yeah.
You get it to go in the machine. You can put that much in it. So I know, like if you had a triple X sweatshirt, you can wrap it and it'll actually fit in there. So you can get
and that's kind of what she was talking about and getting into it. And you know me, because she was talking about how she could do this big emblem or down to a small little tiny thing. And I, you know, for me, more is more and less is a bore. Go big, go home. And so I'm always wanting to like, make a bigger print or the bigger, print we would say, or the bigger embroidery or the bigger this. Everything I wanted to be bigger. So I love the idea that you can go big with this printer. So I think it's great. I'm super excited. So I will say this. I did go online to look at all the other printers that they had that print on garments too, because that's what I do. I get one idea and then I start going crazy.
Well, you know what I like about this is, you know, especially if you're a quilter, you know, I mean, you could do this thing has 100 applications. I mean, you can do so much with it. You know, you could print your own t-shirts and sell them and all that. But just think about if you're a quilter and you wanted something extremely unique, you could actually print your own fabric, then quilt it. So that's what's awesome about it.
Print your own fabric and quilt it, print your own fabric and make a shirt out of it, print your own fabric and like do like a family logo and print your fabric on the logo and do a whole line of, I don't care, curtains, table runners, placemats, koozies for your glassware. I mean, you could have a whole theme. Better yet, do this and sell it customal or do it for your friends and give it as a gift. So many opportunities to create. And I love that we can do it. We don't have to send it away. You know what I've been doing is printing photos on, you know, just pillow sized fabric. I've been printing it. I have to have somebody else print it because I can't. So this would allow me to print wedding photos on the fabric. I make pillows out of them and then I give it to the happy couple, the bride and groom, after they're married. And it's a picture of them from the wedding and they love it.
Well, you know, I'm just thinking while you were saying that, I said, you would be dangerous with one of these printers at your house.
I'm dangerous with it all at my house. Just give me all.
I can't even imagine all the creative stuff that you would come up with one of these printers.
I just need more time. But literally, as I'm talking to you about the things that you could print, I'm thinking about the pillows that I make. In fact, I have one from my wedding upstairs. I'll show it to you actually, but it's kind of the same thing. And I've been giving them as gifts and I'm paying for someone else to print it. I can just do it myself.
Well, it wouldn't take long to pay for one of these. I'm telling you, if somebody wanted to have some sort of business that they're doing. And, you know, the thing too that Kelly talked about was, you know, she's been using this thing for a long, long time, printing hundreds and hundreds of shirts, and she's still on her original ink cartridges. So you can print a lot of stuff before you ever have to worry about changing the ink cartridges. And,
Yeah.
You know, that's one of the things we tell people. They'll order these and say, hey, I want to get some extra ink cartridge. And we say, you know, why don't you hold off on buying those ink cartridges, because we're afraid that the ink will expire before you ever need to load them in. So,
Yeah. Blaine, go to a full screen. I'm going to grab a pillow. I want to show everybody how cute it is when you have a
all right,
picture. Go to a
let's do
full screen.
that.
I'll be right back.
All right, so guys, again, that Ricoh printer, if you're interested in that whatsoever, have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151, because I'm telling you, there is a lot of different uses for this, and I'll give you a little sneak peek of what I'm doing. Isn't that right, Kennedy? For my quilt
That's
that I'm going to make for
right.
Quilt Fest, I'm going to be printing my own fabric on the Ricoh printer.
You're giving us a little sneak peek.
So
I'm
I hope,
excited.
you know, Angela and Chris and Jane are not listening right now, because that's how I'm going to do. I think I'm going to try to get the edge by doing that. All right, so Jane is back with her pillow. So let's take a look at her pillow real quick.
So you print a picture
Oh my goodness.
Look
on
at
the
that.
pillow. So it's printed on fabric. And I printed the back as well. And I put a nice zipper in this fabric. And it's just so you can do this as a gift item. See? How cute is that?
Oh, you could do that really easy on the Ricoh.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when I'm mad at my husband, I just flip it around. Just kidding.
Great idea.
But yeah, super fun. And sometimes I just do the back, just, you know, regular fabric, and that's it. So, but that's a great idea. And I love giving that as a gift. And I really do love the quilt idea too.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be really cool. All right, Jane. Well, we're going to see you back here in about 30 minutes, and we're going to continue on. And we have got Luann back. And guys, we are going to introduce a brand new product. This is the world premiere, and I'm super excited about this. I know Luann is, so let's go right back to Luann.
This is the DX.
Oh, this is not the new one?
This is the 4000.
Oh, I'm
It's not
sorry.
The Kokochi. It's been available.
Oh, okay.
The
I
new
thought-
one is at 10:30.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stay tuned, everyone.
Dadgummit. I'm so ready for this new
He's
product.
He's
So
so excited.
I know. All right, so we're not going to the new product yet. We're actually doing the DX-4000 first, and then we're teasing you a little bit.
Yes.
All right,
Little
so let's go to Luann for that DX-4000.
Oh, thank you for getting the excitement started. Yes, I understand. It's a great product. You
I can't
scared me
wait.
a
I've
little
been
bit
talking about
too.
this for 2 weeks, Luann.
I know. I'm like, oh, I can't switch machines, but my schedule showed. But anyway, we're going to talk about a wonderful
All right.
sewing machine, and then we're going to talk about that new product. So, all right. So, yeah, this is the DX-4000 QVP model. We call it Kokochi. That means good feeling in Japanese, and you get that good feeling when you sew with this machine. This is a 12-inch bed machine. So from your needle area all the way over, you have got a full 12 inches. And we've had this on our machines for a little bit. We also have extra height here, and we have full LED lighting. I have a way to adjust my LED lighting, so mine's turned down a little bit for the camera today. But we have lighting under here. We have lighting in the needle area, and it's that bright white LED lighting. It does come with, again, the large extension table here, which is going to give you more space when you are sewing your projects. Before we look at the screen and show you all the wonderful things you can do, let me show you the features on here. We have a flip-up chart. This machine has close to 400 stitches plus an alphabet on here. So we have a flip-up chart, and all of our stitches are up here. They're all in a category, and you'll see on our screen in a little bit, we have everything listed in a category there as well. So you can just look up here and find the stitch. You know, sometimes I'm doing applique, and I'm like, oh, I want to use a different stitch. So I don't have to sit and scroll through the machine. I can just look up here and pick out the stitch and actually see what they look like all together so I can compare that. All of our controls are really accessible right here on the front. So we can just reach up to hit our presser foot lift or any of those. We do have a needle threader on this machine as well. It does have your snap on and off presser feet, and it has the easy set drop-in bobbin. So the front of our machine with some of the features, we have the thread trimmers on here. We also have this machine, we can set it for the auto presser foot lift. So I'm just going to sew a couple stitches, You see the presser foot went down. I stop, it hovers. We can set it to hover for the pivot, and then I can use those built-in thread trimmers. It's going to cut my fabric top and bottom, and it's going to raise that presser foot. So all I have to do is put the next piece under there, and I'm ready to sew. That's a very time-saving feature to have that automatic presser foot lift. But if you're used to being able to raise and lower it in the back, and maybe you want a little bit of control, you still have the lever back here that will raise and lower that presser foot as well. Needle up, needle down. I can go into the machine and tell it to default up or default down. But I can also raise and lower it. Let's just sew a couple more stitches. So I have it to default down. I can touch this icon and bring it up and put it back down. So if you need to take like a half a stitch or a whole stitch, you can use your needle up, needle down. You know, we don't need to turn those hand wheels over here anymore. We have buttons on the machine that'll pretty much do that for us. Feed dog drop. It's right here in front of you. Press this, the feed dogs will drop. Press it, they'll come back up. It's also a lock feature. If you press and hold this, it will lock your screen. So if you're in a sewing class or you have children in your home and you want to walk away for a minute, you can lock the screen. Now, I don't know about you, but my children and grandchildren are smart enough to figure out, don't let them see which button you hit because they'll know how to come back and touch that button. And then we have the front presser foot lift. So if you want to raise and lower it on your own, we have that button conveniently for you here as well. Speed control. Remember in the last segment with the TLs, I told you how you could set your speed control to do your free motion quilting. You can do the same thing with this machine as well. We have tie on, tie off, we have reverse, and then we have the feature that if you unplug your foot control, you can actually sew with just the start stop button. And speaking of our foot control, let me grab the correct cord on the floor and show you the foot control. So this foot control looks a little different than our others. It has a side piece here. And when you press this, this can be programmed to be one of 7 different functions. And when we go over to the screen, I'll show you that, how easy it is to change this. So right now, let's see what I have it programmed as. It's my thread cutter for right now. I have programmed it for needle up, needle down. I could program it for 1 stitch, which is my lock stitch, and I'll show you that when we go over to the screen. So like most of the Juki machines, we're going to give you a lot of accessories, and we have a lot of accessories. This particular machine comes with the southern word I'll use is just a slew of accessories. And let me show you those. So you get this nice box to start with that actually has a lid that you can cover these up. And we give you all of these feet. There is a, this is my blind hem foot here. There's a roll hem foot in here. You get your overcast foot. You get your zipper foot. And then we also give you a narrow zipper foot. So this comes with it as well. So if you're one who makes bags and you need to get, or anything actually, and you want to get really close to the teeth of the zipper, you can use this. You get your closed toe embroidery foot, and it's your decorative stitch foot, okay, for decorative stitches on this machine. And it's clear. So if you have lines that you're trying to follow, you actually can see those lines. 1/4-inch feet. You know, a lot of machines will come with, this is our 1/4-inch foot that has the guide over here. But there are times when you want to do a 1/4 inch and that guide is going to get in the way. For instance, if you're doing a half square triangle and you want to stitch 1/4 inch from the drawn line, this guide is going to drag on the fabric. So I use this when I'm piecing, and then we give you the 1/4-inch foot without that guide. So when I do use this as well when I'm piecing, but when I am doing things that I don't want that guide on there, This is a wonderful foot. It has markings. Both of those feet have markings. If you can see the side here, we have indentions in the foot, right? We have 3 of them. This one means that your needle is 1/4 of an inch in front. If I put the edge of my fabric here, my needle is 1/4 of an inch from the edge of the fabric. This is the needle is right in it, and this is as I'm sewing and I want to sew up to the end of the fabric. This is 1/4 inch marking for that too. So when I'm doing binding, I will sew up, get this turned the correct way. I will sew up to the 1/4 of an inch. So when that notch is at the edge of my fabric, I know I am 1/4 of an inch from the end, and now I can turn my fabric. Another thing that we have done is we have made a lot of our feet a brush style. So most of these aren't the shiny feet. For instance, I don't know if you can see on camera, this is the shiny. We've now made our feet with a brush so that that bright light that we have on the machine doesn't reflect off of our feet anymore. That's a nice change. And here is your manual buttonhole foot. We also give you the automatic foot back here, and we have a stitch in the ditch foot. And you know, you get all these feet with this machine. We have a darning foot. We give you the ruler foot. You don't have to go buy a ruler foot. It comes with the machine. And this just attaches directly to the machine. Here is your straight stitch foot. And then we have an open toe deck.
All right, looks like Luann froze up for a second. So we're going to see if we can wait and see if she can come back on. I think Kyle and anyway, I haven't said hi to Kyle, Kennedy, and Rock and Roger today. So hey guys, how are y'all doing? Everybody say hi to the team. Well, we're waiting on Luann. I'm sitting there. Yeah, she's froze up. So we'll have to. She may have to be rebooting. Anyway, we'll talk a little bit about, this DX-4000. We can do the sales overlay and talk a little bit about it right now. Again, guys, this is $3,499, and this is the DX-4000 QVP sewing machine, and this is Juki's top-of-the-line sewing machine, and as y'all can see in the picture there, it has a really nice deep throat space, has that great working table, and then Luann was right in the middle of talking, about the control system on it. But a number of stitch patterns. It has 368 stitch patterns. Number of available fonts are 4. The buttonhole, it has automatic sensor system with the clamping plate. And so it has some really nice things. And I think, are you trying to get her?
I was looking for her phone number. Yeah.
Okay. They're trying to get Luann back on. But anyway, yeah, it has a start-stop button, the green ready to start or while sewing, red not ready to start, orange when the lock stitch button is pressed while the sewing machine is engaged in pattern sewing. So it has, it really communicates with you. It has the automatic thread trimming. It has the maximum stitch speed of 1,050 stitches per minute. So again, guys, this is one of those things you can do, really nice quilting, free motion quilting on this. So many things you can do, and it is a really nice sewing machine. All the accessories you're getting with this as well. You're getting a ton of accessories. You're getting a really nice, foot set. You're getting the standard presser foot. You're getting the straight presser foot. You're getting the zipper presser foot, the overcasting foot. You're getting the blind stitch, the buttonhole, manual buttonhole, the open toe, and the patchwork foot. And then you're getting that 1/4 inch guide foot, the quilt presser foot, the edge sewing presser foot, and the zigzag free motion quilting foot. So it's coming with a lot of accessories with the machine. Is she back? Okay. So we're kind of waiting on. I think she's trying to connect back in right now. So just give us just a second. We'll get Luann back in here. There she is. So let's go right back to Luann, and she can continue where she got locked up. So Luann, we're back with you now. You got locked up there. So continue on, and we'll check back with you in a few minutes.
I will. The internet actually went down. The cable company here has been messing with our cable and internet for weeks, and I guess today's the day they decided they wanted to with it. So I apologize with that. So I was just talking about the buttonhole foot. You can put that in, plug it into the machine, and then when you put your button into the back of the foot, it's going to automatically make that buttonhole foot for you. So let's move over to the screen and show you the wonderful, oh, I did want to show you something. Buttonholes. This machine will make, you know, it's not just a quilting machine. It will make just about any kind of buttonhole you want. I got to switch my cameras because when everything goes down, it shuts everything down. So here's some buttonholes. So you can make knit buttonholes. You can do your antiques. There are keyhole buttonholes. All of these are built into our machine. And you can just put the button in the back. And if you want to do a buttonhole that's a lot longer, that's where the manual foot comes in, and there's a selection on the machine, and you can go in and do that. So you have the capability, if you're a garment sewer, of making anything you want and copying anything that's out there on the market. So let's go over to the screen and show you how easy it is to navigate. All right. So we have a large screen now, and it is a full color screen on here. And if you look, notice at the top, this screen works sort of like your iPad does or your iPhone. Everything will just scroll across. So at the top, I have my categories. So the first one I want to talk about is called support. You buy a machine, you take it home, you're scared to death to use it. Yeah, you've read the instruction manual. The dealer's closed or it's a holiday and I need to know how to operate it. It's all built in. You don't have to worry about that. We've taken care of that. It's called support. And when you click on here, you actually give you a more on screen. You actually can now go and select what you want to learn about this machine. Would be nice if it's not talking to you. So now you can actually read it. So I want to know how to wind a bobbin. There's my video that's going to show me how to wind a bobbin. I know we get a little glare on the screen when we're using cameras, so it's a little hard to see that. But that video will show me exactly how to wind a bobbin. If I want to know how to put the bobbin in the machine, here's a video for that. So there's videos in here that show you how to operate the machine. And then there's also, I'm just going to go back and close that up, videos in here or support to show you how to do things with the machine. You want to know how to do mirror image. And I'm going to edit the patterns for combination. It's going to give me my instructions. So everything that you can do with this machine, this is an option here that you can click on it. I want to elongate my patterns. I want to know how to make them longer. Everything is built in for you, so you don't have to worry about, oh, I'm going to get a machine. I won't be able to figure out how to work it. We've got you taken care of. So just in case you want that instruction manual and you want to pull it up, it's built into the machine as well. My instruction manual is here. Again, I know, and with me going through this with the glare, it's hard to see. But the instruction manual is completely built in here, and I can just access that. Now, I like to customize my machine. You know, I had my needle in the stop down position, and I want to be able to do that. So here's where I can go and customize it. I can tell it, do I want my needle in the up or down position? Pivot. We like to be able to raise that presser foot and hover it when we're doing applique or any type of project. and I can determine how high that pivot is going to be. I can change my sound. This is nice. I can change the brightness. I can change the brightness of my screen. I can change the brightness of my LED lights, and I can also change the temperature. I can go from a bright LED to a warm yellow light. I can change my stitch, my speed control, bobbin thread sensor. This machine has a bobbin thread sensor. It's going to let you know when that thread is getting low. And I can tell it, do I want you to let me know when I got a lot of thread left or just a little bit? So that's up to you. Remember I talked about the foot switch? I can tell that extra piece on my foot control to be one of 7 different things. It can be needle up, down, presser foot lift, any of these, I can switch it. And it's just as easy as going in here, touching it, and setting it. So we can go in here and change and customize our machine. Notice it says wireless. This machine, so I'm going to get out of the settings. If I scroll across here, Juki Sewing Net, and I didn't hook this up before we came on, so I'm not actually probably on. No, there it is. I actually am on the internet. So that quick, it went and picked up the internet for me. So I can, a digital tutorial, I can go again and look at my instruction manual. I can go to the Juki website. Instructional movie will take me to YouTube. So if they've got something you want to look up really quick, I know we all have our phones sitting beside of us, but sometimes I don't, and I want to look up something, or maybe I just want to listen to music. We actually have taken this machine to shows, went into YouTube, went into our music channels, turned music on, and had music playing while we were sewing. Again, you can do that with your phone, but why would you kill your battery phone when you can get it through your sewing machine? So that is available. History. This will remember the last 10 stitches. It will also remember the settings that I changed. So if I change my tension because I'm using a heavier thread, this is going to remember those changes for me. So let's go back to sewing. So everything I need to access is here on screen. So I'm going to touch the stitch. And now I have, if you can see at the top, I have all of my categories that match my categories on top of my machine. And if I am in my regular sewing, I have my zigzag. And again, this swipes up or down, and I can swipe to get to the next category. I don't even have to go up to the top. I can actually swipe and go to my categories. So I'm going to select just my straight stitch. And also notice that we have a 1/4 inch piecing stitch on here that will send my needle over to do a 1/4 inch stitch with my regular presser foot. So I don't even have to change a presser foot if I'm going to do a quick 1/4 inch seam. I can just change the stitch. Take it back to straight. So look where it says sewing start, on or off. If I'm going to start sewing and I want it to lock my stitches, I can turn that on, and it highlights to let you know that's been turned on. I can select it to start and do a reverse stitch, or I can tell it I want it to do a lock stitch. My choice. When I end, I can tell it to don't do any tie offs, or again do reverse, or do a lock stitch. I can decide how I want to stitch right here in this screen without having to do anything else. Thread tension. We adjust tension sometimes when we use decorative threads, when we do those decorative stitches. So I like to be able to do that. Well, a lot of times we change our tension, we have no clue what we're doing. This integrated wheel will actually show you on the screen what's happening to the threads. So if my bobbin thread is pulling up, then I want to turn the wheel the other way and pull that bobbin thread, that top thread down to the bottom. So it's nice to have a visual there to see what is happening with your tensions. Now I'm just going to touch anywhere off the screen. Presser foot lift on or off. if I don't want that presser foot to lift, all I have to do is come over here and touch this. I don't have to go into my settings and turn it off. Now that presser foot won't lift when I stop sewing, so I won't lose my place if I'm trying to hold something down. We can turn our thread trimmers on or off. Those are those thread trimmers that we have up on the top. So when I end my seam, it will automatically cut my threads for me. I also have the button on the icon at the top I can touch. So needle position, I can change my needle positions easily just by turning this wheel. Presser foot pressure is here with a knob. And then if we had width, it would be here, and then stitch length would be here. There's an icon up here I haven't talked about, and it's called Smart Feed. And you know, I'm going to show you what this is in a minute. You know where you have differential feed on a serger, and you want to be able to change those feed dogs so that they are working in, they're kind of working with each other or against each other. Well, we can do that here with Smart Feed. I can sort of adjust that upper feeding system. Now, what is Smart Feed and what is that upper feeding system? It is our built-in feeding system, and it is located on the back of the machine. So it is right here on the back of our machine. We're going to pull this down. So it is a top feeding system. And all I have to do is reach back here, pull this down, and snap it into place. And I now have a top feeding system engaged that is going to be perfectly synchronized with my bottom feed dog. So it's not like a walking foot where it just does hit and miss. This comes down at the same precise moment that the lower feed dogs come up. And it is a top feeding system, not just a walking foot on here. And we call it Smart Feed, and it's just built in right there. You do not need a walking foot for this machine. It's built into the machine. So let me go back over to the screen a minute and just go into some decorative stitches and show you some of the decorative stitches. I could actually spend an hour talking about this machine, but I have limited time because I have a special machine to show you in a little bit. So I'm going to go back into my decorative stitches. Again, if I want buttonholes, if I want my applique stitches, they're here, and I can scroll through and select those. I have a little sampler over here with the applique stitches that I'll show you when I go back to the full screen. Tapering stitches, I can actually select one of these and change go up to my settings menu and change the tapering. Turn that on, and I can now tell the machine I want it to taper in any of those angles. So if you're trying to do placemats or napkins and you want those edges to be perfectly aligned when you turn them, you have that option with this machine. We have quilt line stitches. We have built-in quilting stitches, and we have a lot of beautiful stitches. We have the hand look quilting stitches that you use the nylon thread with, the monofilament thread. We have that wonderful serpentine stitch on here. I mean, it's just wonderful, all the different stitches that you get with this machine. Scallop stitches. One point are our decorative stitches. We have other decorative stitches on here. And when you select your stitch, it shows it on screen. If I change my width, it's going to give me that visual. And if I change my length, it's going to give me that visual. So everything is right here on the screen. You don't have to go looking around for anything. I want to program a quilt label and I want to put my name on something. It is as easy as going over to your sewing, going to my stitches to get my categories. I have it called combination, and these are the ones that I've actually already worked with. I'm going to create new data. I got too much in there. I got to delete something. So it's going to hold a selected amount, and then we're actually going to delete that. So let me go back into my combination. touch my settings over here and delete. And now I can create new data. Now I can go back to my decorative stitches, select a decorative stitch. I can go over to my lettering, and here's some lettering that's built in. We have script, we have block, we have an outline block on here. That's a pretty nice one. And I can actually start putting my lettering in. So it's that easy to combine a stitch. And again, you're like, well, how am I going to learn how to do this when I get home? Remember the support. It shows you exactly what I'm telling you here to do if you want to do that. So I can save it or I can exit. So to save it, we just hit the check mark. It automatically saves it, and I'm ready to go. We do have a USB port over here. If we ever do any updates, we have that, that option with the USB port. And I can put a USB stick here and save my patterns to a USB stick if that's something that I want to do. You can save in the machine. You're pretty much unlimited as to how many you can actually save. You can delete some of them and save some over. But if you don't want to delete anything, you can work on that USB. So let's go back to just practical stitching. And let me show you back to full camera. And remember I talked about the applique stitches. This is a little sampler that we did. You know, we all want to do applique. I love to do applique, but I don't want to use those boring same pin stitch stitches. So these are some of the, just some different stitches on there and decorative stitches. Just to show you a quick little sampling, these are some of the decorative stitches that I stitched out. I like to make my own trims. I don't like to have to go to a store and try to find something. And then this is it without the scalloping at the bottom. Here's some other decorative stitches. There was a category in here called lace. And those stitches were designed to look like lace when you stitched them out. And that's what these are. There's also stitches built in. Remember I said we can do a 7mm stitch? Well, these feathered stitches are built in and designed for you to mirror image and sew side by side. This is a 14mm wide stitch. So if you want to use these feathered stitches to do some quilting with, they're 14mm wide. So that is just some of the built-in stitches that I have here to show you. And this machine, we talked about with our TL series, how it would go through those heavy fabrics. Let me just show you. I'm just doing a regular straight stitch. I like to get my thread under the presser foot. Get under there. And I'm just going to select a straight stitch. And look, it goes straight through this heavy fabric. And one more just to show you, and then I'll turn it back over to Blaine. If you want to see it go through this heavy fabric, this was like that 8 layers of that felted wool that I had. And it goes right through it. That's the pink thread that's right here. So this again is a powerhouse machine. It's a sewing machine. It's a quilting machine. It is a garment machine. It is an anything you want to do machine. We've got those stitches built in. You've got your nice large opening here, a ton of accessories. You get this under the Christmas tree, or you get this for yourself after Christmas, you're going to have everything you need to sew when you get home except for needle and thread. It's a beautiful machine. Hope you decide to treat yourself.
Well, hey, Luann, great job again. And sorry for everybody for Luann losing her internet connection, but I think you got it across to everybody, and we're going to tell them how they can get it. And Luann, we're going to see you back here in about 30 minutes, and then we get to unveil the new machine. Can't wait.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
All right. Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
All right, guys. This is the DX-4000 Juki. And guys, we have special holiday pricing right now. You're looking at the price right there. It is $3,499. And guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have free shipping right to your doorstep, and we do have some financing at 0% interest available for you. Give Nick's team a call over there. They're waiting on the phones right now. And guys, Kyle's telling me right now we have 2 of these left. 2 left. So he's holding up 2 fingers. So that means that they're going fast. So again, if you want to get one of these in time for Christmas, you have to order this week to get it. And with 2 left, we're going to be sold out. So again, guys, Luann did a great job with this. And let me just talk a little bit about a couple things just to reiterate. Again, the stitch speed on this is 1,000 stitches per minute. The weight of the machine is 32 pounds. So it has a little bit of beef to it, but it's not too bad. Now that, if you look at we talk about the throat space on this. Again, the throat space on this is 12 inches. So it's got a pretty good throat space. It's 4.7 inches height in that area. And then it's got a really nice, table that comes with it, that extension table. And again, guys, we talked, Luann talked about all the different feet that comes with this. I mean, this thing is loaded up, but it has 368 stitches, 6 fonts, and it has that really nice, accessory tray and accessory box that comes with it. And again, guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or you can just go to smplive.tv and find that DX-4000. Click on it. It'll take you to the product page if you want to read some more information about it. And you can make your order right there, or you can give us a call and we can take your order over the phone. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving on. And we have an 8-needle coming up. We have the Juki Tajima 8-needle embroidery machine. And we have Kelly Latre coming back in. So Kelly, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. It's good to be back.
All right,
thrilled
we're
to
going to
be
let
here.
you take off with this 8-needle.
Sounds good.
And I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Tell everybody how they can get it.
Great. Sounds good, Blaine. Thank you. I'm also excited for that 3000 introduction a little later. But let's talk about the Sai Tajima embroidery system, because it's not just a machine. It includes the software and everything you need to embroider professionally. The Tajima Sai came from Tajima, and as you may know, Juki is the leader in building industrial sewing machines in the world. So we went to the leader of industrial embroidery machines to produce a semi-professional and semi-industrial embroidery system. And it's fantastic. It's heavy duty, and I can run this all day long if I want to. When I turn on the machines, it's not going to be what you're used to in the home multi-needle machines, because keep in mind, this is semi-industrial. It does have 6 fonts built in that are professionally designed and commercial free, so you can use them anywhere. And I'm just going to show you how to put one in, just for see how easy it is. First, you set the size of your lettering. And then I'm just going to touch my letters real quick. It's that easy. And you can see I'm ready to sew, okay? And then I just pick my hoop. And what I like about this machine is the lineup. I can start, because if I'm putting this on a shirt, I want to know the bottom left-hand corner. I don't necessarily want to know the center mark. So I can choose from right, left center, top, wherever I want to go. And then I can rotate on this page, and then I can touch set. Now I can move this now anywhere I want it to be in my hoop. And then once I have it set, it's going to trace the design for me. And it doesn't trace just a rectangle, it traces the actual shape, which is pretty cool. And then I'm ready to sew. And let's talk about those letters, because I did stitch them out for you, and they are beautiful lettering. But that's all that's built in. Everything else you're going to use comes from the software. And what I love about the software is that I can be in a comfortable chair designing. I don't have to be in front of my machine. So let's take a look at the software. Cameraman, let's take a look at the software. I'm going to open it up. It's Tajima Writer Plus. Okay. And right now, just to let you know, the machine does come with 2 different sizes of hoops. It actually comes with 4 hoops because you get 2 of each. You get 2 of the 12x8, and that's the size of a jacket bag. So that's awesome. And then the one that you see on my screen right now is the 4x4. So when you open the software, the cool thing is I have over 3,000 commercial-free designs built into the software that you can use anywhere. If you're in a business, keep in mind they're commercial-free. Okay, so you can use any of these at any time. I'm going to choose celebrations because again, I'm right in the middle of doing a lot of Christmas gifts. I'm going to bring in that candle. Now, this is professionally digitized and commercial-free. So when I bring it in, when I select it, it's the size is about 1 by 1.5. So I'm going to start by just creating a bigger candle. Okay. There are more tools in here that I can hold on the left. So I'm going to bring some of these tools to the top so I can ungroup that design. When I ungroup the design, now I can see all the color sections. And I can go in here and simply change the color. And I can change the texture if I want to. I can go into properties, and there are a myriad of patterns that are built in that you can use. That's a snakeskin. How fancy is that? So you can create and change these designs any way you want to. Okay. So let's try that. I think that looks a little nicer than the snakeskin. And let's take a look at that. That looks pretty good. I'm actually going to change my hoop to the larger one because I think I'm going to add some lettering. So I'm going to bring that up. There. Now that is the 8 by 12 hoop. So I can make this even bigger if I want to. So I'm going to make that slightly bigger. Okay. And I'm going to choose to put in some text. Now, for the text, I can choose from my built-in text, which again are all professionally designed, and you can use them in a business. So I'm going to just enter some letters. Merry Christmas we'll put in. Okay. And then I'm going to select a different style. Look at all these styles you get in. So we'll just take a look at, well, that doesn't work at all. But just to show you the different styles that you can get, that's a good one. Okay, so I'm going to line this up. And it looks fantastic. Maybe a little bit further down. But this is why I love this embroidery system, because I'm creating here in my comfortable chair, in my comfort of my own home, perhaps outside, which is nice. You know, I don't want to stand in front of the machine and design. Let me show you some other things, though, in this software that are fantastic. When I use lettering, you notice that I use the pre-digitized, but I can actually use true type fonts if I want. Anything built into my computer I can use. I can also do monograms here. I can also, all these wonderful things, I can auto digitize. So if I bring in a picture, I can just see how it's going to digitize it, and then I can edit it myself. Or I can start with the manual tools, digitizing it myself. I also have the function in here called photo stitch, which I can take a photograph and it'll automatically turn it into a stitch file. The sketchbook is very cool, especially if you're an artist. There's a sketchbook in here with different widths of pens and pencils, as well as different settings. So One of the really cool things I saw is somebody made a quilt label and the grandma had written it out. So they just scanned it and brought it in here. And then the daughter signed it too, but she used the calligraphy in here, which I thought was so cool. So in this software, you can edit, you can create your own, or you can simply rely on all of these built-in designs because they're over 3,000 and you can use them as you wish. Okay. So now that we've got another thing I want to tell you, I made a plethora. Can you hand me one of those towels? I made, and let's move the camera over here. No worries. I made a ton of these because I have a big family, and this is my grandma's cookie recipe. And then I just embroidered it with little designs. But because I made more than one, I'm going to touch home on the computer and take you back here. Everything I sew goes into a record, okay? So not only does it remember what I sewed, it remembers the placement. So I could go in, I could print my recipe, put the towel in the hoop, and redo all the designs I did on the previous towel because it's all in the memory. Isn't that cool? That was so much fun. And then a couple of things I want to show you, and then I'll bring up a design in the machine. I was amazed. I'm making spa towels for Christmas for my friends. And what amazed me was hooping these was a breeze. And look how thick these are. And then I put the majority of the fabric in front of the hoop. So you just want to remember to 90 degree that. I won't, so I do it in the software. But that really sold me completely on the machine because to get that kind of quality on a towel, it's that pulse motor, you know, it has a consistent stitch. It does 800 stitches per minute, but like other home embroidery machines, it doesn't slow down. It especially usually slows down on that satin stitch, but because of our pulse motor, it will sew in a consistent speed so that you get things done faster, okay? So I'm gonna just bring in the design we did. I'm going to go to home and I'm going to select it. I've got a lot in my memory. Okay. Let me just go back. And there it is. Okay, so we did the thing from the Christmas. I'm just going to put it back on my USB real quick because I'm not seeing it on my stick. So you can actually LAN, so you can send things to the machine, or you can just use a USB. So I'm going to get out of these designs and go back to my design page. And I'm going to save this. Now, this is a good thing to get into. Look how many different conversions you can do here. It comes in as a PXF design, but I can convert it to DST, TBF, PES, whatever I want to do. So I'm going to put this on my D drive. There, it's right there. I'm going to select it and just save it. Nice that you can use a variety of embroidery designs as well on this machine. All right, so let's take this back. All right, and we're going to go to the home. And hopefully now I can find my candle. All right, well, here's another one that I'm going to bring up. I'm going to bring up Nala because, again, you saw this for the printer. I love combining my printing and my embroidery, and I love the way this finished up. The colors really popped, and I did that in the software. So we're going to bring that in, okay? And what I can do is set my colors. You can use any thread color company, or you can just use a palette of generic colors. And then we're going to touch set. Okay, and again, here I'm selecting my hoop. And let's talk about these hoops, because the ones you get, and remember, you get 2 with the machine, you get 2 4x4s, and that's this size right here. You get the 4x4. You see the 12x8 on the machine, and then you get a cap frame too. You get 2 drivers so that when you're sewing a cap frame, you can also be hooping one and getting it ready. This is the easiest by far cap frame I've ever used, because you don't have to take the hoop holder off, which is so nice. The cap driver can go right on there very easily. Okay, so let's take a look at the other optional hoops. Pockets, socks, shoes, you name it. You can sew anything on this Tajima because it's strong and semi-industrial. I'm going to touch set. Okay, and this is what's cool, and I'm glad it came up because I made this obviously for our new dog, and it's asking me right now, do I want it in the same location, because it's thinking I'm making another piece. So I just said no, so that now, again, remember all these settings, I can put that wherever I want. Now, when I'm doing something like this, I like the center left just to see how it's going to go on the stocking. That's the word I was looking for earlier. And now again, I can move it up. I can move it in the frame anywhere. And then just go. So I'm going to touch set. And again, this is where it traces the design. And it's just tracing the design for me right now. Okay, and I went a little too far. So I can just go back and move it. And that's probably a better place right in the center. So let's just try that. When you're not paying attention is when it happens. But this is a fantastic embroidery system. I'm telling you, I have had other embroidery systems. First of all, I love the 8 threads because I'm rarely changing thread. And I love the durability because I can sew out all day long. And this border, actually, I was able to do both the borders in one hooping because I made the fabric large enough. And then I was able just to cut out my collar. So we're ready to sew. And the price on this machine, the price for software, 2 hoops each, including that cap frame, is a phenomenal deal. So if you've been thinking about an embroidery system, this one's for you. Remember, it's not just the machine. It is the hoops. It is everything you need to get started sewing, and it is fantastic. Hey, Blaine, do we have any questions out there about the Tajima?
I don't think Roger's checking right now. Roger, is there any questions that you've seen? Roger's
Wonderful.
looking in the chat right now. But let me go ahead, Kelly, and tell them how they can get this and all about it, and then we'll come back if there's any questions.
Great. Sounds
looking.
good, Blaine.
There's one right there.
Yeah.
What What does semi-industrial mean when you say semi-industrial?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. Semi-industrial means that it's stronger and the motors will last longer. I pointed out that pulse motor, and that's the way it keeps that consistent stitch. And I can literally run this 8 hours a day. On home embroidery machines, you can't run them that long without eventually having to replace a motor. The other thing I will tell you, these hoops are strong. The fact that I could put that terry cloth in there and not have a problem at all. A lot of people say to me, oh, do you float your towels? No, because I'm not a big fan of adhesives. So the less I can eliminate those, the better. So that's semi-industrial. Durable, you can run it all day long, and it will keep up, especially the motor.
Hey, Kelly, one more of the questions. They want to know, do you have the hat hoop there where you could demonstrate how it goes on?
Yeah, actually I do.
Okay, great.
I'm going to take that off, and it's the other one. Thank you. Okay. So what I can do is I can put this on There's a metal piece right here that I'm lining up. And I'm just going to slide this underneath. Okay. And generally speaking, when I do this, I turn off the machine. That way my alignment doesn't get messed up, but that's how easy it is. So there are 4 screws I'm going to attach, 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. And then if you can see, I have my frame here that I can put the hoops right on and go. It is that easy.
All right. Well, thanks, Kelly. We're going to tell them how they can get that now. So, guys, again, this is the Tajima 8-needle embroidery machine. And like Kelly said, Tajima, they make industrial, commercial embroidery machines. And they made this one for Juki. So you're getting those really nice commercial type motors in this. That when you can sit there and let it run for hours and hours nonstop. So it is a really nice production machine. Again, $9,999. That's our special holiday pricing for this. And again, guys, it's going to come with basically you're getting 2 sizes of hoops, but you're getting 2 of each hoop. So it only weighs 82 pounds. And again, the dimensions on this, it's going to be 22 inches wide. It's 26 inches height, and then it's going to be 23 inches deep. So it has extremely small footprint. It has that 6-inch full color touchscreen display on it. It's going to, the embroidery area on this is a 7.8 inch by 11.8 inch. So almost an 8 by 12. It's going to be real close to there. And then, so again, guys, it stitches out at 800 stitches per minute. It also stitches caps at 800 stitches per minute. And the files, let me tell you the file size real quick. It does recognize the file format of the DST and the TCF, and the hoops that are come in it. You're going to get one. You get 2 that are the 200 millimeter by 300 millimeter, and then you're going to get 2 that are the 100 millimeter by 100 millimeter. So that's the accessories that come with it. Again, guys, if you have any more questions on it, give us a call. And I guess I could put those up in the inches, the hoop sizes in the inches. So y'all would know. Kyle, if you could scroll down just a little bit, keep going. Right there. So that 200 millimeter by 300 millimeter, that's a 7.8 inch by 11.8 inch. So that's the big size hoop. And you're going to get 2 of those. Then you're going to get that small hoop that comes with it. And it's a 100 by 100 millimeter, which is a 3.9 inch by 3.9 inch. And so that's the ones you're going to get 2 of each of those. So, while you're, hooping, embroidery in one piece, you can be hooping the other one. So that's a really nice feature with this. All right, guys, again, if you have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have 0% financing available for this. And, give us a call. You can also go to smplive.tv and you can just click on the Tajima 8-needle. It'll take you right to that product page. You can read all the other descriptions about it. And we have online chat agents as well on the website that can answer questions for you as well. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving on along. And finally, Lou Ann gets to talk about this brand new MO-3000 from Juki. So let's go to Lou Ann, and we're going to get to talk about this brand new machine, the world premiere. We're super excited to have Lou Ann on doing this, and we're super excited about the new Juki. So Lou Ann, are you ready to show this new product?
Yes, I am. It's hard to switch all this stuff around in 30 minutes and get everything situated. But yes, I'm excited to show this machine. So this is it. So I get the pleasure today of introducing you to our brand new Serger with Juki original features on it. It's the MO-3000. This is the Akane. It's a 2-thread, 3-thread, 4-thread serger. Guess what? Now you can have tension-free serging. Look, there's no tension disc up here. No tension disc. No tension disc means that you don't have to worry with those tension headaches. You don't have to worry with stress when you're doing your different stitches or your different threads. We all freak out. We're like, oh, I don't know what to do with those tensions. Well, guess what? This machine does it for you. And I have been working with this machine for a while now and working with a lot of different stitches and threads, and I'll show you that in just a little bit. I actually am one of the, probably the only one right now that has one that's been using this, and I am in love with this serger because of the stress-free. You just put your thread in and you're ready to go. It's also an easy threader, so it has the air threading, and we'll show you how easy that is too. So no tension serging. This is called automatic thread supply. And basically what that is the automatic thread controller supplies the required amount of thread needed according to the stitch you've selected, the material thickness, the length, the knife, all the settings and the thread that you've used. The machine takes care of it for you. You can also customize this serger to your specific settings, like needle up, down, speed control. Yes, I said speed control. Auto thread cutting. What's auto thread cutting? What does that mean? Well, I'm going to show you that in just a minute because that is really exciting. That is a Juki original feature. You can change your lighting in here and other things. So first of all, notice our new body style. It's very sleek. It's very modern looking. We did add the magnetic holder up here, so you can put your needles up here. Your screwdriver, I've actually put a pair of scissors up here, so that's right here on top. So let me show you the Juki original features. Chain off thread cutters. This is on the back of the machine. I'm going to show it to you because this is really exciting for a serger. You can touch the scissor icon on the front of the machine to cut your thread tails when you're finished serging. You can also program the machine to cut them automatically when you finish. You can even program your foot control to cut your threads when you're finished serging. So let me show you exactly what this is. Let me switch this camera back here. All right, you're going to be watching this area right here. This is where our thread cutter is. So we're serging. All right, so now I either have to go look for my scissors or I have to bring the thread up around this cutter up here, but I'm going to touch those scissors icon. Watch what happens. Look at that. It automatically cut those threads. So let me do that again. This is fun. I actually like using that. I'm serging. Come out to the back. I can leave as long of a tail on it as I want. I'm going to touch those scissors icon, and it cut my threads. Is that not the, oops, I had it in the wrong place. Is that not the coolest thing, that it will cut those threads? And you know what I found out when I was working with this? It is actually playing because I've been playing with this. If you do this and you don't quite have your fabric far enough, it won't cut. So you cannot accidentally hit those thread trimmers and cut into your fabric. It gives you an error message. I did that and I thought, oh no, it didn't cut, and it won't cut. So you have to be past that area, hit that thread, and it will cut those threads for you. That is, I know I can hear all of you clapping in the background there, but that is a wonderful, wonderful feature, and we can talk about it a little later. So that's a Juki original feature. So another original feature that we have is the micro lifter. Now, a lot of you are familiar on our TL series. We had that micro lifter that's going to allow me to raise and lower my presser foot to give me more foot height. Well, guess what? We have it on our serger now. This is my presser foot pressure knob. We've had this on our sergers. This is the new knob. This is going to raise and lower the height of my presser foot. So you can see that. So right now it's set at normal height. So I am turning that knob and I'm turning it in, and you can see that foot. See that foot start to raise up? This is giving me more height to get thick fabrics under my foot. Now, you don't have to go all the way. If you just need a little extra clearance, you can customize that and set it wherever you want. So let me show you that again. We're down all the way now, and I am turning that micro lifter, and that foot is coming up. So now when I have thick fabrics or I'm going over different seam allowances, if I'm putting a hem in something, I have the option of changing that height of the foot and giving me some more. So that is a Juki original feature. So let me set this back to normal. So let's look at the other features on this, because we have a lot of features on here. I'm going to put this up so that you can get a little closer to the serger. You don't need to see me the whole time. You're here to see the serger, right? So we do have a built-in needle threader. It's an air threader. I'm going to show you that in a little bit, but we do have the built-in needle threader so that you can thread your needles. This machine has the knee lifter, and I had it here. There it is, until I was switching everything around. So we now can put the knee lifter. It also has the waist catcher, and I'm going to take that off so that you can see the serger. So it does have the waist catcher, and it does just slide on under here. So you got your large waist catcher on here. And we have the place right here, and we put the knee lifter in, and now we can raise and lower our presser foot on our serger, just like we do on our sewing machine. My sergers sit way back for camera angles, so this isn't going to fit with this large table I have, but we now have the capability of using a knee lifter on our serger. Your tools are on board. So you've got your dust brush, your needle holder, your Allen wrench to change your needles, and your tweezers. Everything's right here for you. And I'm going to show you how that air threading system is. But remember I said a little earlier that you can customize this? We have an LCD screen on this machine, and I have ways that I can go in and customize things that I want to do. So I'm going to, you're going to have to bear with me just a minute, because I do have to get a camera up close here so that you can see this LCD screen. All right. This is why I had to have the serger sitting way back so that I could put this camera here and you would be able to see it. So I think you can see the LCD screen okay on here. Yeah. All right. So what this screen is sort of your information screen. And you're going to be able to customize your settings on here. So over here, right here, I have a selection knob for my stitches. So you're like, well, how does the machine know what stitch I want to do so that everything can be set up for my thread? Well, here's our stitch link, our stitch selection knob, A, B, C, and D. And when I go over to the screen, I can touch the A to D. Now this is going to show me that if I have it turned on A, I'm doing a 4-thread overlock with 2 needles. It's also going to tell me down here 2 needles to use, my selected, the suggested stitch length, and then over to the side in the darker color area, you can see those numbers. It's actually given me a digital of my stitch length and my differential feed where I have them set. So if I change my stitch length, you can see it changing on screen. So I don't even have to look over to the side of the machine. It's going to show me right there what I have it selected to. So I've selected it to A. If I go to B, that's a 3-needle edging. C is a narrow seam, and I'll show you those stitches. And then we have our roll hem. But let me show you how you can customize this machine. This is also the scissor icon I was talking about. You hit that, that's that thread trimmer back there that's cutting those threads. It's right there on front of your screen for you. So let's customize. I'm going to go to set, and I can now go in here and tell my machine. The first one is my speed control. Yes, speed control. We actually have that now on our Serger, that we can change the speed of our Serger. So I'm just going to, that is selected. I'm going to press enter. And now I just use the arrows to set my speed. This is nice when you're doing something, you want to slow that machine down a little bit. This is very, very nice for that. There, I think you can see the screen a little bit better there. So we set it where we want it and we touch enter. And now the next one I can customize are my scissors. Remember I said you can tell this machine to automatically cut the threads at the end. So I'm going to select that, and I can tell it how long I want my thread to chain off before it automatically cuts it for me. And I actually turn that on the screen, and I'll show you that in just a minute. So here's just a little sample. This is done on 3. So all I did is just chained off, and when it got the, when it got the length that I set it, it automatically cut. I didn't have to touch the icon at the top. And this is set at 5. So you can see you can get really long thread tails that will automatically cut, and you can program that. All right, so we're just going to leave it at 5. We're going to press enter. And lighting. I'm going to select the lighting. I can tell this LED lighting. Now, I have mine on my machine set really low for camera, but I can increase the lighting. You can see it getting really light to that really bright white LED. And I'm going to set mine back down. Press enter. The next one is your temperature setting. And you're like, well, what is that? I can go and take it from a bright LED to a medium warm light. You see that? So your desire, some people, you know, we all see things differently, and lighting is differently for everybody. So I'm going to press enter. The next one, I can change the brightness of my screen. So I can really customize this to exactly what I need to do, or the way I look at it. Now, the next feature is something pretty that's new. It's not pretty new. It's new on our Sergers. I can program my foot control to either be my thread cutter or needle up, needle down. So I can, wrong button, enter to select it. Now I have an option of needle up, needle down, or my scissors. Well, I'm used to cutting my foot control with scissors, but I want that needle up or needle down option, and we're going to select that, and we're just going to set it. Now we have all of our settings have been customized to the way we like. If I want to do the auto cutting, I can actually touch the auto here and see how that is lit up now. So now it will automatically cut my threads for me when I'm finished sewing. Whatever I set it at, it's going to cut for me. So I'm going to turn that off today because I like to touch, I love to touch this button on the front of the machine. It's my favorite button now on here. So that's how easy it is to customize this machine to your settings. So let me show you some stitches, and I'm going to use the same camera because, like I said, I had played with, I've been playing with a lot of fabrics and a lot of threads. And when I talked about the micro lifter and raising that up for extra height, this is Minky. What is this? 4 layers of Minky. All I did is thread the machine and stitched. I did use the micro lifter to give me a little bit of extra room. Here is another fabric. So this fabric looks like this before you stitched it. So it was multiple layers in there. I stitched it with the micro lift. I raised it up just a little bit because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 layers of fabric in here. And No adjustments necessary, nothing. I just used the micro lifter to give myself more clearance under the foot, and look how beautiful those stitches are. So now I wanted to play with threads because, you know, we all have threads. So here's just a couple of samples that I did. This is your 4-thread stitch on setting number A with a 50 weight thread. And this is also setting number A. This is a wide 3-thread stitch, and this is a 50 weight thread. No adjustments. I did it on a knit. Worked I actually made a whole t-shirt. This worked beautiful on a knit. So then setting B, which is your 3-thread narrows, or this is a 3-thread stitch. And then setting C was your narrow, and this is a narrow stitch. This is not rolled hem. This is just a narrow stitch. And then setting D is your roll hem. And may I just say, and I'm going to demonstrate this, this is the most beautiful roll hem, and I did not have to change any settings when it came to my threads. I just turned it to D, and it gave me that perfect roll hem, and I'm going to prove that to you in just a little bit. So then I wanted to use a 30 weight thread. So this is a 30 weight on setting number A, and I have different colored threads in here for a reason. I wanted you to see how beautifully those stitches are, and I had no adjustments. So you can see how they match. And this is the first try at it. I didn't do like 20 samples to get a good one. This is the first sample, and perfect. No tension issues, no tensions to worry about. The machine took care of it. And then this is a 30 weight on the B setting, which is a 3-thread stitch. And then we have our C setting, which is our narrow stitch, and then the D setting, which is the roll hem. This happens to be 2 layers. Look how nice that roll hem is back there. And then I just had to do one on, this is a single layer. This is that roll hem on a single layer. And again, I have different color threads in here, and you can see how that top thread has been pulled perfectly to the back like it's supposed to. And that thread, that lower looper thread is tight, and the machine set it up. I didn't have to worry about it. Woolly nylon. We all get worried with that because it's that fuzzy thread. There it is on your C setting, and I used a woolly nylon on the roll hem. So that's a little bit I played with the threads, and then I'm like, okay, now let's really put it to the test. Let's use those decorative threads. So here is, I'm going to give you a better angle here of this because you can see these threads a lot better. So this thread is a 12 weight from Wonderfeel. All right. So let me just get you in close so you can see it. This is the actual thread, and you can see the thickness here. I did nothing special except thread the machine. And look how nice those threads have laid on there. There's your front. Here's your back. Now, I only use this thread in the upper looper. I could have put it in the lower looper. Oh, actually, on this one, I did. I've got this in the upper and lower looper. Sorry, my mistake. So this has it's a different color green, but it's in the lower looper. And then I also have it in the upper looper. I didn't have to change anything. And that's a 12 weight thread. So then I thought, well, I've got a heavier thread. This is Razzle. A lot of you, I'm sure, use this or have seen it. This is a heavier thread. This is heavy. I'm not sure what the weight of Razzle is. It's not on the spool, but this is heavier than a 12 weight thread. Perfect. And I do have different colors on the top and the bottom so that you could see. There's the bottom. Perfect balanced tension. this was really exciting to be able to use those really heavy threads, and I have a lot of heavy type threads. No worries, the machine did everything for me. All right, so we've talked about those great new features. Now let's actually show you how easy it is to thread this. Is anybody out there excited yet? I don't know if Blaine's sitting at his computer, but is anybody out there excited? Surely. All right, so let me get you in here a little bit more. And I want to show you the air threading system on this machine. All right. So I already have my needle threaded, but remember I said I had a needle threader on here. And I want to give you the best angles on this. So, and I have like 4 cameras set up. So let me give you another view here, and you will actually be able to see the threading process and how this works. How's that? That's a better view. All right, so air threading. We're going to put the threads in these holes. We're going to push a button and it's going to thread. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut my threads and pull them out of the machine. Now, all I have done is come down through the top here, and there's a guide here and a guide here. I do like to get those old threads out from under the machine so that they're not hung in the chambers or anything. So I'm just going to pull those out. And I am going to lock my chambers. All I have to do is flip this lever up, turn the hand wheel, and you'll see those chambers, and it's marked on the hand wheel, but you'll see and hear those chambers locked. So now I can get my threads through there. You can thread these independent of each other, or you can thread them both at the same time. I'm just going to take this thread and put it in that hole. I like to put it down about 1 inch, and I'm just going to leave it setting to the side. And I'm going to take the other thread. I'll make sure I don't pull that one out, which I did. I'm sitting at an odd angle with the camera between my body here. And I'm going to take this one and just put it in there about 1 inch. And then when I hit this button, my upper and my lower looper are threaded. Here is my lower looper thread, and my upper looper thread is up here. I am ready to sew. On our machine, you do not have to pull this bottom thread up. I just clip it short and leave it in there. The serger will pick it up. That's how easy air threading is. And yeah, I can thread a serger. I've been doing this a long time, but why would I want to take all that time when all I have to do is put the threads in, hit a button, and I am off and ready to go. And they are threaded. So now I'm just going to flip this lever back, close this door, and I'm ready to sew. So let me just get a piece of fabric here. And sew. And I am still, oh, wait a minute, I need to turn my stitch back to A. I was playing over there. So now I'm back to my 4-thread stitch. And with all the playing, all the threading, and don't forget, there's those thread trimmers. I don't have to come up here. I don't have to look for my scissors. It cut my threads for me. And there is my 4-thread stitch. So let me show you how easy it is and prove to you that this serger sets everything up for you by going to a roll hem. That's the one that everybody's like, oh, I can never get my tensions right. Well, this is what we're going to do a roll hem. First thing I'm going to do is take out the left needle, and I am going to use the needle holder that came with the machine. I'm going to cut that thread, and I advise that you take that thread completely out up the top. I'm going to leave it in today just for time. There's a hole in the bottom of this that will hold your needle. And the needles are left and right, so I know when I turn the L, that left needle is going to fall out for me. And there it is. Now I'm just going to tighten that back. I'm not going to tighten it up. I'm just going to snug it back up just so it won't vibrate and come out as I'm sewing. All right, now the only other thing I need to do is go over to the stitch selection knob on the side of the machine and turn it to D. And it tells me here on my screen, with the lighting, it's probably, you're not going to be able to see that. But it tells me here on my screen that I'm doing a roll hem. I have my right needle in. I should set my stitch length at 1. So I'm going to set my stitch length at 1. And my differential feed is just going to be normal. Now, the other thing you do with the roll hem is change your cutting width. And that cutting width is, that knob is right down here. And I'm going to put this on the lowest setting, which is 2.5. Now, the other thing that you need to do is you got to get rid of that stitch finger. You know, you got a big stitch finger and a tiny stitch finger. Well, the knob is right here. All I'm going to do is flip the knob and my stitch finger, that large stitch finger, is out of the way. I'm ready to do a roll hem. We are going to put this fabric under here. My needle thread is, that excess needle thread was on there. Touch my thread trimmers, and there is my roll hem. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Look, I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to tighten the looper. I didn't have to do anything but adjust my width and get rid of that stitch finger. That is very impressive, because when you're working with tensions and different threads and you're trying to do a roll hem, it sometimes takes a little bit of practice to get it to look nice. And one more time. Cut those thread trimmers and my roll hem. Is that not exciting and nice? And I sat and played with just multiple threads that I had, and it was beautiful each and every time. I didn't have any issues. The Serger did all the work for me, and boy, is that stress-free. I like stress-free, especially this time of the year. Let me just get this out of the way. I don't think I missed anything. To get a better view up here, are there questions or anything anybody would love to see that maybe I haven't talked about or shown? But you know, the beauty, though, that thread trimmers that the chain off thread trimmers back here, the micro lift, those are Juki exclusives. Actually, I shouldn't say exclusives, wrong word. Those are Juki original features. The fact that we can now program the foot control so that it can be my needle up, needle down. Oh, I didn't use that. Let me show you that. Because I had programmed mine to be needle up, needle down. So let me just run another thread. So it has stopped up, and I'm going to touch the bottom of my foot control, and I put the needle down. I touch it again, I raise the needle. So that is a feature that we have not had on our Sergers before. Speed control, being able to adjust the speed. That's also something that's new on our Sergers. So a lot of new Juki original features, a lot of new features that we've gotten from our sewing machine, like the micro lift up there, the knee lifter that goes in here. It's just beautiful. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful Christmas present for everybody.
Like that.
So what do you think, Blaine?
Hey, I love it. Especially that guillotine thread cutter. That is awesome. That is an exclusive feature right now. Nobody else has that, right?
Right, and I didn't want to use the word guillotine, but when we were playing with it, that's what we call it, the little guillotine back there. But
Yeah, that's
it's
what it
just
looks like, a little guillotine, but it's called the chain cutter, correct?
yeah, and remember I said that if your fabric's back here and you hit it, it won't work. So I got fabric back here now. When I hit those scissors, I'm getting an error message that says it's not going to happen. So it won't let you accidentally cut anything.
That's awesome.
Great feature on this machine.
And
I never can find my scissors. I never can find this thing. I pull them around to the front. Well, look at all the thread I'm wasting when I do that.
Well, you know, Luann, I can't tell you how many times I've tried to do a little demo or something on a serger, and when I try to pull the fabric out to cut it, I'll break a needle or something. That is awesome
Yep.
feature. I love that feature.
I do too. There's several things on here that excite me, but just the sound of using those is like it's just the sound you just want to hear.
Well, I mean, you think about it now. You got jet air threader. We're taking all the work out of that. Now we're taking all the work out of cutting the thread. So, you know, I mean, basically this is the next revolution of sergers. And I tell you, especially even with the digital, where you can actually, you know, electronically set your stitches and stuff, that is just a really awesome new product. And we're super excited about it and releasing it today. And we're taking pre-orders for it because Juki hasn't even sent it out yet.
Not having to worry about tension with all these different threads is worth everything with this serger before any of the other features. It did everything I wanted it to do.
You know, Luann, too, and the price point on this is incredible compared to some other ones on the market that have less features.
Agreed. I agree.
So,
yeah.
All right, Luann, well, thank you so much for showing that.
Thank you for having me. And thank you for letting me debut this on your show today.
Oh my
I know there's a lot of people looking at this because they hadn't seen this until today. So thank you for letting us do that.
Oh, thank you for showing it and unveiling it to the SMP Nation. That's what's awesome because I've told them about this for about 3 weeks now that we had something really cool from Juki coming. So we're glad to be able to launch it here and we're taking pre-orders for it. So let me tell everybody how they can get this thing, okay?
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
All right, Merry Christmas to you. All right, everybody, there you have it, the brand new MO-3000 from Juki. This is the brand new serger releasing today. Guys, the introductory price on it is $22.99. That's right, $22.99. And you compare that to some of the other ones on the market, I'm telling you guys, this is a great, great price, loaded with features. And we are taking pre-orders for it right now. Juki hasn't even sent these out yet, and we have them on the. I think what's the release date, Kyle? They're shipping them. So yeah, we're supposed to be getting them shipped out of Juki to us on the 18th. So we should be getting them. You won't get this before Christmas, but you should be able to get it right after Christmas. But as soon as we get them in, all the pre-orders, we'll be trying to get them to you as fast as we can. But again, if we get them on the 18th, there is a still slight chance, depending on where you're at. But guys, we're only getting 10 of these in because they're very limited. The first shipment that's coming in, there's only 10. So if you want to get one of these, get on the phone right now and get your pre-order in, or you can go right to the website and pre-order it. Go to smplive.tv. You'll see the brand new MO-3000. You can click on that. It takes you right to the product page. And again, Luann did a great job. And tell us what features you actually really love. Tell us the features that stood out to you. I mean, my favorite one right now is the auto tension and that guillotine, which they don't like to call it the guillotine. They like to call it the chain cutter. So the chain cutter, automatic thread cutter, and the auto tension. That's the two of my favorite features on this machine. But it is loaded with features. So tell us in the chat right now which feature you absolutely loved on that. And right now, Patty's saying no tension disc. Absolutely, Patty. And then Angela saying thread cutter. So those are my two favorite features on it. I tell you what, and it is, and just look at that. Look at it. This thing is such a good looking machine as well. I mean, the colors on it are just really nice with the silver and the white. I absolutely love it. And again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 to get your order in, or go to smplive.tv and just click on the MO-3000 icon, and it'll take you right to the product page. And again, get your order in. We only have 10 of these. They're a pre-order situation. and hopefully those come in on the 18th, and we'll get them shipped right out to you. So, all right, guys, you saw it right here, world premiere of a brand new product, and we're so happy that Juki let us premiere it for them. And I know that we're probably the only dealer in the country that's knows about this yet, and we're probably the only dealer in the country that's got it on their website, Kyle, don't we?
Yep.
So anyway, if y'all need to get one of these, make sure you get on it quick, because there's only 10, like I said. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we're going to bring Kelly back in here. And next up, we're going to do the MO-2000 QVP model. And Kelly, so she's going to demo that, and then we'll tell you all about how you can get that one. So Kelly, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. Glad to be back talking about the Juki MO-2000 QVP. It is a great serger for the money because you can thread it in any order. It is equipped with air threading, which is great. And it's also capable of doing 4, 3, and 2 thread sewing. So let's take a closer look. I'm going to take off my waste collector and show you that when I open the front door, all the tools you need most of the time are right here at your fingertips, okay? But let's take a look at that air threading because it's fantastic. I'm going to move the lever up, and what that does when I move my hand wheel is it locks the loopers into place, and then I can simply thread my looper using the air threader. So I'm just going to put a little of thread into that threading hole, and you're going to want to watch right up here because you're going to see that thread when I pump this. It's right there. Isn't that exciting? It's so easy to do. Can't get enough of air threading. It's great. The other thing I want to show you real quick is the needle threader. So I'm going to release the loopers and close the front door. Because this hand wheel, I'm going to move so that the needles are in the position to take the needle threader. I'm going to just bring it down, and I can just go around this threading system, and it's going to take the thread through the eye of the needle. That's simple, easy peasy. All right, so let's take a look at the stitches. Now this serger does have tension, but it's an easy system to work with. And I'm just gonna put my threads all under the foot. And let's test the stitch. I'm on a 4-thread overlock. And I'm just gonna lower the presser foot and go. Now on this machine, you have tensions. But the theory behind this is you're just going to set up. I'm going to check a stitch. Whoop. There we go. So it gives a consistent stitch every time, which is so nice. It's really a consistent machine. Now, if you can see the screen up here, I'm on a 4-thread overlock stitch, and the 4-thread is great for several things, but this machine, I want to point out, also is equipped with differential feed. So what I can do, the differential feed lever or the knob is on the right hand side of the machine. What differential feed does for you is it enables the machine to feed in different fabrics differently to accommodate a variety of fabric. So I'm going to move this up to 2. And what that does is it's going to have that, there are 2 feed dogs over here. And what it does is that front feed dog's going to move more fabric in than the back feed dog. And this is great when you want to gather or feed in more fabric if you're getting a stretchy seam. So I have this on 2. I'm going to turn my stitch length now to 4. And I'm going to tighten my needle tensions and just start gathering. Look at that gather. Very, very nice. So I have a really nice gather that's completely adjustable. Okay. So I'm going to take the stitch length down because we're going to go to a different stitch. Now let's take a look at this LCD screen. There are 15 stitch formations you can do on this machine, which I love. And if I want to set up the machine, I just touch this button and it shows me that settings for stitch length, width, tension, everything. Okay. So I am going to go to the narrow rolled hem. And yes, the narrow rolled hem is definitely a popular stitch on a serger. You can see on my Christmas napkins, I used a metallic thread and it looks absolutely fabulous. All the sergers that Juki produces does make, they can handle a variety of threads. So I'm just going to cut my needle thread and remove. Now it's an easy conversion because I have a lever up there to remove the stitch finger. The stitch finger is there to support the stitch when sewing, but when I eliminate this, now it's going to roll around that pin. It's going to be easy to do. I'm going to take the tensions back to 4. See, this is an easy machine to use because you have all the settings right here. So now it's going to tell me that I should tighten the lower looper and then loosen that upper looper a bit. I am also going to put my stitch length on 1. And I think we're ready to go. So let's give it a try. I'm going to eliminate this thread up here. There we go. We are good to go. You get a beautiful stitch every time. It's so nice. And I still got to change my threads. Okay. And my right needle came unthreaded. So I'm just going to use that needle threader. Bring that back up. So I'm going to push that to the right and thread my right needle. And again, it stays in place, which is so great. Okay. Just brings that back up. So now I'm good to go. Back in action. Okay. So now a little bit about this serger. I am going to just again put my threads under the foot. Okay. You can also do 2-thread sewing on this machine. So I'm going to take it to the 2-thread right needle because we have that needle in. And it's an easy conversion. I'm just going to lower my upper looper and I'm going to cut the thread right here. Okay. Now there's a little device. I'm just going to pull this thread out. There is a little device in here that is easy for flat lock conversion. And I'm going to take this up and push it into my upper looper. And then I'm also going to put that stitch finger back into place. And then just take my tensions back. Now on the flat lock, it is saying to loosen the needle thread. So I'm going to do that. And let's try this on a piece of knit. I'm just going to start my chain. And just sewing. Very nice. Okay, now I'm going to pull this apart so you can see that it makes a beautiful 2-thread. Okay, and that's a strong stitch on knits. You can also use it for overcasting. and for just piecing fabric. It's a great stitch. So you have the capability on the MO-2000 for 4 threads, 3 thread, 2 thread sewing, and you can thread it in any order. That's the key. It's really easy to use. A couple of things I wanted to show you. I've been making tote bags for Christmas, and this has a very thick, heavy foam in it. It was no problem for my machine. Also, of course, more stockings. And this time I used a decorative thread in both the upper and the lower looper, and I thought it did just a spectacular job on that. Easy, easy. I love this serger because it is a workhorse, easy to use, and at the price you're going to get from Blaine today, you're going to get a lot out of it. So is there questions out there on the MO-2000 QVP serger?
Well, hey, Kelly, we're looking to see if there's any questions. I don't think we see anything right now. So if you want to continue on, and then we'll look and see if there's any. Okay.
I'm just going to show you how you can customize the screen too, because that is such a nice thing. I will go back to the 3-thread rolled hem because when I look at the settings, I like my upper looper a little bit shorter. So I'm going to take it over here. I'm going to touch the editing button so that now I can just go there and I can adjust this down to 3 if I want to. Okay, so I'm going to take this down to 3. Okay, and then it's all set. So then when there we go. Perfect. Okay, we can go back. And we've got that now set from 3.5 to 3.1. So you can customize this serger. The other thing I really like that I didn't talk about a lot is the stitch width. You can do curves and corners extremely easy because of the width we can get. Look how far out this stitch width goes. So if you're rolled edging and you have, a double layer like my napkins, you can roll a little bit over. If you're sewing on a curve, you can just watch the knife and do perfect sewing every time. And then down here is a lever for my lower knife, or I'm sorry, my upper knife, that I can take it out of practice. So you saw it just go down, and now I won't get any cutting at all on the machine. But if I bring that back up and I take a stitch, it's going to come right back up. Now I'm going to take the subsidiary looper or that flat lock device back out so I can get it ready for air threading. And just because it's so easy to do, I'm going to go there again and move that lever, lock those, and I think yeah. So I'll show you the whole threading on that upper looper. Okay, there's a thread guide down there through that guide, through this one, and then again, just through the hole. Put a little in that threading hole. My aim is off. There we go. And then I'm going to pump that through. The amazing part, I will tell you, is all these decorative threads I use, those pump through too. If you keep on this thing, it'll just take thick to thin, heavy or threads through that port, which is great. So I love my 2000 because it's durable, easy to use, and all the serger you need for the money. And Blaine, I bet you have a great deal on these today.
Well, hey, we sure do, Kelly. We got a great special, Countdown to Christmas special. And again, let me tell everybody how they can get one. Kelly, thank you so much for coming on our show today and doing all the demonstrations. It was awesome.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you, Blaine.
Merry
and
Christmas to
everybody at Sewing Machines Plus.
All righty. All right, guys, this was the MO-2000 QVP. And guys, this is a call-in special. The normal price on this is $14.99. But we have a call-in special on it right now. And this will be a pre-order situation as well. They are on the way from Juki to us right now, but it is a pre-order situation on these. We actually sold out before the show, but we have 9 of them that are coming in, and so you can go ahead and place your order now. And I'm hoping these are going to come in time that we can get it shipped to you this week, so you can still get it for Christmas. So if you go ahead and place your order, if you want the MO-2000, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Or you can just go to smplive.tv where you see the MO-2000 display. Just click on that. It'll take you to that product page, and you can read all about it there. And you can actually talk to one of our live chat agents on the website as well. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. Let's bring my co-host back in here, Miss Jane Klaus. So, Jane.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am awesome.
I'm just adjusting my hat. You caught me. You caught me adjusting my hat, mister.
I tell you, I am. It's. We've had some great products, and again, got to launch a brand new product from Juki. Was pretty exciting, and I'm loving that. But again, we've got a great session coming up here in just a few minutes, and we have our good buddy Angela Wolf coming in.
And everybody knows, and we all love Angela, and I can't wait to see what she's bringing us today. She's going to show us how to make a last-minute Christmas gift. So it'll be always interesting and always creative and good when it comes to Angela.
Yeah, and then, right after that, we've got Stacy Louie from So Steady coming in, going to demonstrate 3 different type of products for us, and we're excited about her. So we got a great afternoon planned, but hey, let's give some stuff away right now. What do you think?
I think that's a great idea. It's a perfect time to give some stuff away because it's like halftime of the day.
Yeah, it is. It is. And Belinda Bryan is saying, I'm loving all these Juki machines. So, hey, Belinda, we are too. And I tell you, let us know right now out there, what did y'all think about the MO-3000? I'd just like for everybody in the chat to let me know what you thought about that. And Jane and I'll get ready to give some stuff away. So, Jane, I think we ought to start out by giving some of our event bags away. What do you think?
I was just going to say we should do bags because I don't know that we did any yesterday. So let's do the event bags. My favorite thing about the bags is that they all say something different on the sides.
Yes, I like that part as well. And I tell you, it's so funny. I got to tell a little story real quick about one of the bags that we made. So, I can't remember how long ago. It was probably, 3 or 4 years ago. Deb Donovan and I, we were at the Baby Lock Convention in St. Louis, and they had hired this motivational speaker to come up and, speak at the convention. And as y'all know, motivational speakers, they always, whatever business you're in, they kind of gear that business toward their stories. And this gentleman was up on stage and he kept talking about, his grandmother made blankets, and he kept just blankets this, blankets that. And some lady out in the crowd just yelled out, "They're called quilts, not blankets." And the place just roared. It was so funny. Everybody was cracking up. When that happened, I immediately looked at Deb and I go, "That's going to be on a t-shirt." Well, we didn't put it on a t-shirt. We put it on a one of our book bags.
Oh,
So
that's
they're called blankets. I mean, they're called quilts, not blankets.
You never know where you're going to get some inspiration.
No. So we got a lot of neat little cute sayings like that we put on the bags. And so we're going to give some of those away. We have 8 different colors. They're $9.99 each, or $49.99 for the pack of 8. And we're going to give a whole pack away these. We're going to give 2 customers some of these. So Kennedy, do you have that wheel ready to go?
Oh, I do, Blaine.
So Jane, I'm gonna let you do the honors.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
You got it.
Ready for the wheel, Arlene. So are we. All right. Roxanne Sexton, congratulations watching on YouTube today. Thank you so much for joining us, Roxanne. You're the winner of those event bags. You're a lucky winner because I love those bags.
They are the best. They're the best.
All right. So let's go ahead and get another winner.
Okay. What should I do, Blaine? I don't know what to do.
I'm waiting on Jane.
Oh, I thought we were going to, let's give the 2 away and then we'll tell them all what to do.
Well, no,
Okay.
I'm saying tell Kennedy to whatever she's got to do.
I thought you meant go down to the website and fill it out so we can say where we're going to ship it all. But no,
Paula is
Kennedy.
actually telling her.
Oh, Paula told me. Okay,
Paula,
Paula, I hear you.
So I got to read
We are
Paula's
Okay, yeah,
comment.
it's Paula's turn, guys. I was waiting for Paula.
All right. Paula's telling you, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
This is for you, Paula. Let's do it.
You are finally catching on now. There we go.
Oh, Tony
Ooh.
Cobarubius. Congratulations,
Ooh.
watching on YouTube today. I hope I said your last name okay.
Now, what do we got to do, you guys?
All right, Jane, let them
Good.
know how they can claim their prize.
Oh my God, I can't wait. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize, Tony. Just go to the bottom of the website there, fill everything out, everything you can fill out about yourself, so we know where to send your prize to. How'd I do, Blaine? How'd I
You
do,
did good.
Kennedy? Is that it?
Perfect, Blaine.
Did I forget
Perfect.
anything?
All right, next up, we are going to give away. What do we want to give away?
Can I pick? Can
Yes,
I do one?
let Kennedy
Okay.
pick what we're going to give away.
Okay, I think I'm going to listen to SMP Nation. I feel like they're telling me to give away a Singer iron.
Let's do it.
Okay?
Love that. Great idea.
Right, there it is.
So Kim Wolf is coming in. So Kim is telling you, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woo!
All caps there.
Kim, you got to come into the store and say it.
I love it, Kim.
Vicky says, Kennedy, spin that wheel. Oh, Babette Watterson, congratulations. You are our winner of the Singer Iron. Super exciting watching us on YouTube today. I hope you're having a great time. We love having you here. To claim your prize, just go to smplive.tv, fill out all the information. You're going to scroll down to the bottom, fill out your info, and then we know where to send your iron to. Thank you, Babette.
Woo!
That is awesome.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in celebration, Jane, of
Yeah.
our next guest. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in celebration of Angela Wolf,
Yeah.
we're going to give 2 of her signature series Wolf Pack hot pink sewing mats away.
Perfect prize, Blaine.
So we're going to give 2 of those, and we're going to let you pick your size of mat, whoever wins. But this is going to be for the Angela Wolf Pack hot pink mat. And so Angela Kennedy is telling you to, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay.
I love that Angela is telling Kennedy because she wants an Angela mat.
Yes.
Terry Meyer, you are a winner. Terry Meyer joining us on YouTube today. Thank you so much for being with us here today, Terry. We love having you. All you need to do, go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Fill out the information at the bottom of the page, and we'll send it out to you.
And most importantly, Jane, Terry, let us know what size of that Angela Wolf mat you would like to get.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I'd go with extra large.
You know what? That
All
is
right.
the most important. You're
So
right.
do we have
Sorry.
anybody else giving Kennedy some direction for the next
Oh, yeah,
spin?
Bernadette.
There it is.
Bernadette, I see Bernadette.
Bernadette Evans.
Bernadette's
is
into it.
saying, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
This is for you, Bernadette.
Do we know where Bernadette's from? Because if so, you could have an accent from some other places of the country.
Like Blaine, spin
Like
that
Blaine.
wheel.
Or Boston. Oh, just Julie. Julie's the winner watching us on YouTube. Congrats, Julie.
Is that Kermit?
So, Julie, you just won yourself a signature series Wolf Pack Angela Wolf sewing mat. So just to claim your prize, go to smplive.tv, scroll down to where you say claim my prize, fill out the information, and most importantly, tell us what size of mat that you would like to get, and we will get that shipped out to you.
I want to know how early Julie got in the game at YouTube just for her name to just be Julie.
No, exactly.
Like, there's a lot of
True.
Julies out there, and it's not
Yeah.
Julie 1, 2, 3, or it's just Julie.
She
That
is
is true.
the Julie.
That
She's
is
the
true.
Julie. She's just Julie. It's
All
great.
right, I'm feeling, Jane, that we need to give something a little bit up our game, just a little bit more.
Okay.
Maybe a sewing machine.
What?
What do you think?
I love it. Let's give the sewing machine.
All right, we're going to give a Necky K132 sewing machine away. You see it right there on the screen.
Oh yeah.
All right, so looks like Simone.
Yeah. Simone.
Is it Simone or Simon?
She said, "Spin that wheel, honey."
She
I'm
says
on
it like this.
All right, so
Kennedy,
Simone, I'm going
'cause
to
she
talk.
says
I'm
it
gonna,
slow.
so
Yes.
Kennedy, here's Simone.
Okay.
Kennedy, spin that wheel, honey.
Oh yeah.
And you need to use your accent and lean into the honey.
Yeah, you got to be a little like.
Lean
Gotta
into
get
that
the
a little
voice.
bit, Blaine.
That is awesome.
Carol Coleman, congratulations. Watching us on Facebook. We love having you here, Carol. You are the winner of the sewing machine. Wow.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's really great. How excited is
Certainly.
Carol right
Hey,
now?
so
Pretty
Carol,
excited.
go to smplive.tv and scroll down to where you see claim my prize and just hit that, fill out the information and hit submit, and we will get that machine shipped out to you promptly. So you know what we need to do right now?
What's
that?
Jane?
Yeah.
Let's bring Angela Wolf in.
Oh, yes.
What do y'all think?
Oh, I think yes.
Clap your hands.
All
All righty,
Everyone's
let's
clapping.
bring the world famous Angela Wolf, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, Angela. Oh, look at your hat. So cute.
I know. So earlier today I was wearing this,
Ah.
which equated to a very bad hair day. And now I'm wearing this, and Win walked in and he asked a few questions, which I won't repeat. So I guess I will go back to maybe this.
Well, what I love about the first one, I love the second one, but the questions are pretty funny. The first one sort of matches what Blaine and I are wearing. It's like a mixture of both.
All right, hold on.
Yeah,
I have to get with the Jane and Blaine
Jane
team
and I've
here.
got our bling on, Angela.
Right.
All right. You know, I think I'm going to have one of these all year. If you're having a bad hair day, these things rock.
I'm telling you what, I haven't fixed my hair all week, Angela.
Okay. How's that?
Super cute.
Well, you know what, Angela, you
You're
missed
so
a lot of fun,
adorable.
but you're here now, and we're super excited to see what your little project is because, you know, I didn't ask any of y'all that are doing the education what your projects were. I just said, will you come and do one? And, you know, we started out the week, you know, we've had, you know, Reen came in and did a project. We had Carly Bell. We had Chris talk yesterday. You today, got Joanne Banco tomorrow. So we're super excited to see what you're going to do. And so I'm going to get out of here and let you and Jane chat a little bit. And I'll see y'all back here in about an hour or so.
Thanks,
That sounds
Blaine.
good. Bye,
Good.
Blaine.
Okay. Hi, Angela. How are you?
Okay, so this was tricky for me. I got my head on crooked. This was really tricky for me, Jane. I just flew back yesterday.
I know because
Last
you've been
evening.
gone for like a week,
And-
right? You took the boat down.
Yes. So I'm thinking, what am I going to make for Christmas for last minute gifts? And so Win says, by the way, you have a whole list of gifts that you have to make. So Jane, you got to see this. I'll
Okay.
show it to you close up, but
Okay.
my little nieces are twins and they are, they just turned 4. They're two, 4. So check this out. They love bling, but sometimes the bling can get like a little stiff. Check out this cute little skirt.
Oh, how cute.
They're going to
is
go
that?
crazy. I even put soft fabric underneath and a little matching bag. So
What?
could
That
relate
is
to a lot of people, but that's what I'm making.
I love the layers on the skirt. That is just too cute. It's perfect gift for a little girl.
Yes. And this could be used for a gift bag, which I'm making like 10 of these.
And it's just that easy to make the gift bag.
Super easy. Like maybe 5 minutes.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, we'll go with 20.
Okay. Well, I get you. Some people would take 5, some people would take 20, and some people maybe take 45, but just kind of how quick you're sewing. That skirt is super cute. So you're going to show us how to make both right now.
Mhm.
Okay, good. Hey, I'm glad that you're back. I'm super excited that you're here. I could talk to you literally for the rest of the day, but we want to see what you're making. We want to learn how to do it. So I'll let you have it.
That sounds great. All right. By the way, congratulations, Wolfpack. I was watching the whole winning. Tony, congratulations. Babette. Oh my gosh. Congrats. Blaine always has like the best giveaways. So, okay. Now maybe you don't have anyone to make little skirts for. It's okay. You could still like use this. Actually, it'd make a really good Christmas tree skirt. Been kind of in that mode. But this is a little skirt. I'm going to show you how to do the circles. This can be itchy on the skin, so I grabbed a different knit. Very easy project. Now, maybe you don't need that, but you will need a little gift bag of some sort. And you can make these in any size. So this is little sparkles, a little bit of fleece on the inside, which you'll see. I haven't cut the zippers yet. I wanted you to see everything. And a little handle. So really cute, easy. It's all sewing related. You can use any sewing machine. So it's a beginner, easy project, but we'll gather them all up. I've got a bunch of little gifts. I can't tell because my sisters are watching that will fit in here perfectly. All right, so let me switch my camera on you. Here we go. Let's go back. This is where the skirt originated. Hold on 1 second. Make sure that I get this off the screen. Sorry about that. Okay. So the fabric that I chose, these are the supplies that you will need. I bought 1 yard of sparkles, and this is just a lightweight. It's a light stretch, but these are the sequins that look like really expensive sequins, but you can sew through them. The fabric does not fray, so you really don't have to hem it if you don't want to. The bottom fabric is a Ponte knit. This is a less expensive Ponte knit. The girls are 5, right? They don't need a $25 a yard fabric. Sorry, Treese. But there you go. That's the mother and my sister. So I think she'll approve of this, though, because the girls love sparkles. So here's what the fabric looks like by itself. A great drape, but the back side is scratchy. Who wants a scratchy skirt? Nobody. Who wants scratchy on the inside of their bag? Nobody. So inside of here is fleece. So I bought 1 yard. This will make 2 skirts and about 10 bags. So I'll start with the bag, and then we'll do the skirt last. So for the bag, you'll have 1 piece of fabric, and I cut mine. I've made these all different measurements just because of the fact that, move my table here a little bit, just because of the fact that it depends what's going in it, right? If it's a gift bag, this will be little gifts for the girls. They'll probably carry it and put their little makeup in there and stuff. But all right, so this is 14 inches, actually 15 inches with the seam allowance. So 15 inches long, 1 piece, 15 inches long. And the width on this is, let's see, 6.5, and then add a seam allowance. So 7.5 or 8 inches wide. That's what I have here. For a zipper, I only had 14-inch zippers laying around. All you need is a zipper that's wider than this. So I probably could have gone even less with a 10-inch. You also need some ribbon for the handle. This is just inexpensive ribbon that I found at the craft store. And I'll try to make these pretty close to the same. Just cut that off. They had a lot of cute ribbons. Also, you want to make sure on your ribbon that you pick something that can, I doubt you're going to throw this in the wash, but you want something that's a little sturdy because it's going to be the handle, especially if it's little kids that are going to carry it around. If it's just for a gift bag, maybe you don't even need a handle. Totally up to you. Okay, so this is cut, just so you know, 12 inches long. Fold that in half. I'm just going to stick a pin in there to hold that. You also need, so you've got your fabric, this and this. You also need a piece of fleece. This is fusible fleece. So see how the has a little bit of, I don't know, this has texture to it. This is the fusible side. It's kind of stiff, which if I were to make a bag out of this, that might be a little bit of a hot mess. Well, it could still be like a slinky bag or something, maybe a lingerie bag. Hey, there you go. But I wanted it to have a little bit of hand to it. So this fleece will be pressed to the back of the sequin fabric. Take you over to the iron just to give you a couple tips here when you're doing this. Oops, there you go. So if you've ever worked with any type of sequiny or, I don't know, kind of slippery fabric, you have to be very careful. I, at one point, put an iron on top of here, even though it had the iron shoe. And guess what happened? I ended up picking off these little sequins off the back of my iron for about an hour. So don't ever press this this side up, even if you have an iron shoe. So flip this over, and what I had here, this one's already pressed. So I'll just show you what this looks like though. So you'll lay your sequins face down, feel your fleece, the side that's a little rough, layer that on top. I usually cut my fleece just a smidge smaller than the fabric so it doesn't get on my good iron. Now when you're pressing this, press and hold. I like to give it just a little steam, press and hold, but don't hold it too long because depending, there's a lot of different sequin fabrics. And these are not melting, but yours might. So you want to be really careful. If you really want to be careful, put a press cloth down. As you can see, I've got sparkles everywhere. And if you've been following my live shows for the last 3 weeks, you'll know that there's glitter all over my studio. And there will be until like January 10th. All right, so here's my fabric. This is pressed to the bottom. It basically makes it like one nice piece of fabric. So let's go to the sewing machine. Okay, I'm going to bring my zipper, everything with me. So for those of you, now I only had a half an hour here. If you want to join for like an hour or so, I would be adding monograms to this, which I will be for my bags. I'll put, I don't know, initials or Merry Christmas or all these things, because a lot of the gifts I buy are smaller, jewelry or little fun things, little trinkets that will fit in here. Even if I'm doing a larger bag, imagine this could be a great wine bag as well. I will put like a monogram with their name. Now, if you have family that likes to re-gift everything, maybe be careful what you put on there. All right, so here's my zipper. Just close it, and I'm putting it face side down. So there's my opening, face side down. Just make sure that your zipper teeth is away from the edge. I'm going to put my, you know what, I'm going to take this hat off. Okay, it's ringing bells on top of my sewing. Okay. I have my needle in the far left position. I'm not even using the zipper foot because you want to make sure that you don't stitch too close to that zipper teeth with these sequins, or you'll pluck them all off every time you open it. All right, so a little back stitch. I'm using a 3.0 stitch length just because this is such a thick, you've got the fleece and the sequins. Of course, these are fake sequins, so I can sew right through them. If for any reason you were sewing this with real sequins, you would literally have to pick all these off in the seam allowance. That's for a whole nother show. All right, get to the end. Get you a little closer here. Now for the bag, do you want it to open at the top, the bottom? It's totally your choice. I usually like to have my zipper down just a little bit, then it leaves a little top opening here. So if this is going to be my top opening, you have to imagine this is what the bag is going to look like when it's closed. I want a little handle above that so I can hold it from here. So this little piece here that we have, I'm just going to layer that on top of, actually I think I'll do it right below the zipper here. So that's one layer of fabric. I'm just putting the handle right there. And, you know, a really good idea if you're going to make a whole bunch of these, like I'm going to do, that fleece, this fusible fleece you can buy by the yard. So I bought a yard of that, a yard of this, and any other color you want to use. Just press a whole big piece of fabric and then cut your bags. That way you can add your monograms all at the same time or no monogram, and you're ready to sew. So here's my first side of my zipper that we sewed. There's my handle. You can see there's my zipper teeth here, right here. So now just fold your bag up and scoot it up. Make sure that your sides, I'll take you out just a little bit so you can see my whole bag. Make sure the sides line up here. And I'm lining it up to the edge of the zipper. I prefer to sew with my zipper on top just to make sure I'm not sewing through anything crazy. Now this is not a metal zipper with metal teeth, but that's what I usually sew with, so it's just a habit of mine. So now I'm literally lining up the edge of that zipper here, bring it a little closer, with the edge of the fabric. Make sure that your handle's tucked in. Oh, by the way, I see some of you commenting. Yes, my live show yesterday, there was no sound. I told you it was the best show ever with Reen and Carrie Cunningham. So I will play the replay this weekend sometime. So sorry about that. This was not taught on there, though, just so you know. Okay. There's my bag. Now the next thing you need to do is open your zipper up. Just like that. You just want to make sure you have to get this open right side out. Now, because this is fleece on the inside, it's just a gift bag. I'm not going to go over and put lining in it, especially if it's just for a simple gift bag. Plus, the fleece is nice and soft and it looks just fine. So I'm going to close this. First, I'll close it just so you can see. There's my handle. I want to make sure that's at the top. So there's my handle right here. I'm folding the bag with that part in the highest section. There's my handle. And just put a quick pin in here to hold it in place. There we go. I don't usually use pins, but because I need to hold the camera and this, now open your zipper. This will be your opening. And that looks pretty good. So you can see the whole bag right now. It's folded in half. There's my zipper. I kind of just lowered it a little bit so my handle's right here. You don't have to do that, but it's very easy and quick to do. I'm still leaving my needle in the left position. It's a 1/2 inch seam allowance I'm using. And then when I get up to this zipper here, I'm going to look closer here. I'm just going to hold this in place. If you're using a metal zipper, that you have to be very careful not to stitch over the metal teeth, but these are plastic. This is plastic, so there's no problem. If you get nervous, just use your hand wheel instead of just flying over it. All right, so that side is finished. One thing I do like to do is just go over that zipper a couple times just to keep it close together. I don't want it to open up, especially if these are going to 4-year-old girls that could rip this open. All right, let's go to the other side. Starting at the top. Stitch all the way down, 1/2 inch seam allowance again. Believe it or not, we are pretty much almost finished. I'll take you over to the table, give you a little better view of this here. Okay. So here I have, let's see if I can get my table. There we go. Looks pretty good. Just trim off your zipper here. Now, if you want the inside to look totally finished, just run this through the serger. It will go through with no problem. Snip off the other. You have your little opening. You could box the bottom. There's so many, bags are just so fun and easy to do. But again, this is a fast, easy, something to throw your gift in. Or something for the girls to wear with, carry around with their skirt. Okay, there you go. Is that fun or what? So you have the sparkles, but look at how nice the bag has, like a good, it's nice and stiff because of that fleece versus the fabric. See the difference? Big difference. So that fleece is awesome. Just be careful when you press it. So I've got 2 bags for the girls. And now let's take a quick look at the skirt. Gosh, that was only like 10 minutes. We're doing great. So when you look at this sequin fabric, by the way, because I mentioned it's a little itchy, if you look at the edge, what we call the selvage, what do you see there? Fabric that doesn't have any sequins. So it's not always on every sequin fabric, but it's very common. So what I did is I cut that off because it's soft to the skin, and I'm going to use that for the waistband. If for some reason you don't have that, then use your contrasting fabric as the waistband. So here's my Ponte knit, and I've cut this. So what you need to do is do an internet search for whatever the size waist. Now the girls don't live with me, so I had to call my sister, and the girls are at school. So I did an internet search for what size they were, and it says that 22-inch waist is about what that size range has. So I've taken my fabric here, folded it in half this way, and then folded it in half this way. And there's where I'm going to cut for my waist. Now, you could turn this in. Does this look familiar? You could turn this into a circle skirt really, really easy. But I thought it would be more fun to do it this way. All right, so then here is my piece. Oops, nope, this one's too small. Yeah, maybe it is. I could have sworn it was bigger though. we have to do I Spy in my studio to find my skirt? Well, this will work. Oh, here it is. Like, I know it's staring me right in the face. This is bag fabric. Here's the skirt. I've already cut it. So the skirt is cut just a little bit shorter. So you're basically cutting a square. Here, I'll tell you what this one is. 11, 10, 20 by 20. 20 inches long, 20 inches wide is this one. And then the other one is 30 inches by 30 inches. Whatever fabric you have, though, use that. The sequin fabric was kind of pricey. So I thought, well, hey, I'll have enough to make the bags and make the skirts, and the sequins won't touch their skin, which is kind of itchy. Make sure this is straight. She's a little crooked. Here we go. Okay. I have this folded in half, and then I'm folding it in half again. Now, even though I'm going to skew both pieces, this is how I start it. So let's line up. Right here is the folded edge. So if I need 22 inches for this entire area here, you would divide that by 4. I'm just gonna eyeball this. But you could make a circle if you don't want to eyeball. I'm basically cutting a semicircle right here. You know me, just make it work, right? There's the little waist. Let's see how much we have. We need a little bit more. That's 16 inches. Let's fold it and just cut a wee bit more. I do not have my measuring tape here, or I would be wrapping this around, and you would know exactly what you need. Let's make it a little bit bigger. All right, I'm sure that's plenty now. Perfect, 21 inches. All right, so the next thing you want to do is fold out your skirt, folding the whole piece out. And I'm just going to put one corner up here because you won't be able to see the whole thing. So if this is the bottom corner, this piece here, instead of putting this to match, you're going to skew this. So it'll look like this. Make sense? Okay, now I'm going to take you up to the circle. I agree. I can see some of your comments. I never had time to make the girls' clothes when they were younger. Now I do because I'm sewing all the time. So this way, it's going to be a lot of fun for them. So here's my circle for the waist. So you're going to want to run this through the serger or the sewing machine to hold these together. Just do one more double check. Just make sure that your skewing is where you want it to be. Almost looks like a nice place setting, doesn't it? Like I mentioned, this would make a great tree skirt. Teresa, don't tell the girls that, though. I don't want them to think they're wearing a tree skirt. All right, let's go to the sewing machine. I'm going to sew this together. Yeah, it's super, super easy. You know what you would pay for this, by the way? If you went to buy this at a store, number one, Ponte knit is somewhat expensive. This is a less expensive Ponte knit. And you could use scraps of fabric laying around. If you saw the Brother Show today with Emily and I, we were talking about making pajama pants. And if you have extra fabric in your stash, which you probably do, if you're a sewer, you could just piece together fabric for this skirt too. All right, slide this under. Now I actually ran mine through the serger, but that's really loud. So I'll just do the sewing machine for now. So you could base this in place or sew it. I'm just going to go ahead and sew it because I know it's going to fit just fine using a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Now, one thing I want to point out about this circle is that it's not cut on the grain line. You have a circle. So what's going to happen? This could stretch. So sometimes you want to make sure your elastic fits well. And I don't think, if you're right close to what size you need, you should be okay because the fabric will stretch if you have to get over any hips or anything like that. Usually little kids don't have too much going on in that department, but you never know. All right, so we are sewn together. take you back to the table and we'll check out the elastic. So I'm going to leave this, well, I'll take this with so you can see. I need a remote control. Hey, Blaine, add that to the Christmas list. Remote control. Okay, here's the circle. So this is basically, if I hold this up, it is a huge square piece of fabric. See? Slide it over. A big square. And now I just need to add the waistband. Now, by the way, Ponte knit does not fray, so I really don't have to hem this if I don't want to. It would look really cute with maybe some ribbon or binding at the end. This doesn't fray, so I don't have to hem that either. See how easy this is? All right, so I've already cut my elastic. I cut this 22 inches wide, if that's the width that they need. That gives me a little bit to take off so it's tight on them. But also, if you watched Emily and I today, we were talking about leaving a little opening and maybe cutting the elastic a little longer since I'm not with the girls, just to make sure it fits. So I have a seam ripper. I'll bring it with me. My sister has a sewing machine. If it doesn't fit, I'll make it work. So here's the elastic. You're going to sew that. And then the waistband, which is right here, just fell on the floor. You want to take this and with right sides together, sew this down. This will be your binding, your opening. Now, the one thing you want to check is I like my waistband to be the exact width of where it's going into. Otherwise, it gets too gathery and looks, I don't know, not my favorite. So it looks like I need to go about right here, which would be fine. I will sew that. I'll leave a little extra seam allowance in case they grow and I have to let this out. I think it'd be faster to make them a new one. So I'm going to sew my elastic right here. We'll go to the sewing machine and then we're going to attach our waistband. See you over there. And by the way, we're still not even at, we're at 21 minutes and that included chatting. So if you were like really focused, you could have this finished in no time at all. Okay. For this, I'm going to use a stitch length of 2.5. This is kind of a thin, a little bit of a thinner fabric. All right, there's that. And now let's stitch our elastic. I just go back and forth a couple times. You can use a zigzag stitch if you want. I actually just do my own zigzagging on here. There you go. All good to go. Here's the waistband. And I need to press this real quick, press it open. And let's go do that real quick. If I could remember which camera you're on. Okay, here you go. See, this fabric is a little bit wrinkly. Now, I'm just steaming this fabric. I'm actually not even touching the fabric with my iron. And I do have an iron shoe. But some of this lighter weight polyester, you have to be really careful. You can use your tailor's clapper on there to hold that in place. Mine is on the other side of the room because I was using a different iron earlier. Fold this in half. I just want to get a guide for where this is going to attach. That's the iron, guys. It's not my stomach. But Blaine, I know we've talked about the Laura Star iron before. It's awesome. All right, here you go. I'm just going to give it a little steam just so I know where my half mark is. There you go. Okay, back over to the sewing machine. All right, so for this, I do need just a handful of pins just to make sure that I can make sure that this stays together accurately. So I'm folding my waistband around my elastic. Now, what size elastic are you using? This one is, I believe it's 3/4. No, this is 1 inch elastic. 1 inch elastic is really good for waistbands. I use that for my leggings quite often. It just has enough stretch and subtlety to it, I would say. Wait, I'm going to put this here. subtlety is probably not the right word, but the right stretch and give, that it doesn't stretch out too much. And especially if you're going to have this on for little kids, putting it on and off, or if, for example, your leggings, if you use a thinner elastic, you're going to have to just be really careful. You have to try on the outfit and just see how close it is to holding your fabric up, because the thinner elastic, sometimes instead of taking away, say, 1 inch of the elastic, you'll take away maybe 2 inches. And we don't want our pants to fall off, or our skirt, or anything else like that. At least not before New Year's, right? Okay, so I'm going to put this center point here. That's going to be my center back. So this is the part where I have all my seam allowance for my center back. It really doesn't matter. You just want to make sure that you can see it okay. So I'll take that here. That's my center back. Of course, I'll probably add like a little label in there so they know who made this. The love label, right? Okay. And just kind of give this a little maneuver around to make sure it fits just right. Okay. I actually don't usually pin this, as I mentioned, but with you here, I want to make sure that I sew it the right way. I'm used to, I just wing it. And then you run it through the serger, and if you have to cut something off, you cut something off. Okay, here we go. Oh, I am sewing on the Brother Luminaire, and I'm using the dual foot, so I have it set to cut. Wrong pedal. I'll bring you just a little closer here. And again, like I said, these sequins, this was just in, this was not in the holiday department. I got it at Joann's today, actually. It might have been on sale, but not like the holiday stuff. And just make sure that the sequins won't break your needles, and then you're fine. You can sew right through it. And again, I'm doing this on the sewing machine. Sometimes on my waistbands, I'll do it first on the sewing machine just to make sure the stitching is even. And then I run it through the serger to get rid of all the excess fabric and make it look professional. So I'm basically running I have my needle in my left position, and I'm running my needle right down the edge of that elastic. All right, we made it all the way around. Just do a quick back stitch. And the waistband on my little skirt is finished. How cute is that? So I'll run it through the serger. It'll finish off all these edges. Did I sew over? No. Well, that's funny. I didn't even see that pin. Actually, I'm going to go right back over that one more time. See, you can even make mistakes on this, and you're still finished in a half an hour. I must have just totally sewed right by that and didn't even notice. So much for paying attention. All right, there's the waistband. So the fabric on here is the same fabric that was underneath these sequins, and it's actually soft. If it was rough at all, I would use this fabric as a waistband. So it matches. It looks like it's all the same. And I'll switch cameras on you just so you can see the whole shebang. I think the twins are going to be very excited. I don't know, Teresa, are you in the chat? That's my sister. Okay, let me just switch cameras for you guys. One sec here. All right. I had to get rid of the hat. I was like losing sequins all over the place. Let me get this off here. Okay, so 2 skirts. Now, literally, I've made 2 skirts, 2 full skirts. If I had enough fabric, I would make a matching one. Because I skewed the sequin, see how fun that is? And if the girls don't like points, I'll lay it on the floor and cut it into a circle. You know, big deal, right? And a little handbag, which this is also a gift bag. Open it up. The inside, oh, this is the one I haven't cut yet. The inside just has fleece. Super easy, right? So what questions do you have? What needle did I use, of course, on this crazy fabric? I just used a number 12 standard needle. You could use whatever you want to. But I have one more thing for you real quick. While you're making these gift bags, and I'm going to show this on the Brother Show next week, but this is a wine bag made out of velvet fabric, like that I use for a shirt. Super soft. I used that fleece on there, made it a little stiff, and used up some old ribbon. So another idea for you, but this would be really cute with that zippered bag too. Embellish your own fabrics. So, all right, Blaine, that's about it for me, but I want to just check to see if there's any questions. I know, isn't it fun? Oh, I can't wait to get pictures. We'll see. Christmas pictures with the skirts. I'll have to make myself something matching. Hey, Jane.
Oh my gosh, Angela, that's so cute. You made a full, entire, complete skirt and a bag all in 1/2 hour, less than a half hour. Way too cute.
I
Super
know.
easy, and they look so expensive, and that's the whole thing.
Right. Do you know what you would pay? I was looking even just at little kids, like just basic, like tutu skirts were like $30. This with the sequins and Conti knit would be very expensive. And you know what the best part?
Yeah.
The fabric is soft on the skin for the kids, and they're going to love that.
You would pay about $15 or $10 for that little bag and another 30 for the skirt. So you're in the hole there for $50, and you just did this super fast and easy, and you're done.
Super fast. Even my alarm went off. It said you have to be done by now. I get kind of carried away.
Hey, listen, well, a couple questions. Which machine you're using, the Luminaire?
Yeah, I'm using the Luminaire.
Okay.
It's upgraded to the 3. You know, I was thinking of something, Jane. Those tapering stitches I know because there's a lot of Luminaire owners on here. Those tapering stitches going down the edge of this bag would be really cute. So I'm probably going to add that to this for the next week's project. I'm getting all of my gifts done.
Tapering stitches. That's a great idea. Somebody else wrote, you're not stretching as you sew the waistband. That was.
No, I did not want to stretch because first of all, I cut the fabric to be the same width as the skirt. It just looks more professional than having all those gathers. And also it's not cut on the grain, so it's still going to stretch.
Right.
When you have that circle, if it was cut like on the square, then you're not going to have any stretch. But because it's a circle, see, it still stretches quite a bit just to get over their hips.
Right. And that's all you need to get the hips because it fits the waist. And then Roxanne says she's glad her granddaughters aren't watching now because they would make her make them right now. Barbara says she has 4 sons and 5 grandsons. Maybe she'll make one for herself. And then Teresa says, I'm going to make one in green and in pink.
Oh, I like the pink. They did have pink. I almost got the pink, but I'm going to save that for the girls for Valentine's Day.
By the way, it's funny that you should say that because I was working on some things over here. Ooh. Same fabric.
Look, isn't that great fabric? You can sew right through it.
It's fantastic. I'm making ruffles out of it. So there.
Oh, fun.
I know it. All right, Angela, you are the best. It's so great to see you. I love those projects. You're an amazing, amazing educator and teacher. And we always learn so much from you every single day. You're the best.
Thanks, Jane. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Blaine. And all of you watching, I'll be watching in the chat as I'm sewing all my gift bags this afternoon. So thanks, Jane.
It's good to see you. Merry Christmas, Angela. See you later. All right, everybody. Angela, just amazing. We love her so much. So great to see her. And I'm going to make a bag right now. All right, so let's move on. Our next guest is a manager of customer relations and the face of very many Sew Steady live shows and classes. She is joining us today to talk about the Sew Steady launch kit. Please say hello to our next guest, and that is Stacy Louie. Hi, Stacy.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me come on. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas. It's so great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely. I am actually really excited. We've got so many cool things to show for you. It sounds like I get 3 segments.
You do.
But I am actually a little bit scared to be following the amazing Angela. So I'm going to do my best.
I mean, Stacey, listen, I'm super excited because you do have 3 segments. So you and I are going to be spending the next hour and a half together, next 90 minutes. So I'm going to let you kick things off with this first segment. We'll come back and tell everybody what kind of deal Blaine has for them. And then we'll talk a little bit about the next one and we'll dive into it. And I'll collect some questions along the way. How's that sound?
That sounds perfect. I'm looking forward to it.
Great. I'll be right here if you need me, Stace. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right. So our first segment today, we are actually going to be highlighting our new Starry Nights Ruler Work and Embroidery Club. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to be showing you all of those club contents. So the Starry Nights Ruler Work and Embroidery Club is our first ever club that we have developed that is going to cover from January all the way through August with classes, tools, education, and embroidery designs that are going to last all year long. So we're going to have over 20 different classes in that club. You're going to be getting a giant kit of tools. So that's what I'm showing you right here. I'm going to do that unboxing. You're going to be getting over 16 different embroidery collections with it, which is over 120 different embroidery designs. A font collection is coming with that, along with 30 different ruler quilting tools. So we're going to do some ruler quilting today and show you how those work. And then finally, you're going to be getting the embroidery classes as well as ruler classes. So I'm going to go ahead and show you kind of the contents and show you how it's all going to roll out for you. So when you place your order today with Sewing Machines Plus, they've got a super deal on that, by the way. The entire club value is over $2,000, and the deal they're going to have for you today is going to be $499. That's our launch deal. We're offering that one last time for Sewing Machines Plus because this is kind of the first time we've done a big event for you guys with this Starry Nights Club. So that's our super deal is $499. With that, you get all of those embroidery designs as well as all of the tools, the education, and so on. So when you get your box, because right when you order it, we're going to send you out this box of goodies. You're going to start with this thing that says, please register your club as soon as possible. What's really important is that you go in and register because that's going to get you access to all the embroidery designs. It's going to get you access to all of the club classes for creating the quilt. And then with that, we're going to be able to start sending you regular updates on how the launch is going to take place and getting you the embroidery collections over the next 8 months. So you got to register your class. So that's your little registration flyer that you get. Then you're going to get this awesome calendar. So this calendar is really great because it's not only going to tell you when all your classes are going to be happening, but it's going to inspire you to show you what you're going to be doing in each of those classes. So our classes for blocks 1 and 2 is going to be in January. So you're going to be going ahead and getting the details on when those classes are. So we kind of show you in the calendar that the days that those classes will be held live. And then once they're held live online, then you actually have access to them for life on our Sew City University. That's why you have to go on and register your class. So it goes through. The other really cool thing is that we have these exclusive club offers that are available through our participating dealers only. So for the month of January, your exclusive club offer, if you're a starlet, that's right, when you join the Starry Nights Club, you become a starlet, you're going to get this 25% off of a wish table. And then we go on, and the month of February, you can get 25% off of heart templates. And then you learn about what blocks you're going to be making and give you a little taste of that embroidery collection. So you get this really neat calendar that gives you exclusive offers. It tells you when all your classes are going to be. So you want to hang that up and get ready for that. This is the Starry Nights quilt. So every single, the second Thursday of every month, you're going to get a class that's going to teach you how to make 2 of the blocks in the Starry Nights quilt. That class is going to be focused on the rulers, but guess what? The embroidery collection is going to give you the opportunity to actually make these with your embroidery unit as well. So the second Thursday of every month, we're going to take you through, and it's going to be this exclusive club class that is going to be for starlets only, and you're going to be making this quilt. Now, this is the pattern that comes with it, and it teaches you how to make the quilt with all the rulers. But you'll want to join the live class where our educators will be walking you through it. So in addition to the amazing club contents, you're going to be getting some bonus tools. You're going to get 10 bonus tools. This is our Starry Nights exclusive smartphone stand. That's right, because you're going to be watching so many of these classes online from home. You're going to want to get that smartphone stand out. So we've got our Starry Nights smartphone stand that comes with that. because this is our launch deal, we're also going to throw in this Template Fuse. Now, if you buy this after this initial launch deal that we're giving through Sewing Machines Plus this week only, then you will not get the Template Fuse. This is kind of an exclusive bonus deal for that. And so the Template Fuse basically covers 10 yards and 15 inches, and you use this when you're doing all of that cutaway design that you see right here. You're going to be using the Template Fuse on the fabric to do that. So we provide that roll, but otherwise you can buy that separate. You're also going to be getting one of our amazing, let me reach over and grab this, suspension systems. And you can kind of see that set up back here behind the table. We've got our suspension system right here set up, ready to use, but we're throwing that in as another bonus tool only if you purchase it during the launch period, which is really cool. It's like adding arms to your sewing room, so you get some bonus arms to be able to use when you're doing any kind of projects. So other bonus tools, we have our Bound to Fit tool, which helps you in kind of finalizing your quilt. We've got these really cool, and I'll actually show you how I've got this set up. These are our template sleeves, guys. So you're able to go ahead and hold all of your templates in these sleeves and be able to kind of keep them, I don't know, nice and clean and not scratching each other up. So we're including template sleeves with a couple little charms. We've got a moon charm and a star charm there to go with your template sleeves. We've got some Starry Nights purple stitching line discs. And we can show you how to use those stitching line discs, but it's pretty cool. What you're doing with those is you're drawing out your designs before you stitch them, so you're not wasting a lot of extra fabric if you're testing new design ideas. We've got our Starry Night spacing gauge and necklace. So these are just, again, all your bonus tools. These aren't even the amazing templates that you're going to get. And then in addition to all of that, you're getting a bag full of templates. So all of this comes with it. So the templates that you're getting with it, you're getting a whole bunch of, we're calling these our crescent moons. So we've got a crescent moons, we've got our Starry Nights tails, we've got tails 1 and tails 2 in here. We've got our full moons, we've got our eclipse moons, 5-point stars. Here's our eclipse moons. So I'm just telling you, it's full of amazingness. In addition to that, we have this really cool tool we call our crosshair square, which I'm going to show you here in a minute on how to use. And we did a new tool called our star connector. So our crosshair square in this set is actually a 16-point. We've never sold a 16-point before, and I'm going to tell you it's pretty handy because you use the 16-point a lot in this in these designs. And then our star connector is this really cool new basically circle tool that allows you to connect the points. You know, the goal of quilting is that you're not going to break thread, or you're going to break thread as least as possible when you're doing quilting, because you don't want to have to bury too many threads. So this allows you to really connect without having to break thread and start the next design. So all of these awesome tools, guys, they fit in this bag that comes with it. And so you get all of this amazingness in this awesome bag. And again, this is your Starry Nights kit that we have as a super special deal for Sewing Machines Plus only for the last week here, final holiday push. So here's the club guide that you get with it. And the club guide, again, kind of goes over when you're going to expect to take your classes. It tells you, it shows you every single block, and kind of gets some details on how to create the blocks and gives you a little instruction in the guide as well. But then it shows you how to use the tools, and it shows you your embroidery collection. So what you're getting in every embroidery collection, if you're not an embroiderer, what you're going to be getting is you're going to be getting a design guide, because all of the designs that you see here, you can make with your rulers. So an inspiration guide, it's going to give you an idea of what else you can do with your rulers every time. So all of this is just a little taste of what you can create with your rulers using the embroidery designs or going ahead and using your rulers. And there's little cornerstone designs, border designs, circular designs. So it's just really, really great. And every single block has a design collection with it. That's why we have 16 blocks in the quilt. We have 16 design collections for the embroidery designs. And then, of course, all of the tools that you get with it. So we're super excited to show you how these tools work. And now I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and show you a little project I was working on. It was inspired by one of the bonus classes. So what we're doing is we're offering 8 classes on how to build the quilt that we showed you right here. So there's 8 classes that are going to actually show you how to create this quilt that will be hosted live, and then they'll be stored on the university. Then you're going to get 8 bonus classes, but there's going to actually be a lot more bonus ruler work classes because we have so many educators that have created some amazing content. So you're going to get 8 bonus classes. We're going to learn how to create all kinds of cool stuff. We've got bonus classes on how to create add these designs to the back of a jacket. So this is actually a jacket that one of our educators created. We've got these really fun little bags that you're going to get in your bonus classes. All the bonus classes are going to be hosted on the 4th Thursday. And so you get to go ahead and be part of those and own those classes for life as well. And then we have 4 bonus embroidery classes, which are going to teach you how some of the basics, but then even get into like fancy thread and elegant luxury fabrics and how to combine those with those designs. There's might even be a class using glow-in-the-dark thread and being able to combine the font and the designs with glow-in-the-dark thread. So Starry Nights, I think, really lends itself to that kind of project. So this is just a fun little project I was working on at home. And so I thought I would show you how I used the tools to create this. This is basically just a little pillow cover. And so we've kind of got some star tails used. I've got a full moon. And then I did the layering again here, as well as a chenilling technique that you can use by layering your fabric and then going ahead and just kind of cutting away. So I'm just going to kind of show you some basics on how I use the tools to create this design. And then I'll show you a little bit of how we do the cutaway. We call that template quilting when we do the cutaway. And then we, of course, use that template fuse. And that is what's going to secure down those top fabrics to the bottom fabrics, so when you're washing it and so on, you're not going to get a ton of fray. I didn't use any of that template fuse on my chenilling because I want it to kind of be that fuzzy look there. So let's go ahead and start using these ruler designs and show you how these tools work and even how that connector tool works as well, because that was a pretty cool tool that we were able to show you a little bit ago. Okay, so first and foremost, I told you that we have this awesome Starry Nights crosshair ruler that's a 16 point. So again, that's 16 points instead of 8 points. So our standard crosshair ruler is 8 points, and I'm going to show you what that looks like and how that's used. But we want to sometimes create designs that have 16 points. So here's my 8-point crosshair ruler. This is kind of our standard crosshair ruler size. But in a 16 point, I would have an additional line in between each one, so I could do 16 markings there. I only need 8 markings for the design that I'm going to show you today, so I'm just going to use this one and not open that package. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and use the crosshair square to mark my 8 points. I've gone ahead and bring you a little bit closer there. I've gone ahead and kind of centered the design on this fabric piece here. And so now I'm just going to use a Choco marker, and I'm just going to go ahead and mark those lines here. So I'm marking 8 points again to create this design with my stars and my moons and my star connector. And I'm just going to go ahead and mark those lines there. And again, the Choco marker is great, but it doesn't get that center. And so sometimes you're going to want to pull out like another pen or some other tool to go ahead and get your center marked because you kind of want to get that marked too. So using a water-soluble marking pen, I would recommend to do that. Or sometimes I'll actually just pull out like a pen that is used in the templates to go ahead and do that, because you can poke a hole in it and be able to see that really easily as well. So let's go ahead and create our design now. So I've got my 8 markings right there on the fabric. You can see that. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull out my circular tool. And my circle tool here, I'm going to go ahead and decide what size of circle that I wanted. And so the circle that I created with this design here, I created it using, it looks like I used my 8-inch circle size. And so again, actually I created it using my 11-inch circle size. So this markings on this ruler shows you the sizes of circles that you can create. And it says that you're creating a Starry Night star connector from 16 or 6 to 14 inches. So here I have a 6-inch if I use the A slot. I have a 9-inch circle if I use the B slot. And I have a 12-inch circle if I use the C slot. So I'm actually going to be using the point right down here in the B position to get an 11-inch circle. So that's kind of hard to see on the screen, but that's what we're doing. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to use a pen to go ahead and secure the tool to the bottom of that ruler. So I'm going to pull out one of my pens. Got to find a pen here. And that's just like a normal push pen that you might see if you were to go ahead and use it to push anything into a wall or anything like that. So we're just using a standard push pen on, and we actually send those in with our rulers. So you have that push pen ready to go ahead and use for every ruler that you need it for. And of course, on a day like today, where's my push pen? Okay, so we're going to find a push pen, I promise. This is probably what happens to all of you too at home. Like you plan that you're going to have your push pin in your drawer and then it's missing. And so you have to, make up for it here. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and find my push pin. All right. So I'm going to be really careful and know that my push pin is right there. So I'm going to line up. So now I'm going to get you a little bit closer to the sewing machine so you can get really down in there. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just line up my ruler with the crosshair markings that I have right there. And let's see. All right. I will go ahead and find a push pin. I've got it somewhere around here. I think they fall on the floor a lot too, and that of course makes it hard to find because they're just these cute little pins. Okay. And so I'm just going to do it from the top then. Ideally, you're going to use a push pin that's going to come in from the bottom of the table, but because we're dealing with it this way, I'm just going to put my pen right through the middle of the design, and there it is. So I'm going to line up my crosshair markings for the vertical and for the vertical and horizontal, and I'm just using this pen right here to do that because I can't find my push pin. All right. And so what I'm going to do is I'm lining up the template with the crosshair markings that I just created. I'm going to go ahead and put my machine into a free motion setting, ruler work setting on that machine. Not every machine has a ruler work setting, so it's just really important that you drop your feed dogs. And if you have the opportunity to do that, if you don't have the opportunity to drop your feed dogs, then you can actually just set your stitch length to 0, and you're able to get into ruler work mode. So now I've dropped my feed dogs. I've got my glider mat on here, and we're going to talk more about gliders, the different options for those. And then I'm just going to go ahead and start using my star connector. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of mark my spot there. And actually what I was going to do first is I'm going to go ahead and just draw out this line, because ideally what is going to happen is I'm going to go ahead and use my star connector to go ahead and I'm going to use my star connector to connect every design as I go around. So I'm just going to go ahead and draw these out so I kind of know exactly where my line is going to be. And then I have an idea of where each and every moon shape design is going to go and star design is going to go. All right, so as I go through and just mark my little cross markings there and know exactly where that's going. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and perfect. And let's see here. All right, so now I've got all of my cross markings. And so now I'm going to actually start with creating my first design. So the first design that I'm going to use is my moon. I'm going to use a full shape, a full moon. And then I'm going to go ahead and put a star in the middle of it. So on the full moon, we actually have 2.5-inch sizes provided. And then we also have a 2-inch full moon. I'm going to go ahead and go with the 2-inch full moon. And then I'll do a little smaller circle star to go in the center of it because I think the 2.5-inch full moon would be a little too big. So let's go ahead and start with our 2-inch moon here. And again, I'm going to go ahead and line up the markings on the ruler. So I've got a marking there. I've got the marking that I have at the top. So I want my thread to go through the marking at the top where I want my moon to connect to my circle. And so I'm just going to drop that down again. And then again, when you're doing any kind of ruler work, what you want to do is you want to drop the needle and then have the needle come up. And then you want to pull up that bobbin thread. And the goal there is that you can pull up that bobbin thread and then you have the opportunity to go ahead and once it's up and out of the way, to go ahead and not have to break thread again. So I'm all lined up. I've got my ruler lined up. And now I'm just going to hold my templates in my standard position, go around in the circle. And then this is when I would go ahead and just lift up the ruler a little bit. And then I can pull in my star connector here that I was just using a minute ago. And I can go ahead and connect that to the next position. But first I'm going to go ahead and put my star inside. So the star that we're going to put inside of this design, let's go ahead and pick a smaller star. So I've got a 1-inch star that I could put in there. I've got a 1.5-inch. So I think I'm going to do the 1.5-inch Starry Night star number 1 to drop into that. So it's just going to be a little bit smaller than the moon. And notice that it looks like it's actually bigger than the moon, but it's not, guys, because in the end, when you stitch it, because my needle is always a perfect a 1/4 inch away from any given point on my ruler, I am actually creating a design that's going to be perfectly in the center of this moon. And now I've done that, so I'm just going to lift the foot, keep the needle down. That's another really important thing when you're doing any kind of ruler work, is you want to keep that needle down. And then I'm just going to go ahead and use my star connector to stitch to the next point. So I can go ahead and do that by, again, putting the star connector in place. And I can show you really quick there. You can kind of see a little better. I would have my pin coming up through the center, and then I'm just going to go ahead and stitch to the next star. So I'm just going to use the edge of the ruler, and then I'm just going to move that ruler again, and then we're just going to keep stitching to the next star location, next moon location, and we'll go to the next point. And again, these are all these amazing rulers that come inside our Starry Nights kit. And so you get all of these awesome rulers to go ahead and play with and create your own designs. But then you get all of these awesome classes that you get to take that are going to show you how to create these amazing designs that are part of the overall quilt. So it's just a really, really cool project. The other piece that I get really excited about is this is the first time we've ever offered a series that is actually for beginner quilters that's going to take you through a whole year of education. So you're going to get beginner level classes. We actually have our first class being offered called Ruler Work for Beginners Starry Nights on January 5th. And then all the way from there, you're getting beginner level classes. And then you're going to kind of have your designs and your classes kind of grow from there. So beginner level starts, and then you just keep advancing as you go. And so I'm just going to do one more of these. And then, you know, this design that I showed you has a really, really cool kind of spinning star tails design right in the middle. And so I thought I would show you how to create that star tail design in the middle. So I'm going to go ahead and lift this up. And then now you kind of see how we would keep connecting these. And so I'm just going to go ahead and drop that in. And then we're going to move on to our next point. And then I'll show you how I would go ahead and create that new design. And again, what are rulers for? Rulers are to create some really cool projects. We have some amazing projects that we have. We actually have over 250 classes on our So Steady University that you can learn how to do ruler quilting with. But ultimately, rulers are to teach you how to finish your own quilt at home. So what our goal is to give you the opportunity to do all these amazing projects with your quilting and your different projects, but then be able to take those ruler designs and be able to finish your projects, your UFOs, the stuff that you would send out to a long armor. And so we want to give you that opportunity. And so by teaching you how to use rulers and have a series that teaches you over the whole year how to use rulers, you're getting the opportunity to go ahead and then take those rulers and apply them to your own quilts that you have at home. So I've got a couple of our Starry Nights rulers, Starry Night tail rulers right here. So I was going to go ahead and use the Starry Night tail ruler that we have right here. But guess what, guys? I just ran out of time. So I did show you a few of the rulers that we have right here. Again, just as a recap, take advantage of this amazing quilt package. This club offer, our Starry Nights Club, is going to give you so much amazing education over the next year. It's going to teach you how to start ruler quilting on your own. It's going to give you an inspiration guide for ruler quilting along with an embroidery collection and allow you to really start creating some really neat designs. These are all the designs that you were showing you how to create in that Starry Nights quilt. But in addition to that, some really fun projects along the way as well. So I think we just used up our 30 minutes, but I will go ahead and keep going until I get cut off. No, and we'll
Cindy, we would never cut you off. No, we're not going to cut you off because you get the next hour, but you have other things that you need to talk about. Let me first see, are there any questions before I tell you how you can get this amazing So Steady launch kit? If you have questions, I will ask Stacy right now. Yes, it's called Starry Nights. She can listen to more. Well, Patty, you're going to get to listen to Stacy more because she is going to stick around with us for the next couple of segments and talk about other cool things. Are the rulers used? Oops, I just lost that one. Are the rulers for short shank or long shank? Stacey?
All of them. So we offer our rulers in 3 sizes. That's a great question. So you can get them in what we call our low shank rulers. Those are ideal for actually probably 70% of the machines on the market are low shank rulers. Now I will say most of the fancier newer machines tend to be high shank. So we have that available. And then of course we offer a 1/4 inch thick ruler for long armors as well.
Very good. Everyone's loving the demo. They're going to rewatch it because they want to really soak it in. Again, of course, rewatching it is easy to do because the videos will stay up and you guys can go back and watch a little bit later after the show is over. But Stacey, I am going to tell, while you get reset for the 12 days of deals, I am going to tell everybody how they can get the deal on this So Steady launch kit. You saw Stacey tell you what you get. You saw her do some demoing with it. Well, here you go. It is the So Steady Starry Nights Embroidery Club free template fuse and suspension system. There you go. It's right now, friends, $4.99. It is $4.99 right now. It is the So Steady Starry Nights Ruler Work and Embroidery Club. You got to join the club right now because this is the last time slot you can actually get this pricing. $4.99. Call for better pricing, but $4.99. Do not wait because Blaine and everybody at SMP had to work really hard to get this extended so that we could have this for you today during the Countdown to Christmas special. So this is it, the last time slot you get that you can get this Starry Nights Club, Ruler Work, and Embroidery Club. So join the club, friends. $4.99. It's easy to do. Call 800-401-8151 if you would like more information. And I know here I am back on screen. I was going to tell you all the stuff that you get. It's like a $2,100 $2,100 value for all of the things that you get. Hey, thanks. 30 plus quilting templates, 10 plus mystery bonus items, quilting templates. You get a pattern for 16 blocks, Starry Nights quilt, and the club guide. You're going to get a monthly release from January through August of 2023. And you saw Stacy using the rulers. You saw her showing you the guidebook, and there's a whole list of classes that you're going to get to go along with it. So you're getting the rulers, you're getting the classes, so much included for the great price of $499. It is a $2,100 value, and you're getting it for $499. Again, Blaine and I had a quick call while Stacy was presenting. This is it. This is the last time. If you're thinking about it, great price. Don't be intimidated. You can do it. That's why there's classes to help you through it. And I know Stacy will help you through it as well. So go ahead, call 800. Call 800. What's our phone number? 401-8151, or go to smplive.tv right now to make sure you get this So Steady launch kit. Wow. That was a lot. And that is a lot that you get. And guess what? There's more. So let's keep the party going. Don't get your tinsel in a tangle, because Stacy Louie from So Steady is going to continue on with us now and talk about 12 days of deals. Oh, I know. Can you handle it? 12 days of deals? Yeah, there's going to be a great special promo for the 12 days of deals. And we're going to give that to you as soon as Stacy is finished with her presentation. But if Stacy is ready, we'll bring her right back in.
Let's do it.
Hi, Stacy. All right.
Hi. Thank you guys so much for letting me come back in. And I am super excited to tell you about my 12 days of deals, because not only do I have amazing 12 days of deals for stocking stuffers, but I also have 12 days of deals for gifts under $60. So I'm going to kind of show you some of those deals. But you know what? I always love doing some live demoing for rulers. So we're going to do that at the same time. How does that sound? Okay, so we're going to start by telling you about some of the amazing deals that we have going. All of these deals are going to allow these tools to be 20% off. And so I'm just going to show a few of them as I'm showing you how I would be creating this awesome pillow cover. I'm doing this as a pillow cover. You could be doing this as a table runner or anything else, but this is actually using our ruler quilting and our template quilting to do what we call our circle wreath feather leaf design. So this is one of our 12 days of deals. I'm pulling it off the tree here, guys, because I have my lovely tree over here. And so the circle wreath feather leaf is actually a 2-piece set, and it allows you to create these really, really cool wreath-like designs that I think are perfect for the holidays, especially when you combine them with some holiday-ish fabric, and being able to do some of that template fuse work that we love to show off. So this is one of those deals. So 20% off of this tool right now. In addition to that, we have our ruler foot package that's part of our 12 days of deals. So if you don't have a foot that comes with your sewing machine, you can take advantage of our ruler foot package through Sewing Machines Plus and get 20% off of that. And some of the other tools that I use to create this design. So the circle wreath feather leaf actually creates a circle design at the same time. But if I wanted to create the circular design on the outside of this shape, I have this awesome circles and straights, universal circles and straights tool that I'm going to create that with. So I'm going to show you how that works today too. And that is also another tool that's part of the 20% off super deal. Some other really important things that we have in our $20 stock, or our $20 or less stocking stuffers that are 20% off, our So Steady polish kit. This is an essential, guys, because this allows you to be able to get your sewing surface really nice and smooth and slick. So nothing is going to keep your fabric from moving freely through that needle area. So that is another essential that we actually have at that super deal. Some other tools that we're going to have at 20% off, we have our So Steady Echo Guides. So these Echo Guides make it so you can actually do more with your rulers. So if there's a chance, I'll actually show you how the Echo Guides work as well. But we just have so many of our kind of our essentials that are on that super deal. So one other essential, we showed you that crosshair square and how easily you can mark your fabric with it. Also think about, if you're an embroiderer, how easily you could do placement of your embroidery designs in your hoops with a crosshair ruler. This has become a really popular tool for that as well. And so our crosshair squares are part of that as well. So that's just some of our essentials. We have our stable tape that's part of our 12 days of deals too. So our stable tape allows you to grip your fabric when you're doing ruler work, and that is absolutely an essential. You have to be able to grip that fabric. So this is that design that I'm going to show you how to make today, using, again, your crosshair ruler, and then we're going to use this amazing circle wreath feather wreath template, and I'll show you how to create that design now, because I think it's always more fun to actually demonstrate a design than to have to, you know, maybe have to watch it being created. So let's go ahead and see if I can get some darker fabric so I can show you how I would create this gorgeous Starry Nights template here, or the circle wreath feather leaf. All right, so we're going to go ahead and use this fabric that I have right here. We're just going to start with a design that's going to be kind of on the outside of this gorgeous layered fabric. So again, what I do on this, because I was doing my chenilling technique here, is I layered a couple of layers of just this kind of thinner cotton fabric, and then I layered a layer of this gorgeous green fabric, and then this gorgeous red fabric. Now for template, I would put that template fuse on the back of those to go ahead and secure those layers together, but because I'm actually doing the chenilling where I'm going to be cutting away, I did not use a template fuse on that. I'll only be using it in the center. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you how to create that circle wreath feather leaf design, and I'm going to see if I can get some darker thread for you on here, because I really want you to see it as I'm creating it, and I think a darker thread is going to really help with that. So let's see if I've got my thread options here. I will grab some darker thread. If not, I'll do my best to really get down close so you can see that design as it's being created. I think I'm going to go ahead and just get down close for you. Okay, so we're going to start by marking the fabric again. I showed you how we marked the fabric earlier, so we're going to mark that fabric again. So I'm just going to go ahead and get kind of in the center of that design, and I'm going to go ahead and line it up right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab my Choco marker and mark that fabric. So we've got the marking right there. And this again is white chalk. So you kind of have to get really down in there to see that white chalk well. But I'm going to go with a larger design on this because I've got the opportunity to create a nice big design with the fabric that I'm working with. So in order to make this extended, my lines extended, I would go ahead and just kind of pull that off there, and then I can grab that in the middle and just kind of make the lines a little bit longer using the straight edge of this ruler. So I'm just going to make them a little bit longer that way. And again, kind of hard to see on this white fabric. I apologize, but we'll go ahead and try to make do with it here by getting you as close as possible. Actually, you can kind of see that white. That's great. I wasn't sure you'd be able to. Okay, so got that nice and down there. And let's see here. All right. And I'll go ahead and brush it off. And that's how easy this Choco is to brush off. So again, I use the Choco marker. There's all kinds of different options. I know we have some of our educators that love to use this Pounce chalk, which I think is another great option too. The Pounce chalk allows you to go ahead and actually just iron it away. But I'm just using the basic Choco marker, and it just kind of brushes off, and then you can wash it off when you're done with making the full project. So again, I'm marking my lines, I'm extending my lines, and I'm going to show you how to use the amazing circle wreath feather leaf, which I think for right now during the holidays could be an awesome addition to your ruler collection. We of course have so many awesome rulers in our collection, so it's hard to pick which one you want to pull out sometimes. But you know, if you chose to jump into that Starry Nights, I think there's all kinds of fun things you can do with that for the holidays. So that's a great one to start with. And again, I'm just kind of extending those lines. I've got the light on the machine there. And so I'm going to go ahead and do 16 markings. So in order to do 16 markings, what I'm doing is I'm using the markings on this ruler and I'm just pivoting it from the center point. And now I'm going to go ahead and mark my next line of chalk there. And I'm going to get my 16 markings. Okay. And this is just going to allow me to go ahead and mark, line up my template when I'm kind of going around the design every time. So again, I can extend those lines, and a lot of our educators will kind of do every other line, because a lot of designs you want to go ahead and have like one thing on one line. So you can do that with maybe different colors of chalk, or you can do like a dotted line. Sometimes our educators will use a dotted line to do that. But now I have my 16 markings, so I'm ready to go ahead and get my pen out and start making my amazing design. So let's go ahead and get my pen. And if you were watching earlier, this is that pen that I was trying to use that I couldn't find. So these come with the rulers, as do stable tape. So stable tape is an essential for doing any kind of ruler work. We sell extras of it. And again, that's part of my 12 days of deals. But it's an essential that you'll want to add more stable tape in the future to your template or to your project. So having lots of stable tape, I think, is really important. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm lining up the line that I've put on the fabric with that template. And so I just did a no-no. I actually started my template out and I flipped it on the wrong side. So my template was actually not using the stable tape, which that's kind of a big no-no. So I'm lining my template up with the markings. I'm going to drop the foot again. I'm going to drop the needle, pull the needle up, and then I'm going to lift the foot up. I'm going to pull my bobbin thread up. And again, that's just an essential, so you make sure that you don't have to worry about getting anything in the way. A lot of times, just keep a pair of tweezers on standby for that. If you don't do a lot of quilting, then that's a nice little tip that I've learned along the way from all of our amazing educators. Did I mention that we have like, I don't know, 15 educators that are worldwide that are creating these amazing projects that we have on our Sew City University? So our educators are so awesome, and they have taught me so much of how to create really, really cool designs with these projects. So now I'm just going to move that template down, and really what I'm doing is I'm lining that template up with that crosshair marking that I have right there on the fabric. So I'm moving it down to the next crosshair marking, and then I'm just going to go ahead and stitch along that wreath edge that you see right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and create the wreath design. And voila. And then I'm going to move the template down again and get it, line it up with that crosshair marking and stitch it. So I'm just going to actually stitch along and then move the template a little bit more. So it may not always line up perfectly, but what you can do is you can go ahead and just stitch along a little bit and then come along and stitch some more. So again, I'm going to go ahead and come down, and I'm going to stitch a little bit and then stitch a little bit more. Line it up with that marking. All right, get you a little bit closer. And down, create that wreath design. And one of the rules, like if you get off or anything, oh, I just broke thread. If you get off or anything or something comes up, one of the big rules when you're doing anything like this is you just want to make sure that you can be consistent. So we could call that actually a design, not an imperfection. As long as you're consistent in creating whatever you did, then you're able to go ahead and really keep it up and create a really neat design with it. You're good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of get that in there And all right, I'm going to use the threader on this amazing machine, which sometimes I'm good at, sometimes I'm not. So I'm just going to do it myself, guys. We're just going to thread it with the old eye and get it in there. All right, well, I did want to show you one other thing. So I've showed you how I would stitch out this design, and that's basically how we're going to keep doing it. I'm just going to keep stitching along that design and be able to get you some really cool options for being able to create a wreath design that looks like this, or it looks like the wreath design that I showed you a little bit ago. That's the green and white and the green and red. And what I did with this one, guys, is I just layered it, and then I cut away different layers consistently to create that. And again, if I had accidentally cut 2 reds in a row, then I would just do maybe an offshoot of that on the other side to create a consistent look with that as well. So now if I were to go ahead and show you how to do some of the cutaway, I actually have a couple petals left that I was going to use that for. And then I'll actually show you how I would do a little bit of circle sewing to go ahead and kind of add a fun little element to the outside of this design as well. So in order to do some of the cutaway, we do recommend more kind of like a specialty scissor. Like this is an awesome scissor that you can find from, I'm sure Sewing Machines Plus has some duckbill scissors like this, but I tend to like that. And I also love these amazing scissor options as well. These work great for kind of getting in there and being able to grab just one layer. So I've already started this. I actually already got down to the correct layer. And so once I start it, then I would go ahead and just kind of grab that. So this is just one of the petals that I would want to cut. And I just grab that there, and I just kind of get on the edge, and then I cut along the edge of this leaf. It's our feather leaf design, so we'll call it a leaf. And then cut along the edge. I love the duckbill scissors for this. They just work really well for kind of being able to line it up and feel like you're gonna not mess up and kind of cut away the wrong area. And then you can get a little bit tighter on that too if you wanted. And make that design a little bit tighter. What I recommend is, you know, if you're worried about the stitches staying in place, you can actually go around every design twice. And what's great about ruler work, and you can't really do this with free motion, is you're creating really accurate designs, right? Because you're just following along the edge of a ruler. So you can create these really accurate designs that allow you to go ahead and just really stitch along the exact same line that you just went over. And so it makes it super simple for being able to do that. So this is just what, again, we're kind of showing you really quick how we do our template method. And a lot of our educators love to do this, like maybe when they're sitting by a TV at night, just hanging out with the family. It's just kind of some fun little busy work that makes you still feel like you're being productive. But at the same time, it's not like has to be done at the sewing machine. So actually I was doing, making some fun little summer pillows, and we were on an RV trip this summer, and I just took my little project with me, and I was doing my little cutaways in the back while we were driving down to California. We're up in Oregon here. So it was a great way to kind of just, you know, feel like I had some busy work, but be able to create something fun for the house at the same time. So this is our circle wreath feather leaf, and I just cut out the last 2 there. So what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you how we use our circles and straights tool to create those circular designs. So I'm going to go ahead and take my circle wreath feather leaf template off. I showed you how we started creating those designs. I was not going to have enough time in a half an hour to do the entire wreath, guys. And that's why I had all these great samples to show you on how I would go ahead and just keep stitching along and be able to do it. But I have other things I want to show you. So I'm going to go ahead and show you the circles and straights tool now. And again, that's just a really, really cool tool that allows you to do circle sewing. And you can do that on all kinds of different things. You can do circle sewing to, you know, create a circular project. You can do circle sewing if you wanted to maybe be able to finish a quilt. We've got some really cool examples of that on our website and our university. One of our educators, Donnell McAdams, has done tons of different projects with our circles and straights tool and mat. And so we've got all kinds of things. And if you've ever bought one of our amazing wish tables, Our wish tables come with holes in it, so you can actually do circular designs with that, with the holes in the table, and it comes with a little tool or pen solution that allows you to do that. So our circles and straights tool and mat, I'm going to get out of the bag here, and I'm going to show you how we're going to use that now. So I'm going to go ahead and get my project out of the way. I've got my pen ready to go here, but I'm not actually using the pen for that. I'm going to show you how we do our circles and straights tool a little differently. So I'm going to show you how we're going to go ahead and get this mat out of the way. This is our ruler work glider, by the way. We actually have a few different gliders now. This is a glider that allows you to cover up the feed dogs. And so it's just got a circular hole, but it doesn't have like all of the other markings on it. Why? Because when you're doing free motion and ruler work, you don't tend to need a lot of other markings. But while we're at it, I'll show you our ruler work glider. This is actually our best-selling accessory for our tables, guys, because look at that. It has all of these amazing markings. It has the rectangular cutout so you can have your feed dogs up. It's got a centering ruler along with 1/4 inch markings, so you can get your 1/4 inch markings right there at the needle area. I'll get you a little bit closer so you can see those 1/4 inch markings, and it's got the 5/8 inch markings. So you know when this got super popular, it was when we were all making masks, because of course these markings are ideal for being able to do just small quick projects, or in any of those little home deck projects like making pillows. I'm actually making my little Christmas presents that I'm making everyone this year are those fun little scented heat pads. And so I'm using that to make my heat pads, because you put rice in them and little lavender, and you have like every 3 inches you do a new stitch line. So I'm using the markings on that glider to get my every 3 inch stitch line, so everything's lined up nicely. Okay, so my circles and straights tool and mat, I'm now lined up. So the difference between this mat and the mat that I just showed you is this mat's a little bit smaller. This mat has all of the markings on the right side of the needle. It's got up to 5 inches on the right side of the needle for your straight ruler. So if I was doing any kind of straight project, maybe I was just doing seam allowances, wanting to go ahead and do, simple block making, then I've got that the seam marker right there. If I was maybe creating a home deck project, then I'd use that 5/8 inch marking, and then I've got a straight ruler for that. So it's got all the markings right there at the needle area. The important though is that you use this tool on the mat. You don't want to put this tool just on your sew steady table or on your machine, because this is really sticky, and it's so sticky that we've polished this mat, so it works great on the mat to be able to kind of pull it off and put it back on. But if you get it on a machine or a table somewhere, it's not going to want to come off it quite as easily. So it's really important to use this tool on your mat. So that's on the straight side of the tool. It allows you to have just kind of a nice little bumper to bump up to make sure you get your straight seams. And then this is for the circle sewing side, guys. So it's got circle measurements in diameter from 2 to 30 inches. So let me go ahead and get my project out again, and I'm going to show you how you would do this to be able to make a 30-inch design. So I'm going to go ahead and line up the center of my project here. So right now, if I wanted to create a circle that was maybe right kind of on the outside edges of this design here, then I probably am going to go ahead and make like I'm going to say a 15.5, 16-inch circle. So it looks like I can get 16 inches all the way around. So I'm just going to go ahead and place that crosshairs on the markings for the 16-inch mat. So you see that right there. I've got it lined up with the 16 inches on both sides, and I've got the crosshairs on this tool here. Let me get you a little bit closer so you can see those crosshairs. I've got those lined up with the 16, and I'm just going to go ahead and drop that onto the mat. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the pen more off of that. That's a nice sharp needle, and I'm just going to put the center of my project right there onto the pen. So I've already done the crosshair markings on this, and I've already put a pen in the middle of this, so I kind of know where the center is. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that right there. And so now I am ready to create my circle. So how we do this is we actually do it with our feed dogs up. So I'm going to change the foot on my machine. And first though, I'm just going to kind of twist this around, and I'm going to make sure that I've got all of my project inside my circle here, which I'm going around, and it looks like it's going to be no problem, guys. Got my whole project inside my circle. So I'm going to go ahead and change though the foot on this. So I'm just going to go ahead and change out the foot just using the screw on this machine. Every machine is a little different. And so I've got my ruler foot off now, and I'm going to go ahead and put on just a standard foot for this machine. And so now I've got that. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to the settings on the machine to just a standard straight stitch. And so I could, though, imagine this, I could do some really fun designs, because every machine has some really neat little designs built into it. So what would look cute with maybe my my leaf designs that I have from the project here, I could do a little zigzag. I could jump in and maybe add some more leafy like designs. I could just do like a fun little S line on the outside of this. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to try a fun little S line. And that's just, again, using the stitching, the different decorative stitches that are in the machine to go ahead and create some fun different designs with that. So I'm just going to use a cute little decorative stitch that looks like just kind of an S shape. And I'm just going to go ahead and do that with this circles and straights tool. So this tool makes it so you can do some really fun designs. And it's really quick if you choose, you know, kind of a more simple design. Now, if you choose a little bit more intricate design, then you're going to spend a little bit more time watching the machine do its thing. So as you can see, I've chosen this little cute little S design there, and I'm going to get started, but I know I'm just a little bit out of time. So I'm going to ask her to extend this for me just a minute so I can show you how the circle works. Okay, so dropping the foot, and so I've got to go ahead and just start stitching. And notice how the feed dogs are just taking it in a circle for me. Now, if I wasn't doing this on multiple layers of fabric, then I would go ahead and do this where I would be able to have some stabilizer on the back of this. So you would make sure that you kind of got a little bit more stiff fabric, because it is important that you have that. Now, of course, my needle broke. So my amazing stitching did not happen, but you can see I use this circles and straights tool right here to do that stitching. So if you want to come on and talk about some of these 12 days of deals and the 20% off, now is a great time, or we can go ahead and keep threading the needle and I can show them how we do this all the way around.
Stacy, I am going to first ask if anybody has any questions, and a lot of people talking about what table are you using? We're going to get to that next, friends. Don't you worry. We're going to get there. Ask your questions now while Stacy's fixing the needle. Then I'm going to let you go and you can really fix the needle. I'll tell everybody about the 20% off. People are saying, can't wait for table time. They need the circle for sewing. More. Great. Demo smart. Can't wait for tables. I'm not seeing questions. So let's just get to the overlay, and I'll tell everybody how you can get the 20% off on the 12 days of deals. That's what it's all about. 12 days of deals. Everything is 20% off. Okay. All you need to do is put in the coupon code SEWSTEADY. That's one word, SEWSTEADY. It's right there on your screen. Use the code SEWSTEADY for 20% off Sew Steady products at smplive.tv. It's just that easy. Just go in there, take the products and deals that you want from Sew Steady, enter in the coupon code Sew Steady, and you'll get 20% off all of those products. That's amazing. I think we should all say thanks to Stacy because, you know, she's giving us those deals. All right, everybody. So keep hanging on here. Use the code. Watch the show. We're going to go back to Stacy, and guess what? It is table time. So we are going to return back to Stacy Louie from Sew Steady. Stacy, hope you had a sip of water and a breather there for a minute because you're doing such a great job. But we want to talk about these tables. And by the way, everybody, remember, it's not too late to be good. So if you're good from now till Christmas, you know, Santa could still come, because if you don't believe, you're not going to receive. Ah, now you feel me. Okay, so it is table time. So let's get back to Stacy and talk about the So Steady tables. Hey, Stacy.
Hi. All right. Well, let's change gears here. Just so you know, I did get that needle threaded. No. So I get to talk about all of our amazing table deals. So during the holidays, we always love to do an awesome table deal that really gets people excited about a couple of our most popular tables. So yeah, again, of course, this year we have exactly that. We've got two super duper table deals. One of them is on this amazing wish table that you see right here, guys. So you can see little parts of it. But right here is in this awesome drawer. This is where I store all of my goodies. Sometimes I even have my M&Ms right here. But I love to keep, this drawer has just all of these great ways to be able to store. So a couple of things that people love about our So Steady tables. They love that you can see through them. So you can put your tools underneath it and be able to access them with ease and be able to say, oh yeah, that's where I put my little bag that I, has all of my scissors in it. Or you can just store them right in the drawer if there's enough room. My drawer tends to be just full of everything. So of course I have my drawers of my cabinet and everything else right there too to store extra goodies in. So the table, being able to see through it is huge. Having the metric ruler on the front edge of the table is something that we offer on every single table that we sell. And that metric ruler, you can kind of see right there. Again, it's this black, and I've got black on the top of my table, so it's a little bit challenging to see it. But the metric ruler is a 16-inch, so you see the 16 inches and the centimeters right there in front of the needle. Another thing that you have on every single So Steady table is this rounded beveled front edge. And that's really important because when you're kind of bringing a bigger project through that needle area, our goal is that we're designing a table for you that's going to keep your fabric running smoothly all the way through your sewing machine. So having that solution is just really, really valuable. So this table comes with the holes. So this is our wish table. So now we're going to start talking about some of the bonus features that you get with a wish table. And then I'll tell you what's included in our super duper holiday package for our wish table. So our super duper holiday package for our wish table includes this awesome wish table, of course, and our wish table was developed by all of our quilters. So it was developed with the idea that people kept telling us what else they wanted to see in a So Steady table, and so we went ahead and created a table that comes with all of those wishes. So this table comes with that big blue drawer, so you can keep kind of things organized, like your pens. We have our echo guides here, our staple tape, our scissors, candy I told you about, and then this table comes a little bit bigger. It's 22.5 by 25 in size. We also offer a giant wish table that's 24 by 32. This one's 22.5 by 25, so it's a nice big size. So you can hold up projects behind the needle area really well as well. And then in addition to that, it's got the beveled edges on all three sides. So what's important is, again, as you're doing any kind of bigger project, being able to have the beveled edges on all three sides makes it so when a project is bigger and maybe it's going off of the back side of it, when you're pulling it back on and doing your different sewing projects, it's not getting caught up on the edge of the table area. So beveled edges on all three sides on the wish table. And then it's got those circular holes so you can do the circle sewing. So we provide a pen solution for that. You stick the pen through the hole on the table, and then you pin your project to it, and you can create, just like I just did with the circles and straights tool, you can create these awesome circular designs using your decorative stitches that are right there built into the table. So our wish table is just amazing, and it's one of those tables that we always love to say you're going to wish you had gotten. So our wish holiday package comes with this amazing wish table, but in addition to that, guys, you are going to get a polish kit. So we told you a little bit about our polish kit earlier, but the polish kit comes with this little vial of polish. In addition to that, we give you a little microfiber towelette with it. And what we recommend you do is you just go ahead and put a little bit of polish on the microfiber towel, and you just go ahead and kind of wax on, wax off, just like They did in Karate Kid. But you're just going to go ahead and kind of create that nice smooth surface by going ahead and just adding a little bit of polish to the table. And then we use that microfiber cloth to go ahead and wipe it away, so it's not going to get on any of your fabric, but it's going to make your fabric move so fast through this. So when we developed this product, we actually went out and talked to a company that creates different waxes. And we said, what is a wax that is available that makes the floor, because this is actually a product that was used on floors, super, super slick and smooth, but is not going to be, affect any kind of fabric. You can wipe it away and not have any residue. And that's the polish that we use today. And that's what makes your fabric move so slick. So that comes with a polish kit. This polish kit is also part of our 12 days of deals that we just talked about a little bit ago. That's 20% off. So you're getting a polish kit with it. You're also getting one of these amazing bags. So this is actually a storage bag. So it's hard to see right here, but I'm going to back you away a little bit. Look how awesome this bag is, guys. So this bag actually makes it so you can store not just your Sew Steady table, but think about all the other things that you could store with this bag too, because you can actually put cutting mats in here. You can put your ironing mats in here. You can put your projects, your rulers. We actually have 2 different sections in this bag. So this bag comes with a double zipper that opens all of the way. So when you're putting your table in, you don't actually have to take off anything. You can just put it right in there. But we do have this little outside pocket. I always love to store my table legs in there. It comes with a shoulder strap, so you can actually kind of hang this from your shoulder area, because this is a big bag. This is 26 by 26 tall to house our Wish and our big table. So it's a nice, large, big bag. We call it our Create bag. You can store all of these cool things inside of the pockets that are built into this bag. So we've got actually 6 different pockets that you can store different notions in that are just built into the bag. And then again, I showed you this large outer bag too. So all of our bags are actually part of the 20% off deal as well, but that's part of our table package that we're offering for the holidays. You get a bag, a polish, and a Wish table. Isn't that amazing? So that is part of that super deal. Again, our Wish table is, one of our most popular tables. The super deal price, I'm going to let them tell you, because they might have an even better super deal price than what we normally offer it at. So I just know Sewing Machines Plus tends to give their customers the best. So this is our Wish table. It comes with 8 removable legs. So let me actually show you how you would go about installing a table like this onto your machine. So when you actually get your table, you're going to, and I'm going to show you, because I'm going to show you on our next table special that we have going on here. When you get your table, it's going to come with these pop-on, pop-off legs. And these pop-on, pop-off legs, you never take a screwdriver to a Sew Steady table, because they just pop on and pop off. So it's super, super simple, and it's got a leveler built into it, so you can go ahead and make it the correct height before you install it onto your sewing machine. So what I typically do is I'll go ahead and pull out my leg, and then I'll put it up against the edge of my sewing machine, and I'll make sure it's about a 1/4 inch lower than the edge of the bed of the machine. And then that way I know that I'm going to go ahead and install it just right where I want it, because all of our tables are designed to be perfectly level with the needle area of your sewing machine. So now I've gone ahead and kind of leveled out that leg, and I'm going to go ahead and level it out to all of the other legs that I have on the table too, and make sure that everything is the correct height. So I've gone ahead and done that. I'm just going to pop that leg on, and I just flip it over again to do so. And now it's ready to put onto the machine. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of show you how I would slide that table on and off of the machine. And again, it's just super simple. So I'm just going to lift this up. And one of the things with having this table that's fit perfectly around your sewing machine, excuse me, I guess I did need a little water, is that you're able to go ahead and have it really steady. They call them sew steady tables for a reason. Because we try to fit to your sewing machine within a 1/16 of an inch, we actually have over 3,000 different CAD designs to fit every machine on the market, guys. That's right. We fit machines like the old featherweights that are 60, 100 years old at this point. We fit tables to fit those machines. So we have a design for pretty much every table that's on the market today. So all we're doing is actually lifting this table up. We're going to go ahead and move it out of the way. And then I'm going to show you how I would install my next table onto my machine. So let's go ahead and push this out of the way, and then I can go ahead and show you the next table. All right. And here we go. So this is my large table. So this is our next table package. Our large sew steady table is our best-selling table size. It's 18 by 24. And it's, it's actually pretty basic. It comes with the beveled front edge that I told you about. It comes with the opportunity to go ahead and have the 16-inch metric ruler. And then on actually this table, we're offering the opportunity to add an etching. So this is actually part of that Starry Nights that I told you earlier about. This is part of one of the embroidery designs that you get in your Starry Nights. You can see that etching pretty well here. So we're offering the opportunity to get an etching with that table as well, if you wanted to go ahead and add a little element. A lot of people have our sew steady tables because they do provide so many great options for being able to see through them, have that portability to them, and so on. So adding an etching, so when you're at a class or whatnot, you know which table is yours, isn't such a bad idea. And so with that, the table package comes with this 18 by 24 table. It comes with the 5 legs that come with the table, and it comes with the polish kit. So our holiday package comes with the polish kit as well. And again, you can use that to go ahead and clean up the table. So I'm just going to go ahead and do a little polish both sides of the table. And this is our large holiday package. So you're going to get the polish kit with it. You're going to get the large travel bag. And I'll show you that large travel bag in a minute because I just showed you that Wish travel bag, which is awesome. But the large travel bag is really cool too. And sometimes people even love to actually polish the bed of their machine because this is just again, this is a non-toxic. It's not going to affect anything besides making it really have your fabric move smoothly around that needle area. So you're going to get that polish kit with that. And then you're also going to get that large travel bag. So here's what our large travel bag looks like. And again, all of our travel bags are available. So you can go ahead and store your table right there in the bag. You can store the legs in that outside pocket. And then they all come with that bonus larger pocket right here. That's, again, the size of the bag. So you have 2 big sections to store items. So I usually put my table on one side, and then again, I put my cutting mat or other tools so I can go to a retreat and be ready to roll. And then I've got, again, all of these bonus pockets. So this one has that double zipper, so you can really open it up all the way. This has actually also been known to store things like the big light boxes. People love to use these to store embroidery units. So our travel bags are padded as well because they're meant to protect our sew steady tables. These are acrylic tables, guys, so we don't want you to have anything happen to them. But they are kind of like glass-like material, and they, do great for doing sewing projects, but you do need to make sure you protect them when you're not using them. So I'm just going to show you how easy it is to store my table inside of my bag, and I'm just going to pop off those legs like that. And so easy to go ahead and pop off my legs, put the table in the bag, and then it actually even comes with, and I'll show you this in a second, comes with a great way to be able to kind of drop it onto your sewing machine bag and be able to walk out, kind of pulling your machine behind you. Every single table bag has one of these back straps. So you're able to go ahead and put it onto your sewing machine bag and have everything walk out together really easily. So that is our other holiday table package. You get, again, the large table, the polish, and the travel bag together. Those are some of these amazing tools that are also, if you have a table that you love today, but maybe you want to get some new accessories, the travel bag, the polish kit are both part of our super duper 12 days of holiday deals. So you can take advantage of those as well. Now I do have a couple other tools that I want to show you now. One of those tools is actually a brand new product that we brought to market just this year, and it's called our Sew Steady suspension system. And it is also part of our 12 days of holiday deals. So let me show you what our Sew Steady suspension system is all about. So have you ever been in your sewing room, maybe trying to put the binding on a project or trying to fix a big item and wish you had more arms? Our suspension system is giving you more arms, guys. We told you a little bit about it earlier when we introduced our Starry Nights club to you, but what you're getting with the suspension system is you're getting the opportunity to be able to hold up projects. So I'm going to show you how it works today. I've got a couple of these arms already set up behind me here. You can kind of see them right there. They're actually attached to my Sew Steady table. So you can attach the arms to your Sew Steady table, but they actually open really wide. So I attached them when I developed this product. I was actually working on my island in my kitchen because I don't have a dedicated space that I absolutely love. And sometimes I just want to like be downstairs with the family creating my project. So I was on the island quilting my t-shirt quilt, and I needed something to be able to hold up that project. And so I actually had these attached to my countertop. And what was great is that it opens up nice and wide. So this is how it comes. It comes in this little box right here, but you're able to go ahead and make that arm bigger, just like so. And then this is how you open the clamp up to make it actually up to 3 inches. So you could attach this to a 3-inch thick cabinet or counter and be able to really be able to get a nice big space there. So that is quite a bit of clamping space there. So that's how you do it, is you just go ahead and roll that up to go ahead and clamp it. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it at that height. And then in order to attach the actual clips that go with that, then I go ahead and just kind of unscrew the little, I guess, washer, if you will, that comes with it. And I put the washer onto the ball of the arm. And then I push that head back on there, and then I just secure it. And now I am ready to go ahead and use this. This is so easy. The assembly of this is so easy. It compacts so easy into a bag or into, you know, any space that you want to take it in, that you can literally take this on the road. You could use this in your RV if you're an RVer. You can take it to any kind of quilt retreat and know that it's not going to be this huge unit that's going to get in the way when you're trying to finish a quilt. But that's how simple it is. And then to be able to attach it, you know, to the edge of a table, I'm just going to go ahead and slide that onto the edge of my cabinet, and then I'm just going to secure it. So I just bring it down to the correct securing point, and you know, it really depends on the project where you want to secure it at. So the arms are actually about 27 inches tall, so you're able to get some really good height when you're doing it, and they're really secure. And then we actually include this little fabric roller, and it allows you to go ahead and kind of, a spacer tube allows you to attach your project to it really easily. So we recommend, if you're doing a smaller project, then 2 arms is really great. You don't need much more than that. But as you get into some of your bigger projects, you're going to want more arms to go ahead and secure it. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take this spacer tool, and I'm just going to kind of put the fabric around it. And then I'm going to move you up so you can see how I'm going to attach it to the actual arm of my suspension system. So I'm going to bring that arm down a little bit, and I'm just going to open the clip and grab it, and now that's ready to go. I'm ready to go ahead and quilt. You can see all of the quilt area that I can actually use. Now the project is suspended. I've got my Sew Steady table working for me. I've got my suspension system working for me. So I can go ahead and create all of my amazing quilt designs right here on my domestic sewing machine and have the project lifted up. You know, we talk a lot about like being able to finish your tops, not just your blocks. You know, when we started really introducing ruler work to the world, that was the big question. You're like, okay, I see that you're doing this on a small block, but can you really finish a quilt top with this? And the answer is yes. We actually for years suggested other solutions for being able to finish a quilt top. There is a product that I'm sure many of you are aware of called the Weightless Quilter. It's a nice big floor unit that works great for bigger projects. This is a super solution for being able to really do, you know, kind of those smaller to mid-sized projects and really be able to hold those projects up. In fact, I recently was needing to finish my a dog bed. I had to sew up a dog bed because my dog loves to chew through his dog beds, and it was huge because he's a big dog. And I used the suspension system to hold up the dog bed so I could mend one section of it so the stuffing wouldn't keep coming out. So it's used for so many great things in the sewing room. It doesn't have to just be for quilting. Imagine this for embroidery too. If you're doing, you know, a mid-size embroidery project, but you need to hold that project up, having those arms right there in your sewing room that are super simple to use, ideal for being able to do any kind of project. So our two-piece Sew Steady suspension system is part of our 12 days of holiday deals. You can actually get that for 20% off as well. And so super, super simple solution for being able to do all kinds of different things. So what else can I show you in my sewing room now, guys? Let me go ahead and see if I can pull down this project here now that I've showed you our amazing Sew Steady suspension system. We've talked about our gliders and how you can use all of those amazing tools. We've shared with you our super duper bags and our circles and straights tool and mat. Let's go ahead and see if we can finish that circles and straights tool and mat. We're going to finish the circle sewing on that. In fact, actually what I'll do is I'll show you how I'm going to do the circle sewing using my Sew Steady table to do the circle sewing because those have the holes built into the table. So let's go ahead and pull this out. I'm going to pull out the project that I was creating earlier, and I was doing that using the Starry Nights tools. So I'm going to go ahead and actually show you how I can use my circle holes in my table to create a circular design using the holes in the table. So with that, it comes with a little pen solution. You can put that pen through the actual table itself, and then you're going to secure the project on the top. And again, we're going to use a pen more to secure the project on the top. So let me go ahead and grab a pen solution. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of just pull out that. And so I'm pushing the pen through the top of the table there. And now I'm just going to go ahead and push that onto the project itself. And this is, again, how you do circle sewing using your wish table that comes with your with all of those amazing other features like the drawer that you see to the left. It comes with the pen solution. It comes with the beveled edges on 3 sides. And of course, being able to see through the table. The wish table actually comes with 7 legs. You get 6 legs that actually secure to the table itself. And then you get what we call our suction cup leg. And that leg is really neat, but basically it allows you to go ahead and it allows you to kind of place an extra support wherever you need it. So that basically is a great solution too. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and create a circular design using the pen solution that's built into our table here. So I've got my design picked out that I started earlier, but let's go ahead and do a decorative design. Let's see if we can do that. I'm going to go ahead and change out the ruler foot. Again, I just put my ruler foot back on, and now I want to actually put one of these feet down that allow you to do decorative stitches. And so I'm going to go ahead and secure that to the machine. And let's go ahead and get this foot on. There we go. All right, so I've got my foot ready to go. I've got my pen in place to secure that. And we're going to go ahead and just create our circular design here. All right. And there we go. All right, so let's go ahead and drop the foot. We've got that ready to go. You're watching as the machine is just creating a really fun little circular design. You can kind of see it come to creation here. And as it's coming around, a lot of times I'll just kind of push away the fabric, just make sure it doesn't bunch up as you're coming around to get, again, that straight. So you just kind of want to keep it flat. And a lot of times you can do a straight design and then you can come back around and you can add a decorative stitch to it after, and it looks really neat. So you can kind of see how we're creating that as we come around. And this is how you use the circle sewing feature that, again, is built into your wish table, guys, and be able to do some really fun things with it. So I'm just going to come around that straight stitch that I did earlier and add a little extra to that. And look how simple it is. How easy it is to create a circular design with your Sew Steady table. So again, we have the option, and when I get to this point, I actually try to get it a little bit slower so I can make sure I'm connecting right where I want to connect. And voila. So I've just created a circular design, super simple, using my Sew Steady table. And you can see right there, just a really fun solution for being able to kind of finish projects or anything else. And again, I just added that to the little Starry Nights project that I showed you earlier. So again, we have so many great ways that you can finish quilts. I've got a trunk show galore happening right here. The project that I showed right here above me is part of our Feathered Dreams project. And you can see that we used the feather leaf to create that design. We have our snowflake designs right here. Imagine finishing a project with snowflake designs. Our snowflake designs come in 4 different sets. They're also part of our 12 days of deals. We've got these fun designs right here. Again, this is using our feathered leaf templates, not our circle wreath feather leaf, but our feather leaf templates to finish that fun holiday-ish project. We have over 250 different ruler classes and projects on our Sew Steady University. So imagine all of the education that you can get once you dive into ruler quilting. I'll tell you that the customers that have really gotten excited about it have been joining us on this, you know, all of the education that we offer, and just get so excited about the new projects and tools and how they can finish their quilts with them. So I really appreciate Sewing Machines Plus for letting me come on and share so much today.
You
Such
sure
a fun
did share a
opportunity.
lot, Stacy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. I feel so lucky that I got to be here. Let me show you my face again.
Oh, hey, that's amazing. A couple of questions for you really quick before we scoot on. People are saying, is it required to use silicone spray with the silicone spray in the Sew Steady tables?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No. I mean, it comes, our tables come really super smooth. They're this high quality acrylic. We provide a polish kit that works great. You can actually use things like turtle wax. You can find it out there in the garage that waxes cars. You can put stuff like that on the table, but you do not need to use silicone spray.
How often are you supposed to polish?
You know, I would say just to like feel your table. If your fabric isn't moving really super smoothly, add a little polish to it. You can really tell when you're moving your fabric around though.
How often, or how do you know what size to get? They've got a lot of sizes on smplive.tv. Then you have the size that are custom fit to your machine as well.
Well, actually, every single table is custom fit to your machine, because what we're saying is we're going to make it so it's a 1/16 of an inch around the bed of every machine that's out there. Now, this is a nice big flatbed machine, so it's got, you know, a lot of kind of a simple design, but there's a lot of machines out there that are cut, you know, all types of different shapes to be ergonomic and everything else, and our table is going to fit that perfectly. So around the bed of that machine, or the arm of that machine, it's going to be fitted to it. So every machine is fitted. So how do you pick the right size table? It really depends on what type of sewing and quilting you love to do and what you're going to really be using the table for. I'll tell you, most people, once they get a Sew Steady table, don't want to sew without it. So I recommend, if you're going to be traveling, our Wish table is amazing because it's not too big and not too small. Our best-selling size table is our 18 by 24, that large table that I showed you earlier. Our next best-selling size of table is our Wish table, that 22.5 by 25. The Wish is just a little bit bigger. It comes with more of those features. It is a little bit more expensive. So either the 18 by 24 or that Wish table are definitely our best-selling tables.
Can you buy the bag separately?
Absolutely. The bag is part of our 20 days of deals, guys.
Oh, that's
so you
great.
Can get, yeah, our 12 days of deals. So you can get 20% off of those.
And is there a light for using the table for a tracing table?
Yes, so you can turn this table into a light box. I didn't even mention that earlier, but we do actually have a light stick solution that is not part of our 12 days of deals, but you might be seeing that on promotion here soon. And you can put that light underneath the table and voila, you have a light box.
So many questions. They want to talk about, you know, the custom made, expediting. How do you get to the bobbin? So many great questions. I would say let's call. Let's get in there and put your order in, right, Stacy, and get this thing going.
Absolutely.
For your machine, because what I love what you said about the Wish table, and I'm certain it's for all the tables, is that you wish you would have bought it when you had the chance.
Yeah, that's right. And so one thing I will tell you is if you're wanting to get this for the holidays, at this point, we're going to promise you a gift certificate to put under the tree, a gift certificate that says your table is on its way. We cannot guarantee at this point because we do require, actually, it's usually 2.5 to 3 weeks to get it to you. And with all of the holiday shipping traffic, we can't guarantee a table under the tree at this point. We can guarantee a table gift certificate that says it's on its way.
All right. Very good, Stacy. Thank you so much. Great information. Everyone is super excited about these tables, including me. Of course, I was stalking them online while you were doing your demo. We've got all the Sew Steady tables are thank you, Stacy, call-in specials only, friends. So you got to call 800-401-8151 if you want to get a Sew Steady table. You saw how great they are. So you're going to get the call-in specials only. And there you go. You can see the website right there. You can see all the tables right there. They've got the different sizes that you can talk about with the representative when you call in for your special. But again, remember, she said all of them are custom made to fit your machine. So you got to tell them what machine you have, and then they make it to fit your machine. That is so cool. I think that you would be very happy with this, including me. And you can see right there, we're looking at the Sew Steady Wish table because you wish you would have gotten it when you could. Now, remember that Wish table was developed by the Sew Steady quilters. It includes all of their wishes, like the drawer, the rounded bevel front edge. It's see-through. You've got that 16-inch metric ruler that's on there. Lots of really great stuff on these Sew Steady tables, and also lots of options that you can either add on or you can go without. The etching idea. So someone say, hey, I wish I would have had it etched. So lots of good things here. These are your Sew Steady tables. That was Stacy Lewis. These are call-in specials only. So be sure to call or go to smplive.tv or call 800-401-8151. And don't forget, all of your Sew Steady products online are 20% off when you use the promo code Sew Steady, all one word, for all of the Sew Steady products. So if you're looking for that bag and you wanted to buy that, or you want the polish, those are part of the Sew Steady 12 days of deals and all those products. So go ahead, get to smplive.tv. You'll see it all there. Wow, that was awesome. And thank you so much to Stacy Lewis. Blaine, are you hanging in with us?
Hey, I'm here, Jane. I took a good nap, had lunch, and I'm raring to go now.
Everybody was worried about their Santa Blaine. I'm telling you what.
Yeah, I was MIA for an hour and a half there, so I'm back raring to go.
A full 90 minutes on the treadmill. You just went crazy.
I know. So hey, man, what a great demonstration that Stacy had. I loved all the things that she was showing, and you know what? That my favorite thing that she has is those tables. To me, those tables are just really cool, and how you can just fit it to your machine with a custom cut, and it just extends that work surface. And especially if you buy the polish that they sell and you spray it down and just wipe it off,
So
it makes it
slippery.
extremely slick. So when you're
Yeah.
doing free motion, it's pretty cool.
I mean, I took a ton of notes here. I loved what she's like a polish kit. It's like wax on, wax off, and you do that with that microfiber towel, and it gets that slickness to the table so that the fabric can just slide right through, which is fantastic. The storage bag, they call that the create bag. So a lot of cool things that Stacy went over. That the circle, that's an option that's really cool to
Yeah.
have on your table as well. So
That is
lots of
pretty cool. The
fantastic different
circle-
options with those so steady tables.
Yeah, that circle sewer. I remember, 2-3 years ago when she first came out with that. I was at a convention and she showed that, and I just thought that was the coolest thing, because once you get it set, it just sit there and it just sews itself. It makes perfect circles, so it's really neat. So they got so many great products over there. So for people that are embroidering and quilters and things, that there's so many good things, even all the rulers and things that they have. So, but yeah, if everybody make sure that y'all take advantage of the So Steady, especially the Starry Nights, because this is tomorrow at close of business is the last time that you can get that special $4.99 price, and then it goes back up the regular price forever. And so I had to beg Stacy to let me put it on the show and keep it, because that promotion was over a long time ago.
Yeah, like
And,
the end of October.
Yeah, so I was
she did you a
really
favor there, Blaine.
big time favor. She
Yeah.
did a really big thing for us. So I really appreciate that. So, but hey, Jane, we're gonna go to our next demonstration, and then I'll be back with you in 30 minutes, and then we're gonna show everybody how they can get some sewing mats. But next up, guys, hey, Amber Bingham was supposed to be here. Y'all know it from Bingham Bliss. She was going to come and do a live demo on the SWF 12 needle. And she was supposed to be on yesterday as well. And I think I told y'all, her son took ill. They had to rush him to the Phoenix hospital. And so they are still at the hospital. I did communicate with her last night. And so our thoughts and prayers go out to her son. He's just a young little fella, and we hope the best for him. But anyway, she did, before all that happened, she knew something was coming up. So she shot a real quick video of the SWF. And so we're going to show that video again, the one that we did yesterday. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the SWF and all the great things that come with it. Plus, we got an unbelievable price on this. And guys, I'm telling you, if you've been in the market for a multi-needle, we're going to try to make this thing so attractive to you today that you're going to give them a phone call. So let's roll that videotape, and then I'll be back as soon as it's over.
Hi everybody, sorry I could not be here in person with you guys, but I am here today, and I'm going to be showing you guys the SWF 12 needle machine. I have 2 of these machines, and I just wanted to go over some of the features that it has, also break down how many hoops it comes with, and just kind of an overall game of what this machine has to offer. So first off, I wanted to introduce myself if you guys don't already know me. My name is Amber Bingham, and I am the owner of a shop called Bingham Bliss. Let's get started. I wanted to start today off by showing you guys all the amazing accessories this machine comes with. This machine comes with a total of 2 hoops per size, and I wanted to start off by showing you guys the smallest one that it comes with is a round 4.7 inch hoop, which is really amazing for t-shirt logos. Each hoop you get 2 of, so take that in mind, or keep that in mind. The next size hoop is this 5.9 round inch hoop, and this is also great for, again, logos, back of shirt, back of hat, small sized garments, bags, lunch boxes, backpacks, names, anything that you can get creative with, this little hoop is fantastic for. Moving on to our largest round hoop, which is a 7 inch. And again, I'm going to keep saying this machine comes with 2 of these. So 2 of every size that I'm showing you, you will be coming with the machine. So this is a 7 inch, which is pretty big. I mean, you can put a pretty big design on a shirt with this hoop. So that's a pretty good size for a round hoop. Moving on to our square hoop, this is a 9.4 by 9.4 inch hoop. And this is the size that I would use for any of my items in my shop. I do a lot of baby clothing, birthday shirts, blankets, stuff of that nature. So this would be amazing size for that. It fits pretty much anything in the children category. Also adult shirts, you can use, I've used this for many sweatshirts, adult shirts, any of that can fit into this size. It's pretty much as big as any design that I would want to put on my own shirt. So again, that's 9.4 by 9.4, and you get 2 of them. The largest hoop that this machine comes with is a 14 by 9, which is very large for a hoop. So again, 14 inches by 9 inches. You can do jackets with this one. You can do beach bags. You can do sweaters. Pretty much anything that you can use your imagination and be creative with this giant hoop. So this is a really, really good size that comes with this machine. And again, you get 2 of them. So don't forget that. This machine also comes with the hat hoops. You do not have to purchase these separately, which is fantastic. You get, again, 2 cap hoops, 2 of these. You get 2 cap drivers, and you get the cap frame, which is a like snap and play feature, which I'm going to demonstrate for you guys. If any of you guys are interested in hats, this machine is the machine for you. I have other machines, obviously, but the SWF-12 needle is absolutely fantastic for a hooping hat because, again, this hat frame literally clicks in place like butter, and it is just so fast to use. Okay, so before we move on, I do want to demonstrate how easily this hat frame or cap frame, whatever you call it, fits onto this machine without having to unscrew or take away any of the frame that's already existing on the machine. So this cap frame just clicks in place, and I'm going to show you guys right now how easily that is. I like to hold it because it does rotate, so you don't want to smash your fingers. So you can either hold it by the top of this. I like to put my hand underneath and grab it like that so it's nice and solid so it doesn't roll around on my fingers. With this particular frame, I have labeled with arrows which way it's supposed to go into the machine, because that's something that I struggled with when I first got the machine, was how do I get this cap frame on the actual machine? So I just labeled it so I wouldn't have to think about it again. So I'm going to show you guys right now just how easily it is to snap in place. It is kind of heavy, so you do want to be careful when you're putting this on, that just be aware of how heavy it is, which is a really great feature because it's solid and you know it's not going to break. So let's just go ahead and place it in here. So I have my arrows. You do want to put it underneath the arm, make sure it's nice and centered in there, and then you just see where your clips are and you just clip it in place, just like that. So your cap frame is already on your machine, and it is as simple as that. So what I really like to talk about is how easily this goes on the machine and how easily it comes off of the machine. Because if you're anything like me and you like to just, if I had like a hat order to do and I do those, and then I want to do like a shirt or a blanket or anything like that's different, then it's just easy to snap on and off and just continue your workflow instead of having to take away pieces, screw pieces on, screw pieces off. It's just super simple, and again, you just snap it off. It comes off just like any other frame that your machine comes with. So simple, so easy. I could switch back and forth between my projects with just a snap. So that is how that is. And then I just wanted to show you again how easy it is to put back on here. You gotta get it lined up, snap it in place. The cap driver I have already set on my table. Hopefully you can see that. But it is on here. And again, your machine comes with 2 of these. So you have your cap driver, 2 of these, and a cap frame. So I don't have a cap on here right now, but I just wanted to show you guys how easily it is to snap this in place. You literally snap it, click these down, and if you had a hat on here, you would be ready to go, stitch out your hat, And then if the hat is complete, all you do, lift these up, pull this back out, and voila, you're done. So I always keep my cap driver on my table. That way I can just load a hat, unload a hat. What's really great is that this machine comes with, again, 2 of every hoop. So you can hoop a hat while you're waiting on the other hat. And you can also hoop all your other projects with your other hoops while you're waiting on those if you run a small business or a big business, whichever the case may be. These hoops are awesome, super simple, super sturdy, just a really good option to have for your business if you do hats. So this machine I would highly recommend if you do hats. I did 2 other hoops that I wanted to talk to you guys about that do not come with the machine, but they are a great option in addition to the machine that you can purchase on Sewing Machines Plus website. So I use these actually pretty much on a day-to-day basis, and the first one I want to talk about is the Mighty hoops. These are a strong magnetic hoop. So I use these for my shirts. As you can see, I have a children's shirt hooped in here. And this is the 8x9 Mighty hoop. So I just want to show you how easily it is to hoop on here. I just grab the collar of my shirt, make sure it's going underneath the arm of the machine, and then you literally just snap it right in place. And that's that. So that is a super simple, really nice additional hoop that you can purchase for this machine. And again, everything just snaps in and snaps right out. So moving on to the next one is my Jerky Easy Frames. I really, really love these. I use the Easy Peel and Stick from Sewing Machines Plus. If you guys haven't noticed, pretty much everything I get is on Sewing Machines Plus. And these are really great for anything you don't want to hoop. So I particularly use these for all of my baby blankets because I personalize names, birth dates, I do little messages on them. Whatever the case may be, these frames are awesome. Just slide right in and then you can move on to your next project. So they just click right in place, just like any other frame, and then you're ready to stitch out your project, whatever that may be. So there is that. Now, okay, so I do want to turn on the machine for you guys so you can get a close-up view of the screen. This is a very large screen. It is almost 10.5 inches wide. So I really, really enjoy that feature. It is one of my favorite features on this machine because all machines, not all machines, but most machines come with a screen, but they're just not as big as you would like them to be. So this one is very big. Again, almost 10.5 inches wide. It is a 12 needle machine, which means you can have 12 different colors of thread choices on your thread rack at all times. There is a feature in the machine where you can set your colors as well that I will show you guys, which is an awesome feature. If you like that choice, I personally do a lot of applique designs or embroidery for that matter. So I like to be able to just set my steps and then I can just click on that color, click on that, click on it, and then it's so much easier than having to look at your thread rack, figure out what color and number it goes to, and then put it in. So I'm gonna show you that feature, really, really awesome. Again, I have 5 thread colors that I permanently keep on my machine at all times, on both of my machines actually. And then the other 7 color choices, I kind of rotate out, so I don't set those ones. But it is the option that you have to set it or not set it. It is an LED lighting system, which is really, really nice. It makes it nice and clear, being able to see everything on the machine really nicely. Again, the largest embroidery field it has is 13x8. The largest hoop is 14x9, but again, your embroidery field is slightly off because you have to account for the actual frame. So 13 inches by 8 inches is your largest embroidery field, which is really big. This machine particularly does take a .dst format, and that is the only format it does allow the machine to take. So .dst is the format. And let's see, what else am I missing? Oh, it's 1,000 stitches per minute. But what I like to say is the machine can run up to 1,000 stitches per minute very easily. But I don't like to use it at its full capacity just because I would rather use it at a slower speed so I don't have any hiccups along the way. I have found that around 800 is my max speed that I like to use. I've found that I don't get thread breaks, I don't get any sort of mistakes like on my garments or my blankets when I use at that speed. So again, personal preference, however fast you want to use it, but my particular speed is around 800 depending on the project I'm doing. Sometimes it can go lower, but I don't like to go over that threshold. So let's get into this. I'm going to turn the machine on so that we can go over the screen and get really up close so you guys can see all the different features and icons that this machine has to offer. All right, we have the machine up and running. So when you first turn on your machine, whatever design you previously had on it is going to show up. So this is a birthday shirt that I did for a little 2-year-old named Brooklyn. So this is the last one that I did before I turned the machine off. So again, I'm just going to go over what's on this panel when you first start up your machine. So obviously this is the design that I was doing. Your machine also comes with a nice little stylus, so I'm going to use that with it. All of these things on here are just information about your design that you're currently using. So starting with this little flower, this flower indicates how large my design is. So it's approximately 7 inches or 7 1/4 inches tall by almost 6 3/4 inches wide. So again, using my hoop, I would just compare the sizing to whatever hoop I would like to use for that. This right here is your color choices. So it has 7 color changes. That indicates that. This one is your X and Y scales are down here. So I have this set at 95%, which I'll go over. You can change your X and Y scales. I don't recommend changing them more than 20% per design, so it doesn't mess with the stitching that you have digitized. So again, I kind of go up and down on each design depending on how it will fit into my hoop. These right here are your numbers, which means what color you chose for that particular step. So step 1 is going to be a color 5. Again, step 2 is going to be a color 5, step 3 is color 6, and step 4 would be color 7. And once you get to there, it'll move to the next ones if you have more than 4 steps in your project. I am a self-taught business owner, so everything that I'm telling you guys is stuff that I've just discovered on my own. I've taught myself what all the knowledge that I have is what I'm sharing with you guys right now. So if I skip over some of these, it's just because I simply don't really fully know what it means and I don't want to give you guys the wrong information. So I believe this one is right here how many stitches this actual design has, and this is how many stitches I've stitched out on my machine already, which is kind of a lot. This right here is rotating your needles so that you can choose what needle to start at or stop at. This is obviously self-explanatory. This is your cutting feature, so if you want to cut your threads, you can cut that. This feature right here where you see the O is something I use quite often. So you can move your design around using these arrows right here, or let's see this right here. If you click on that, you can use those arrows too. And anything that you click on any icon on the screen, you just re-click it and it disappears just like that. So again, this O right here, if I moved my design, but I'm like, oh, I don't want it in that position anymore, I messed up, or what the case may be, you just simply hit this icon right here and it'll start it back at the original spot you started at. And this one right here, I believe is just pulling the needles up and down so you can see exactly where it's going to stitch out on. And again, this is just the panel showing you can use your arrows up and down and left and right to move your design around. This down here is my speed. So again, 800 is what I had it at. You can simply use these arrows to go up in speed by 10 increments or down in speed by 10 increments. So up and down however you would like. So that is kind of a breakdown of what this machine has to offer on the home page. Another thing I wanted to point out is the speed. So you can either choose this speed button right here. You can click it, and if you look up here in this little corner, you can see it changing from medium, high, low. I recommend keeping it medium. It's just it's not too slow, it's not too fast, but if you do need to get that very intricate spot, you would like to use low, and you can move it very, very slowly. Again, you have another scissor feature over here if you like to use buttons, or if you like to use the screen, whatever your personal preference is, that's what you can do. Okay, so moving along, I'm going to show you guys what these icons are down here. So the first one is your design folder. So all of these designs are designs that I've actually saved in my computer so that I don't have to resave them. So say I wanted to make this shirt right here in my already saved category, you just click it, and then you're going to hit the check mark because that means you want to use that design. If I wanted to load that design, I would just click load. But if I want to save it completely to my machine, you would hit save and load. I don't typically do that because, again, I run a small business with personalized items. So typically what I like to do is just load it. That way I can just stitch that shirt out and be done with it. So all you would do is click that button, and now you have your next design up and ready to go. And then again, all of the other features that I just went over, stitch count, I would need to set my colors because those aren't set. It just automatically sets it to 1 if you don't change your color. My speed, my X and Y scales, which I didn't touch, which I normally do make them between 90 and 100% depending on the design. So I'd have to go in and change that, which I will show you next. And that is actually in this settings tab, which is the second step I always do when I load a shirt. So this is your settings where you can mirror your image if you want to. You can change your X and Y scales. I never mess with any of this stuff because it's never had an issue, and I've just never messed with it. The only thing I ever do is change my X and Y scale, which, if you don't know what it means when I say changing your X and Y scales percentage-wise, that is just making your image or design bigger or smaller. So if I wanted to make it smaller because it doesn't quite fit in my hoop and I don't want to hit my hoop, I would change it down. So say I want to change it to 90%. You always have to click OK or it won't change it. So say I click that and I hit 90% and then I move down. It doesn't change it because I didn't click OK. So you want to always hit OK. Now you'll see that you changed it because it turns blue. You're going to hit close, and it recalibrates it automatically for you to change the design to 90%. And you can see right here where it changed it from 100% to 90%. Going back into that tab, down here is where you can find multiple other tabs like backstitch. You can change your trim. These are just all features that all the ones in blue are ones that I've changed to associate with the projects that I do. So you're going to have to figure that out by messing and practicing and practicing and practicing on sample items, just trying to figure out like the picker, it was off on me, so I changed it to 2250 and it just seemed to work like that. So these are just different features that you can change. I didn't change any of this. This just automatically was set on the machine when I got it. I did change those. That is, so all of this is your settings tabs. The next tab would be your needle. So your needle meaning how many color changes you have and what colors you want to do. And also in this tab is where you can set your colors, which I talked about earlier. So these are your steps. So step 1, step 2, and down, however many steps your project is. And then the next tab over would mean step 1 and then whatever color you want. So whatever needle number. So say I wanted it to be red. I would just choose my red. It automatically changes it to 9 because that's the color I want to use. So 12, 11, 10, 9, and 8, those are my primary colors that I use every day that I've permanently set into my machine, and I'll show you how I did that. So let's say I want number 1 to be, I'm just going to choose a very bold color that you guys can see, so I'm just going to do red again. So say I want number 1 to be permanently set at red. You would literally just go down to this color tab right here, and I'm on red right now. I want to change, but again, you can change it to whatever color you want. At least get a visual close up color of what you're actually using, because you can't exactly, I don't think, as far as I know, you can't put the exact color in for whatever thread you're using. So I would just then click on number 1 and see how it changed it to red. So this is just the machine's, like, I don't know, code for that red color. So it changed number 1 to red. Now what you have to do is hit save. It's going to ask you if you want to save this color as the color you chose. And I'm going to hit OK. Now you can see my number 1 changed to red. So again, you can do that to every single needle number if you wanted to. Moving on. Another feature on this particular icon that I wanted to mention was, say you're doing an applique project and you needed to stop at step number 2, 3, 4, and 5. You have to put in your color choices, so I'm just going to put in random colors for these. But say you wanted to stop, you have to put the stops in on this machine. But this particular machine, the stop feature is down here. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's red and it has an S. So that means it's going to stitch out number 2 and stop. And then I want to do the same thing on 3, same thing on 4, and so on and so forth. Say I wanted to stop at 8. So those indicate right here what stops you have in your particular project. So super simple. That's one step that I couldn't really figure out in the beginning. I'm like, why isn't it stopping? So that is why you have to put your stops in. Okay, excuse me if I'm talking really fast. I just don't have that much time to show you guys all the features this machine has. This is just a very basic introductory to the machine. Frame icon. This is the frame that I have chosen. So this is where my design is placed on my machine. And I know on this particular design that I like it to be up a little bit higher on the neck. So I'm just using these arrows. Again, you can also use these arrows. The speed is on medium. You can see right here. I can change it to high or low if I want. And say that is where I wanted it and I want to trace it. You have the option to either trace it or outline it. Outlining it would show you exactly where the grooves are on the machine or where the design would stitch out. Tracing it is just a square or rectangle around your design as close as it can get to it. So say I wanted to trace this, I would just go hit play. Don't be alarmed when these warnings come up. It just does that so that you know what you're doing on your next step. Would you like to start the trace? If I hit OK, which means my project is hooped, set on the machine, and ready to go, and I want to trace it. So I'm going to hit OK. Now the machine is imagining my shirt is on there and tracing it for me. It does have a laser light, which is really nice, but you can see exactly where the design is going. Say that that is good. I would then hit close. If it's not good, it's going to hit my hoop. Again, you just make sure you're just using your arrows to try to figure out what position you want your design to be set at. Moving on really quickly. Float, and your float button simply just gives you the option to go back steps if a thread breaks, or go forward steps if you wanted to move to a different step, anything like that. But you have to see up here on this plus sign, so you can click it and it'll go back to minus. I could not figure that out for the life of me, so if you have that issue, that's what you have to do. If you want to go forward steps, if you want to go back steps. So it is on gray, which means I haven't even started this project, so it's not going to let me go back steps, because this is how many stitches this particular design has. I haven't stitched anything out yet, so this will show you right here how many stitches you've stitched out. So say I want to go forward 1,000 stitches. Now it's going to move it, and you'll be able to see on here where it's at. And what I really, really like about this also is that whatever color you have chosen for your design, it's going to show up that thread color on whatever step you're on. So say this was all the red color, all of this is going to be stitched out in red. So you can clearly see what you've stitched out so far. And then if, again, I went forward 1,000 stitches, so that's saying 1,000, and that's just the total amount that my design has. So that is that icon, super simple and self-explanatory. And then these other icons down here are basically just the maintenance on your machine, your system, all this other stuff that you can set, your language, your time, basic stuff that any other machine would have. There is a feature on here that you can use that you can just draw on the screen and it digitizes it and stitches it out for you right then and there, which is this Smart Stitch feature on here. So you can literally pick your color. I'm going to use red because it's super bright. Say I wanted to draw a heart. But as soon as you pick your pen up, or your stylus, whatever you're using, that counts as one step. So even doing a simple heart would be 2 steps because I would make the one loop and then the next loop. But you always have to click on your color again and then make your next step. So that would be 2 steps of a embroidery stitch out is what I guess we call it. So if you wanted to do that, you would just hit this arrow over here and then it's going to show you exactly where it's placed on your hoop. Don't be alarmed by the X. It just means yes, that's what you want. Now my design shows up over here and I want to load that and I want to stitch that out. It's saying it's 2 steps right here. And then I want to set my colors. You see right here, there's 2 steps and I have them both as red. You can choose whatever color you want on here. That's basically how you can stitch that out. Let's see, I'm going to go back here. The other option you have on this feature is uploading a photo. So if I had my disc in here with a photo, so you just upload your photo, whatever that may be, and then you're going to choose you're going to click it, it's going to show up. Basically the same exact thing as the heart, except for it is going to be a picture. So I believe you can do a PNG or a JPEG. I haven't actually used that feature yet, so again, mess with it, play with it, do whatever it is. This machine has so much to offer you guys. I can go on for hours and hours and hours on this machine, but I don't have that much time. So I'm going to give it back to Blaine. If there's any questions, let me know. I hope that you guys really enjoyed this tutorial and I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person with you guys.
Well, there was Amber, and again, guys, we wish Amber could have been here live, but we know that she's with her little son up in the hospital, and so our thoughts and prayers are with him, and hope y'all will say a prayer for him. But guys, again, we got to tell you all about this SWF 12 needle. This is a really great value for the money that you're getting here, and again, you're getting the 12 needle machine, you're getting the cap frame or the cap driver with 2 frames, you're getting the stand, all for $9,999. That's our regular price, but we do have a call-in special for this. So you call in, we're going to beat that price. Guys, we've got an incredible price on the SWF for this week. And what's awesome also about this, not only you're getting 5 different sizes of hoops with this. So you're going to get, and what's really cool about it, you're going to get 2 of each size. So basically you're getting 10 embroidery hoops plus the cap driver with 2 frames for that. So you're getting a total of 12 frames, but you're going to get 3 round hoops. You're going to get a 4x7 inch round hoop, a 5x9 and a 7 inch. And then you're going to get a square hoop that is a 9.4 inch by 9.4 inch. You're getting 2 of those. And then you're going to get that big rectangle hoop, which is a 14 inch by 9 inch. And again, you're getting 2 of each one of those sizes. So that way you can be hooping something up while one is embroidering. The sewing field on this, the total sewing field is a 13 by 8 inch. The machine weighs 85 pounds and it's pretty compact for being a 12 needle machine. And again, guys, we have some financing available for you as well. And I just can't say enough about this. The speed on this is 1,000 stitches per minute. You have that big 10.4 inch touchscreen TV. I mean, a monitor on there. It's about like a TV. And again, the dimensions, and let me go over the dimensions on it. It's 20.5 inches wide, 20 inches deep, and 34 inches tall. And so it is extremely a small, compact, on that. It's got the best warranty in the industry on multi-needle machines. And again, it's, you have a 7-year on all the pulley shafts, drive cables, and all that, 2 years on electrical components, and then 1 year warranty on just the cap frame and the hoops and things. So again, can't say enough about this. This thing has been a huge seller for us. And I tell you, everybody who's got one of these have just been real pleased with it. And Amber, she's one of our customers. She actually bought a 10 needle from us to start out with. And then she bought this SWF 12 needle. And, it wasn't probably 6 months after she bought her first one, she bought her second one. So she has 2 of these 12 needles in her studio, and she keeps these things running nonstop. So she's really been happy with them. So again, guys, just can't say enough about this. And again, what we're doing as well, we're working right now on getting Zoom classes. So anybody that purchases one of these machines, we're working on it to start out next year, that you'll automatically get a Zoom class to help you get going on this. So we've been working on that. Hopefully we'll have that to roll out. So that'll give you all the support, but we give you support for life. Anytime you have any kind of problems, all you have to do is give us a call and we'll take care of it. Anyway, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151 to place your order to ask questions. And you can go to smplive.tv. And when you get on that page, you can scroll in the product bar there at the top and until you see the SWF. And once you see that, you can click on it. It goes right to the product page. You can read all about it. But again, guys, we have an incredible price. Think about that. 12 needle machine with the cap frame, 2 cap frames, a driver, 10 hoops, a stand, all for under $10,000. And that's our normal price. But we're going to beat that price, but you have to call to get that price. So, all right, guys, let's keep the show rolling on. So let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Jane.
How you doing?
I am fantastic. Got my second win. I'm ready to go. I had the big old Mountain Dew, a big old piece of Reese's peanut butter cup. And
you're good to go.
Fired up.
You're fired up. Let's get fired up. Everybody else out there fired up? If you're fired up, put a little flame in the comments.
Now, how do you put a flame in the comment? I want to know. You got to teach me that.
And it's an emoji. Well, I don't know. I see people putting flames and things like that, like fire all the time.
One of those emojis. Okay.
Yeah. One of those emojis.
Hey, guess what we're going to do next?
I'm going to interview you, and you're going to be the presenter.
Yes, I think we'll just do it together. I think. And guess what? I've got an assistant.
Oh.
My lovely wife, Michelle, has stopped by, and she's going to actually help me. You going to come in and help us? So she's here. She's going to help me. She's dressed in her bling too today,
Hello,
Jane.
Michelle.
Got all her sequins on. And so she's going to help me with the mats here. We're going to talk all about sewing mats. Now, Jane, you know these very well because you have some of these at your house
I'm using them right now.
As well.
Yeah.
And so first thing I want to do is I want to show everybody the size differences between them. And then we're going to go through each individual one color. And so we can kind of do that. So I'm going to do this. We got another camera set up, but everybody can see that very well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you see the blue it would be your left of the screen, the big blue, that is the extra large size that you see. And then the red one, big red one, that is the large. Then the smaller blue is the medium, and then the small red is the small size. So you can see the size differences between those. And the big blue one, that's actually for the big, larger combo machines that have the embroidery units that go on them. So, and then the little red one is the small, and it fits like Sergers and some of the smaller machines. So we have every machine covered, Jane, for the size-wise. So I'm going to let Michelle take that out of here. So what I wanted to do is I kind of want to show everybody the colors. We've never really had zoomed in the colors. So let me show this one first. Now this is the Wolfpack, and I'm going to show all these are the small sizes so we can handle them a little easier. But this is the Angela Wolfpack one that has her autograph in the Wolfpack, and it's in a hot pink color. I'm going to lay it right here, and I think Kennedy's going to turn on the other camera so we can get it in the right spot. Let me see if I can get that in the right spot.
That's perfect.
So that's the color. I think
Yep.
y'all can probably see the color pretty good. And if I turn it this way, you can actually read what's on it. So it's got Angela Wolf's signature right here with the little heart. It has the Wolfpack logo right here, and then her Angela Wolf's logo right there. So y'all can kind of see that. Kyle's zooming in on that. And you can get a good look of the color. It's a really pretty pink color.
That's beautiful.
Kind of
I
a hot
love the
pink.
pink color too.
And this
Angela loves that
also
pink.
comes in, they come in all 4 sizes.
Right. And we're showing the small sizes because they're more manageable and easy for
Yeah.
you guys to handle over there, but they come in all the sizes.
Exactly. So this one is basically was designed for inspiration actually from Michelle, my wife.
Oh.
She loves animals and rescues dogs and cats and does transports and all that. So this one actually says on it, best friends. And it has the little, like cats and dogs shadows on it. And then it also has paw prints. And then it's kind of hard to see if Kyle could zoom in a little bit. If you can look right in this area, Kyle, it's also have the shadows there then in a little bit different color. So y'all can
That's
see
so
that. So
cute.
you can kind of see all the different colors and on that. So this is a really nice, and it's kind of a lighter pink color. So it's a really good color. So that's
It's
one of them.
beautiful. I love the cats and dogs. I'm a cat person. It's a great gift to get a person who loves their furry little animals. It could be a meowy Christmas present, if you will.
There you go. All right. So the next one I'm sliding in, if y'all can see, it's
Oh.
exactly the same as the pink, but it's in light blue with a little contrasting blue color, a little darker blue color on it as well. Now, I don't know if it's showing up really good or not, but you can kind of see it in the light a little bit there. There's a little bit, pretty good shot of it. So it's a really pretty blue. It's not showing up. I hope it's showing up good.
Yeah, it's showing up great. Actually, you can
Yeah.
see even the ghosted back prints
can
or
see
the
the
images
ghost.
of the animals as well. Yeah, I love the blue. The blue is great.
All right, so there we go. Yeah, y'all can see the color there really well. But that's the blue one. Really, really pretty color. All right, so here's the next one. This was actually, the inspiration on this design was actually from Laura Cook, our customer service manager. And
Love it.
she says, why don't we have, let's go to the front camera first, Kennedy. She said, why don't we have an American flag?
Love it.
So our graphic designer at the time, I went to him and I said, hey, we want to do an American flag. And I said, can you do something that's waving? So he designed this, and I want you to look at the detail. This thing is absolutely gorgeous. And if we can go to the other camera, Kennedy. You look at how pretty that is. The logo looks fantastic on it. And again, I've got 2 of these that I bought just to put in my trailer and to put stuff on that so they won't slide around. But this thing is just awesome. I love this
it's
one.
just so pretty, and the colors are so vibrant, and especially the design with the waving flag. It actually looks like it's waving. And I love the idea. We all are patriotic. We love our country. And I feel like this is just so beautiful to have in, like you said, in your workshop, but in our sewing rooms.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Christian outdid himself on the design. I tell you, I don't know how he did this, but it just turned out great. And Laura Cook had a great idea with the American flag. So, okay, so now we're going to go to, now this one is the blue. Y'all can see that really brilliant blue.
Mhm.
This is actual, I called brother and got the paint codes that they use on the blue on all their sewing machines. And this is the exact match of that paint code. And so if we can show the other camera, y'all can see the detail on it. And yeah, that blue really shows up good on that camera.
It is brother blue through and through. That's the one I have, and I love it so much.
Yeah. So if you want one to match, the idea that this was to match your machine with one. Now this is a red, and what I did here, I actually got the paint colors from the Janome red that they use, but it also matches the Bernina really well. So that's that really vibrant red. And as you can see, it looks really good. And here's the details of that one. So I'll back it up so you can see that really well. But again, just really, really pretty red color. And I love the red color myself too. All right, so continuing on that theme of matching machines, anybody got any guesses what color this one matches? This is the Baby Lock Gold. And so it matches, I got the code from Baby Lock and matched those colors exact. And it looks so good with the Baby Lock machine sitting on it. And so we really like that. And then you know what's kind of funny? Bernina came out with a machine that one time, you remember that, Kyle, had the gold accents on it, and it matched this mat perfect. Yeah, yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, this is the #1 selling mat we have right here because it does really well. A lot of Baby Lock owners out there. All righty, so the next one.
But again, remember, if you like a color, if you have a favorite color, get the color you love, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
I love it, and we all have our machines, and I love that they match. But I also, it's like I love red, I love gold, like I love all the colors.
Yeah, so this one is I like to call the North Carolina Tar Heels blue because it's kind of that blue color that the college team wears at North Carolina, and so I really like this color. It's a really, really pretty color as well. And you can see that light blue with the logos on it just pops. And again, these are all, very, there's a reason behind these. They're not just for looks. They're actually very useful for what they do for the machine. And not
Michael
only
Jordan would be really happy with you, by the way.
What's that?
Michael Jordan would be really happy with you with your North Carolina blue.
Yeah. Now this one's just a regular pink color, and it's kind of the pastel pink. And again, these are these serve a purpose. Not only are they going to, reduce the vibration from your machine that, transfers to the electronics on these machines, it also reduces the sound, helps, reduce the sound on it. And then it protects the surface that you have your machine sitting on. And again, there's that pink color. And then the fourth, great thing they do, they basically, whatever you have sitting on this, it's not going to let it slide around on it. So that it keeps it in place. So this one, I always like to call it the LSU Tigers down in Baton Rouge purple. And or if there's any Minnesota Viking fans out there, it's pretty much the purple people eaters color as well.
That is the Vikings.
So there that is. Y'all can see how brilliant that purple is too.
And Blaine, I think it's really important. Again, I mean, they're beautiful. They add a great pop of color to your sewing room and your studio, but also, and you talked about this, it's just really important to know the benefits of these mats. Like you said, it decreases the vibration. It lessens the noise. It kind of doesn't let your machine bounce away, especially with those big embroidery machines. You want them to be solid and steady, and with the vibrations, it'll give you a better stitch.
Yeah, it will. It's and again, the machines are so expensive nowadays because of all the electronics and computers. You want to make those things last as long as you can. So that's one of the things about this. It's really going to help. And, I always tell everybody, if you don't have one of these on your machines, you're doing your machine a disservice. So, but this was one of the later ones that we've come out with. This is called Cherry Blossom. And it is a really pretty design color on this. The pattern kind of looks like a quilt pattern. And then it has a teal logo on it. And this has been a really popular one as well. And it's kind of I wouldn't call it a pink, but it's kind of an off, it's kind of a little pinkish color, but kind of a mauve, I guess you would say a little bit. And, but it's just a really unique color, and it just really looks good. So that's one of the latest ones, or later ones. And then the one we got next is the latest one we've come out with. And I love this color. This was it's called teal. And we'll put that where y'all can see that one. And it is just really a good looking color. It's kind of hard to, I don't know if the side camera does it justice, but you can kind of look at right there. You can see the actual color of it. It's just
beautiful color.
Really does.
Yeah. Mint green. I like that. Mint green, Lori says.
So there you go. Thank you. So again, guys, the sewing mats, we wanted to kind of highlight those because we've never really taken the time to show you every single color show you the comparison of the sizes. And what we're going to do, I've got to get Kyle right on the phone right now to call Nick, because I'm throwing a curveball to all the SMP crew out there. Basically, what we're going to do, Jane, if you buy anybody that buys 2 mats, we're going to throw 1 in for free, the same size or a smaller size.
Oh my
How's
gosh.
that?
That's amazing. And everyone's like, oh no, I need more than one. I need more than one. So there you go. Now you're going to buy 2, get 1 for free.
So before y'all get on phones and rush the calls, he's got to get Nick on the phone and let him know what's going on so they'll know. But we're going to do that. Buy 2, get 1 free, but it has to be equal size or smaller. And so I think that y'all will love that. And again, that way you can get a set of them for all your Sergers and all your machines. And we highly recommend it, because I tell you, once you start using these things, you'll love them. And they're extremely easy to take care of too, Jane. You probably already figured that out. You just take some, rag with some warm water and just wipe them down. If you got something on it, you can take a little soap and rub it and then just wipe it off. Yeah,
and like Kennedy said, she uses hers for a pin cushion sometimes too.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Yes.
The pins, they can stick the pins right in them.
Yeah.
I don't like doing that because I don't want to mess up the fabric on it, but you can do that. And if it's a real small little pin, it's not going to hurt it at all.
Yeah, and question, this is a great question right here from Squirrel Jam 53. Is that just for today, or are you going to extend the buy 2, get 1 free till tomorrow?
All the way till close of business tomorrow, or if y'all just make a huge rush on them and we sell out. But right now we've got plenty of stock of mats. We've really been working hard to stock up for Christmas, and but we're going to extend this just to the SMP Nation that's watching today. You're going to get it all the way through close of business tomorrow, which will be 6 p.m. Pacific time.
I love this. Mats for power tools and kitchen items as well. I love that idea. Maybe like a blender or something. Hey, Blaine, what about like a leopard print?
Funny you should say that, Jane. So again, Laura Cook, our customer service manager, she wears leopard print just about every day with something.
Every day.
And I'm telling you, she either has a shirt on, she has pants on, or she'll have flip-flops that have trim. I mean, it's something every day. And she came in one day and we were talking about new ones, and she said, why don't y'all make a leopard print? So I said, Kennedy, take a poll, see if anybody will like it. And everybody just went nuts. Yes, we want a leopard print. So Kennedy and I have been designing the leopard print. We got the design done, and now we just got to get all the things finalized. I got to get it to the factory, get it made. So I'm hoping by the end of January, we're going to introduce our brand new leopard print sewing mat.
By the end of January?
Yes.
Awesome. I love leopard print. I mean, I would do my whole room in leopard print too. So, I mean, Blaine, yes, please.
Jane, you will be obsessed with them.
All right.
They
So you know
are
me
adorable.
saying blueberry mats too, Blaine. All right. So we got to tell you a little bit about the blueberry. So we reordered our brother blue, or no, I'm sorry. We reordered some of our purple mats that we call the LSU purple.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a different color that came in. And what happened, we didn't get a whole size run. We just had we were getting refilled of sizes that we were out, and they messed up on the color, and it came out. It's kind of between the brother blue and the LSU purple, and it's kind of this Concord grape color. So we just started calling it blueberry because it kind of matches a blueberry.
Cute.
And so we have a few of those in a couple sizes, and we just been giving them away. But you know me, we're thinking about going ahead and putting that in the production run of that color, because a lot of people have seen it, absolutely love the color.
I think you should absolutely do blueberry. And I haven't seen like a vibrant green. You have the teal, you've got the gold, but like what about a bright green, like Kelly green, like your jacket or
something right now in the chat right now. Tell me if you would like to see a Kelly green, because we did a green as one of the test ones, and the color that came out, I didn't really like it too well. And we let some local customers in our stores kind of vote on some, and they didn't really like the color. So maybe we got the color wrong. But tell me, if it's a really pretty Kelly green, would y'all like that color? Tell us in the chat right now. Just give us a number one.
I used to not love green, and now I'm obsessed with green. I want everything to be green. I have an idea, because this is what happens when we talk about things. I was like, oh, we're going to do a sequence one, like our shirt, or like, the fabric that Angela used. But I know we can't do sequence. However, your designer could create fabric that looks like sequins. It's like an image of sequins. So it'll appear to be sequins, but it'll be the same fabric that you use for the mats.
Yeah,
Wow.
we can do a lot of different cool things. And so we're working on some other things, which Kyle can kind of tell you. I've worked on one design. I kind of started working on it 2 years ago, and I still don't have it. But it's kind of a cool thing. I don't want to give it away in case we don't ever do it, but it's kind of a cool deal. If you can just think about maybe the top of your sewing cabinet or table. That's all I'm going to say. We were trying to work something out that it was kind of a cool idea if we can make it work. So, but yeah, we can do just about any kind of design or colors and anything with our mats.
I love it. I love it. Sky's the limit. We're all giving Blaine some ideas. Snake skin, zebra skin. We got that one. Yes, I do, Roxanne. I love to put Blaine on the spot with my ideas. Oh, mouse pads. Tie-dye.
Tie-dyed. I've had people tell me they wanted a cow print, like a cow hide.
Like spotted. Oh, there's so many. There's so many things.
There's so many. So
Ooh,
says Blaine,
orange.
what
I love
about orange,
orange.
Matt? You know me. She loves that orange. I know you know me likes that orange. So
Do you know what
never
I
know.
love? I love yellow.
Do you?
I love yellow. A bright
That's
canary
Michelle's color.
yellow.
Well, we're going to figure out, we're going to come up with some new for 2023. We're going to have some new mats we're going to introduce. One of them is going to be the leopard print that Kennedy and I have been working on, and we're going to come up with a couple more. Try to pretty quick, just to kind of keep things new and fresh and keep coming out with new things. So y'all stay on the lookout for that. But today, guys, you have 12 colors to choose from, 4 different sizes. And right now, till Friday close of business, buy 2 mats, you get 1 free. And guys, these are all about $49, $44 and $49. So that is a heck of a deal.
I love it. Oh, I love this one too. Anne says she wants a mat that says love, joy, peace, and kindness all over it. I love that. Oh, or you could do that in like graffiti font. Like it could be totally like punk rock too.
They're just, the sky is the limit with these, I'm telling you. What? Well, hey, Jane, guess what? We got a special guest next.
Yes. Yes, we do.
And guess who it is?
It's Joanne Banco.
It is. Joanne is here. And guess what, guys? We have our very own stabilizer, and it's called the Stay Perfect Stabilizer. Kind of like our tables, they stay perfect. And we have this specially made for us. We absolutely love this stabilizer, and I'll put it against any stabilizer in the industry. You take it, and if you call me up and say, hey, I hate your stabilizer, I'll take it back. I'm telling you, you will absolutely love our stabilizer. We have it in rolls, and we have it in the pre-cut sheets, which is
I love the pre-cut.
fantastic. And I sent Joanne a bunch of different sizes, and I said, what do you think? And she said, I love this so much, I want to come on your show and demonstrate it. I said, all right, let's do it. So I'm going to let you introduce Joanne and let her do some Stay Perfect, and I'll see y'all back in about 30 minutes.
All right. Well, she is the biggest cheerleader here of sewing, and she is a brother ambassador, and she is a tremendous educator, and she's got loads of enthusiasm, and she likes to share that with all of us. So please welcome to the show, Joanne Banco.
Hey, Jane.
Hi, Joanne.
Hey,
How are
everybody
you?
in SMP land. I'm here with bells on.
Of course you are. You look great. It's so good to see you, Joanne.
Oh, my.
Joanne, I'm excited to hear about the stabilizer. So I could talk to you again for a super long time, but I want to give you your full half hour. So take it away. Tell us all about this amazing stabilizer.
Okay. Am I able to get my slides up on the screen? I hope. I've got a few pictures. Terrific. All right. Everyone out there in SMP land, if you're an embroiderer, tell me if you have more than one type of stabilizer in your sewing space. I sure hope so, because we need a whole variety to really make this work well. And Blaine, thank you for sending me those packages. I am absolutely thrilled with each and every one of them, and I can't wait to share some tips, some tricks, and some ins and outs of the Stay Perfect embroidery stabilizer line. Now, we're just sampling a little bit today. Maybe Blaine's going to want me back for part 2 on this one of these days, because stabilizing fabric for embroidery is not a teeny little topic. It's a big topic, but it's a really, really, really important one. So I see people saying, yeah, they've got a bunch, they've got more than one. But the big question is, do you have what you really need? And if you look at my picture here, you'll see that the Stay Perfect line of pre-cut stabilizers. Now, what does pre-cut mean? Pre-cut means time saver, and time saved cutting means more time stitching. And I'm good with that. How about you? Let me know in the chat if you're good with that too. So you see the sizes there, 10 by 12, 12 by 16, 14 by 22, 18 by 22, and 20 by 24. So each of the variety of types of stabilizer that I'm going to show you today, each and every one of them come in each and every one of those sizes. Now, today I'm going to be talking about what I feel are must-haves. You have to have all of these because you're going to need them. And I really recommend, once you see the pricing on this, your mind's going to be blown because the pricing is absolutely incredible. So I say buy each type in each size so you have everything you need to use regularly. So any size hoop that you use regularly, make sure you buy every type in every size because you're going to need all of these. Okay. And I'm famous for a saying that I say a lot: buy it when you see it and you have it when you need it. Okay. And with stabilizers, if you're a midnight stitcher, I'm a midnight stitcher. Okay. Readily admit, incurable night owl. Maybe you're a 5 a.m. stitcher. You're the early bird. Whatever. If you run out, you're stuck, and you don't want to be stuck. You want to keep stitching. So I highly recommend that you stock up on every one of these. And just look at that tremendous size range. They're all listed, they're all labeled, and each package tells you exactly which size hoop you can use for every single cut size that you see there. So Sewing Machines Plus has not only made this super, super economical for you, they've made it super, super easy. So sizes for everyone and every hoop for sure. And I'll be showing you some different sizes in a couple minutes here. So then next, what do we have? I got to share three, I got to educate while I'm while I'm presenting at the same time. I can't help it. This is so, so important. Three top reasons why stabilizer is so very important. It supports the fabric during and, if need be, after embroidery. And again, I will talk about that a little bit when I show you some samples and examples. But you really do, sometimes you can get away with a stabilizer that is temporary. So during your embroidery, it's there to support the stitches and whatever material you have in the hoop. But oftentimes there is a need for stabilizer both during and after the embroidery. And in that case, that means our stabilizer needs to stay there. Stabilizer minimizes movement. Proper prep and proper hooping keeps the fabric from moving. And when we use the right stabilizers, we apply them in the right way, and we hoop them properly, what we want to achieve is fabric that has little to no push and pull. And again, there's a whole lot of variety of tips and tricks that go along with that. But the biggest and most important thing is that when your fabric is secured in the hoop, it is no longer moving, meaning it's not stretching. It's not, sliding from one place to another. There's a lot of push and pull in embroidery. I'd love to hear some of you, if you still love watching your embroidery stitch. I have to tell you, believe it or not, I've been embroidering for about 30 years now. I got into it really early with the very first machine that was on the market, made available to home embroidery people. And I still am fascinated by watching it stitch. It's like watching an artist at work. And naturally, I'm part of that artistry because I'm creating whatever is there in my hoop. So I love doing that. So again, just to reinforce, stabilizer stops the stretch factor. And with knits, that is absolutely critical. Absolutely critical. If your knit is not totally stabilized when you put it in the hoop and you have eliminated all the stretch by using the right stabilizers and the right prep and hooping methods, you are in trouble. Okay. So you want to absolutely make sure that you stop that stretch factor. And these So Perfect stabilizers are going to do the job for you. And stretchy wovens. You know, today, so many of our clothes are woven, not an actual knit, but they've got elastic fibers woven in. So if your fabric stretches at all, and that just means just pull on your fabric across the width and across the length. If your fabric stretches at all, that means you need to stabilize it in a way that will keep it from stretching. And I'll be showing you those options. So let's take a peek at the different types of stabilizers that are in this Stay Perfect line. Of course, there are more. And as Blaine said, they do come on rolls, but I'm sampling today what I consider the must-have. So start with these and then add all your other favorites to it. But again, when you see the prices, you're going to want to stock up for sure. So no-show nylon mesh. This is very popular for t-shirts and more. And again, today I'm just going to give you little sampling and some examples, not meant to tell you everything about stabilizer and every stabilizer for every material. I could do a whole workshop on that. But no-show mesh is also popular for in the hoop projects and a lightweight first layer for layered projects. So some of your quilt blocks and different things that are pieced in the hoop, or your in the hoop projects, like I said, they will often use a layer of no-show. It is made of nylon mesh, because it's very, very lightweight. And when you're layering other things on top of it, you want something that is going to just kind of, you know, lay there and not be noticed. And the no-show mesh is perfect for that. It's also very, very, very stable. It does not stretch. And when you have applied it to your knits and other fabrics properly, it will prevent that fabric from stretching. Very sheer, very lightweight. Next up on the list is medium weight cutaway. So medium weight cutaway is like the next step up from no-show mesh. And I'll tell you, you know, we all have our own methods. And if you've got certain methods that you use for embroidery, you know, go for it. But I've tried to develop everything so that it's faster, more fun, easier, and foolproof. So sometimes I will actually use 2 layers of the no-show mesh if I need just a little bit of extra stabilization, particularly on a knit, but I'm not quite ready to move up to a medium weight cutaway. However, that is the next step up. So it's another must have in your embroidery repertoire. The medium weight cutaway is when the no-show mesh is not quite enough, and even 2 layers of no-show mesh might not be quite enough. So you go with 1 layer of medium weight cutaway. Sweatshirts absolutely positively are, you know, made perfectly to match up with medium weight cutaway. Bulkier knits, and again, of course, stretch wovens. Stretch wovens can move just like a knit. What I love about the Stay Perfect medium weight cutaway is it's stable, but it still stays soft. So, you know, not super soft, soft enough that it feels good against the skin and doesn't, you know, make your garment feel too stiff, but, you know, still remains stable. So that's another must have. Next one is medium weight tearaway. Can't live without tearaway. Now this particular tearaway, I will use all by itself if my fabric is already stable. So that would be my only stabilizer. And you might be getting the picture here that in a lot of cases, we're only going to use 1 stabilizer if we've selected the right one. There are times when we will, you know, use another layer, you know, in addition to it. But, you know, more is not necessarily better when it comes to stabilizer. The right thing is the right thing, and the right thing is better when it comes to stabilizer. So I will use this, let's say on denim or canvas, fabrics that really in and of themselves are stable. So they don't need a lot of extra help. And the key here is they don't need something after the embroidery. So you saw when I first talked about this in those 3 important points, some stabilizers are there both during and after. Tearaway is only there during the embroidery process because we tear it away when we're done. I never use the medium weight tearaway, with fabric, lightweight fabric layered in the hoop. I will instead slip that underneath and float it. So that's why you see me talking about it as a floating layer. There are occasions when you can hoop the tearaway, but in most cases with this medium weight tearaway, because it's crisp and it's pretty firm, I'm just going to simply slip it under my hoop once my stable fabric is already in the hoop in there all by itself. But it is firm, crisp, and easy to tear. Now, I wonder how many of you are thinking, I wish I could kind of read your minds out there. Like, okay, you tear it away from the outside, the excess, but what in the world happens with everything that's trapped underneath? Have you ever wondered that? Well, I will tell you, I had an occasion one time I was doing, working at a show, and at a show, a lot of times, you see a machine running all by itself. Well, most of the time the machines, have sensors that kind of warn you if something goes wrong. Well, for whatever reason, this was a long time ago, an early model machine, and it ran out of thread and I didn't know it. And I stitched a whole batch of beautiful grapes with no thread whatsoever. The interesting thing was I got to see what the tearaway looked like after it was done with that stitching. And it really taught me an important lesson. The tearaway that is left underneath your embroidery stitches is virtually like punched away. So again, it's only there during the embroidery, and it pretty much, goes away then after. It doesn't wash away, but it just got so many perforations that it really just is kind of almost turned to dust. So no worries about leaving that tearaway in the fabric afterwards. Just remove whatever excess you can get outside. Okay. All right. Peel and stick. This is help for projects that can't be hooped. And I'm going to be showing you this in just a minute here, but it's so important to have options for the unhoopables. And there are times when you just simply, you'll see from my sample, you simply can't, get that particular project hooped, either because it's awkward. Jean jackets. I love to do jean jackets, and I'm kind of known for that a little bit with my jean jacket collection. But when you do jean jackets, you're not hooping it. Almost no part of that jacket can be hooped in virtually any regular hoop. So what I do is I hoop sticky stabilizer. Peel and stick from Stay Perfect is perfect for this. And then I simply stick my jacket down to the surface. It's also great for items like napkin corners and handkerchiefs and collar edges. So what this basically is it's a tearaway. So think of it like you would the tearaway and the principles that I gave you for that, but it's a tearaway that is temporarily sticky. And when you are done, you're able to peel most of your fabric away from the sticky stabilizer. Now, I would caution you that you want to, use a little bit of common sense with the peel and stick. Don't use it on delicate fabrics that pulling that sticky away could potentially damage the fabric. Like looped terry cloth towels. I do not use peel and stick on terry cloth towels unless I'm going to leave the whole piece of stick away there, which, probably don't want to do. Okay. So again, all of those are absolutely perfect. We've got one last really important one, and I will get to your questions too. Hopefully we'll have time for all your questions. If not, you know where you can get a hold of me. letsgosew.com. I'm always happy to answer your questions if you don't get your questions answered here. I love to help you. Sew and wash. This is what we use for freestanding lace, otherwise known as FSL. If you ever see that abbreviation and you're not clued into it, that's what it means. Okay. And I'm seeing a comment. Cindy King has hooked on the jean jackets, but she has also hoop them. So I bet you any money, Cindy, you are using a specialty hoop when you do that. There are, let me take back what I said. There are ways, but in most cases, for most of us that have home machines and standard hoops, we're going to want to stick something like that on sticky stabilizer. All right, back to the sew and wash. This looks like fabric, almost feels like fabric, but it washes away in warm water and totally disappears. So think about it. Freestanding lace is an obvious no-brainer, but have you ever wanted to embroider something where you just needed a little bit more body? You know, when we hoop our fabric, we always want to make sure it's snug between the inner and outer ring. And when we do that, we want to make sure that, you know, there's not there's not a lot of extra space around that ring. You know, if you over tighten your hoop screw, you could actually damage the hoop. So what you want to do in a lot of cases, just add a layer of stabilizer that will wash away or go away to just make that fabric a little thicker so that when you're putting it in the hoop, it just has a little bit more thickness to it. All right, I was going to switch over to my other camera, but I think I can do all this from here. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to my regular camera here, and we can take that slide off the screen. Okay, very good. And let me just show you some samples and examples. I'm going to reach for them here. All right, so the first one I have here is a sweatshirt hooped with the cutaway medium Sew Perfect stabilizer. So I want you to see how smooth. We always like to see the wrong side. I'm going to let you hear that in the microphone. Nice and snug and smooth. And if we looked at this on the right side, there is no movement and no stretch in my knit. That is perfectly, perfectly secured. Now, when you go ahead and get your stabilizer order, I would recommend you add a can of temporary adhesive spray, because when I use the Stay Perfect medium weight cutaway, I like to have it stuck to my fabric and secured so that when I hoop these two layers as if they were one, this is bonding them together. So this is one brand that Sewing Machines Plus carries. If you just do a search on the Sewing Machines Plus site for temporary adhesive spray, you will find different ones and choose whatever one you like best. But this is absolutely made perfectly to work on your fabric. So another tip for you is I always spray my stabilizer, not my fabric, because most of your stabilizer, except for the area where you're going to embroider, is going to be cut away. So I'm going to be able to cut away that excess stickiness. And by the way, this type of temporary adhesive, very popular, very common in the industry, and it will basically kind of disappear. It doesn't wash away, but it kind of disappears just from the air after a couple days. So no worries about that. You can also put a warm iron over it and most of it will go away. All right, how about the wash away? All right, tomorrow I will be back. It's kind of big. All right, I got the biggest hoop here because I'm using all of the different sizes that you find in the Sew Perfect stabilizer line. I have got 2 layers of the wash away in my hoop, in my Durkee sash frame, which you will see me talk about tomorrow, because I am getting ready to fill this whole hoop with freestanding lace. And I love the way this hoop keeps that nice and tight. So that's another must-have if you want to do freestanding lace. All right, what about the peel and stick? Peel and stick is perfect for things like this napkin. So what I did is I hooped this whole piece with the paper still on it. So I'll show you on my 5x7 hoop here that I have. Shiny side up, the paper is still on there. And then I'm just going to simply take a pin. Here's how I do it. I score the paper. I usually make an X, and then It's hard to do this in midair, so I'll put this down for just a second. I just get a little bit of that paper peeled up and I tear it away. And once I've torn all of this away, I have an entire hoop full of a sticky tearaway surface so that I can do something like this and do a monogram or some lightweight design. And by the way, if you're hooping in a larger hoop, once you're done with this end, you can simply peel that away a little bit and flip this around and put another napkin right on that other end. And by the way, if you could see, I've actually drawn right on my stabilizer with my trusty wash away marker. And that's another way to use the sticky stabilizer, is just simply draw your centering marks. I drew it from one end to the other and side to side with those hash marks. All right, now last but not least is the no-show mesh. And no-show mesh, again, is absolutely ideal for t-shirts. I've already got this one hooped, but I'm going to turn it inside out so that you can see it. Smooth, snug, and once again, I used the sticky spray to keep that, stuck to the t-shirt so that this knit does not stretch at all in the hoop. Now, this is where I would use the floating layer of the tearaway, the medium weight tearaway, nice and crisp. And so when I put this on the machine, of course, I'm going to get all of that t-shirt out of the way so that I can lay it flat. I like to do that with clips or pins. And then I'm going to simply slip the tearaway underneath and float it. This is what I mean by floating. It's not in the hoop. It's just slipped under just before I start to stitch. And when the first few stitches start taking place on this shirt, that tearaway will be anchored in place. And then the tearaway will all go away. This no-show mesh, which is a cutaway, will be peeled back. I'll trim away the excess. And by the way, I like to trim away the excess with pinking shears. I thought I had my pinking shears laying here, but you'll be seeing my pinking shears tomorrow when I do another project. I like to trim that away and kind of feather the edge, but this prevents that from stretching while you're stitching. And I'll just give you one more little tip. You can see I've actually sliced my side of my t-shirt here. Oh my, that seems like a horrible thing to do. Well, if you can sew, it's not such a big deal to actually split t-shirts like this right up the side seam almost to the armhole. I like to do it on both sides. So I'll just take my scissors and I would continue up this line. And that way I can lay my t-shirt perfectly flat. When I'm done, I pick one of my nice, easy to use overcasting stitches on my machine. I sew a 1/4 inch seam on both sides. I haven't changed the size of that t-shirt at all. And I've just made it a whole lot easier to hoop. Don't have to do it that way, but that's one of my favorite ways to do it. So Jane, you want to come back and hit me with some questions? I'm sure there are a few out there.
Hey, Joanne, that's so fabulous. I can't decide which stabilizer I love the best, but I love them all.
And it does come in everything from smaller sizes to the bigger sizes.
Oh, I love the big size. You were like, I have a whole roll.
And everything in between.
And everything in between. For me, I love the sticky stabilizer. There was a question, somebody asked, if you'd use the sticky, will that come off completely in the wash?
This does not wash away, but if you read the can, and by the way, that's very important because each one of these has a little bit different directions when you use it as far as the distance you spray it. You don't want to overspray. You just need a real light mist. And in a couple days, it just basically disappears. Running over it with a warm iron also helps, but it does not dissolve in water. It's not made to dissolve in water.
Very good to know. Vicky's asking here, what size does the roll of stitchy come in?
I think she means the sticky stabilizer.
Yeah,
well,
sticky.
the pre-cut sheets, which is what I was showing today, come in all the sizes that I showed on that first screen. For all the other, on the rolls and everything, that the So Perfect line, just visit SewingMachinesPlus.com, and you will find everything there under the So Perfect name.
You love it. I love Joanne and the stabilizer.
Stay perfect. Not
Stay
so,
perfect.
Stay perfect. So perfect and stay perfect are matching up together.
Oh, and here's Blaine. Blaine's here because he wanted to say hello.
Hey, Joanne.
Blaine.
How are
Thank you for
you?
my early gift.
You're welcome. Hey, I got somebody who's wanting to say hi to you, Joanne. You gotta get right in here.
Wait,
Oh,
take me out the thing so she can see.
Hello, sweetie. Mwah. Hugs, hugs, kisses. Hey, Michelle.
yeah, Michelle wanted to say Merry Christmas to you,
Oh,
Joanne.
Merry Christmas to you too.
It's like a reunion.
It's wonderful. Did we have any more questions?
I'm just scrolling through, and I think we just answered that one for Vicky up there, but I think we're good. But I think the most important thing is that we need to tell everybody about this special deal that Santa Blaine is doing for the Stay Perfect stabilizers, because man, oh man, I'm online ordering mine right now because I love stabilizer. I go through it like crazy. And you know, Cheryl,
the prices are awesome. They're absolutely awesome.
Do you know Cheryl, brother educator Cheryl? So she one time told me, don't be stingy with your stabilizer. Put the whole thing, cover the entire hoop with your stabilizer.
And you saw that on my samples, and that's why the size that that Sewing Machines Plus has created for each one of these packages, when they tell you right on the package what size hoop it will fit, it will fill outside of that hoop, because that's extremely important. You want every inch of fabric that is in that hoop to be totally stabilized.
Yeah. And that's one tip that I, got a couple years ago, and I forever don't worry about wasting it, because I know I need to cover the hoop because the whole thing needs to be covered. So, Joanne, you're the best. Great to see you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Twice
tomorrow. Great. I'm not going to say Merry Christmas yet because I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Happy sewing, everybody. Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody. Okay, this is amazing. The Stay Perfect stabilizer. Let's talk about it. By the way, it is 20. Oh, is Blaine coming back in? Oh no, we're just going to tell you what it is. All right, 20% off all Stay Perfect stabilizers until close of business tomorrow night. That is tomorrow, being Friday night, December 16th. Everything of the Stay Perfect stabilizers is 20% off. By the way, the pricing is already great, but it's 20% off. Thank you to Santa Blaine. Oh, what do you need to do? Go to smplive.tv to place your order. Or call 800-401-8151, 800-401-8151. Or hey, guess what? Go to smplive.tv and make it happen right now. I know it's good till tomorrow. Just do it now, because tomorrow you're going to want to buy something else. That's just the way I see it. Blaine?
Hey, you're exactly right, Jane. We got a great price on this. And so you need to stock up on stabilizer at 20% off. And the prices are already crazy. And now we're going 20% off all the red prices you see on the website. So again, great pricing. So,
and you know, Jane, how much stabilizer you use. You know it. So stock up on it now, because when you are in June, when you're like, I wish I would have bought the stabilizer, you'll have it.
Well, we specifically went out and got every hoop size we could and made stabilizer that will fit them. And so you can just buy them, and you should be covered if you buy the whole size range with any hoop size you want. So, and it makes it very easy.
So
it's never wrinkled. It won't roll up when you're trying to hoop. It lays flat. It's awesome.
And Blaine, really quick, when they're going to buy it, is it already 20% off, or is there a code they need to use?
They need to have it. There's a code. It's called Stay Perfect, all capital letters, all together at checkout, and it'll reduce it 20% off.
Good to know. Stay Perfect, all caps, one word. Awesome.
There you go. It's on the screen. They can see it right there. So,
yep.
All right, Jane, we're going to continue the show. I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes, okay?
You bet.
All righty. Hey, guys, coming up next is a good buddy of mine from up in Canada. It's Trevor Conquergood. He is coming in, and he's with Floriani, and we're going to talk all about the total control. So welcome, Trevor, to the show.
Right on. Hi, Blaine. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
I am doing awesome. I'm fantastic. Yeah.
It's, hey, are you staying warm? Are you staying warm up there?
Well, I got my hat on, I figured, but the truth is, it's kind of chilly up in Canada this time of year. Have you guys had any snow down in San Diego area, San Marcos?
No, we haven't had any snow here, but like where me and my wife Michelle live, we live right beside Palomar Mountain, and I woke up a couple mornings ago to a white covered mountain. It was pretty cool.
Wow. Wow. So there is a little bit of Christmas magic everywhere. Love it. Thank you
sure
for
is. Well,
having me onto the show. I'm so
well,
happy to be here.
Man, thank you for coming on. We always love when you're on the show. And again, we're going to let you get going because I know you got a lot to cover. And I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. We'll tell everybody about the great special we got.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot, Blaine. You guys are going to be having a great time. If you guys all love the Floriani software, you'll be super excited to hear that we have an update coming out. It'll be like Christmas gifts from the holidays from Floriani for all the software owners. So you'll get news of that in your inbox coming very soon, or go ahead next week and check the website. Maybe it'll be there. That said, I wondered if it was snowing down there in San Marcos, because I've been making snow up here in Saskatoon, and it's one of my favorite things to do is to stitch freestanding lace designs. And these are from our Floriani. You know, if you own the Floriani software, and I know a lot of you guys do, you already got these designs, right? This is the latest one. This is hot off the press. This is the 2022 large size snowflake. There's also a couple of medium-sized ones, and then even smaller ones that you could make into like earrings. And I was thinking, man, if I was there right now, I would totally have Jane and Michelle wearing a pair of these really sparkly little Christmas earrings for Christmas. Anyway, you guys, I love to make lace designs. I love to stitch lace designs. Every year around this time, I usually do another one. So that's a different lace snowflake. And I think that was another one. And I know you said you like purple, Blaine, so you can even make purple snowflakes, you know, if you want to. Probably my favorite ones are the white ones when I make them in white. There's Mylar inside of that, and so that's kind of what gives them their extra special sparkle. My mom loves to hang hers in the front window, and then you can see right through them, and they're really pretty. Anyway, they look really great in a tree too. And so, yeah, anyway, you guys, I love to create embroidery, and it's all about that with Floriani. And so we're going to kind of go into the Floriani software and talk a little bit about some of these things that I've got to show you guys. I just wanted to give you a sneak peek. I thank you for inviting me down to San Diego and visiting your stores there, Blaine. Remember, I made a postcard. If you visit the store, you might find one. I actually mailed one to the store when I left. Anyhow, let's go ahead and get started. I just thought I'd show you guys a couple of little things like that. Sometimes, so I just need to click on share right now. Give me a second. And I'll say, yeah, present, and then show my screen. And so, yeah, it should be coming on right now. I believe I have to click this and that. So now I should be coming on, right? In fact, I can close like this. And so I guess just let me know in the studio if I messed it up. But you should see like Merry Christmas from the Conquer Goods on your screen right now. And this is our Floriani embroidery software. And like I was saying, if you own it, you already have all of our snowflakes because you get to download them for free, you know, as like it's part of a sort of our website. So let me go, first of all, let me just start a new empty workspace so that I have like, you know, a clean slate to work on. If you want, you can put your embroidery hoop on there. If you're like, that looks like kind of a small hoop, you can click on this button and say, first of all, if you tell it what format you use, like if you use PES, then it'll show you the hoops for PES, or if you use Jeff, it'll show you the hoops for that. And so you just click on the list and it give you all the different sort of sizes of embroidery hoops that are available. And so you can put one on your screen. And then what I love to do is just browse. So over on the right, there's like a little tab that says browse, and you can point this to any location on your computer. And when you click on a folder, then all you have to do is go to the designs tab to see what was in that folder. And you can sort of browse through all of your embroidery designs in this way. And it's great because it iconizes them so you can see what's in there. Not only will it iconize embroidery, it even iconize your artwork files. Like, you know, if you do any digital cutting, like artwork, like JPEGs or SVG images. So there's a browser. And then there's also the library. So the library is kind of like a special place where we save all our Floriani stuff, and you can save your stuff in there too. But see, it says free monthly designs, and all I have to do is click the plus. There's all the different months of the year. And if you click on December, there's all the different kind of years that we've had our club. So December 2009, go over to the designs tab. These were the designs, and if you want to bring in a design, just click and drag to bring it onto your screen like that. And it's, you can bring in as many designs as you want to on your screen. Just find another one and click and drag to bring them in. And they become like, see how I can click on one design or click on the other design to select them, move them around, resize them, whatever you want to do to kind of make it like your own. And you can keep adding new designs to the collection, or the, I guess, layout. If you want to go back to the library and point it at another, month. So now I'll look at December 2022. And because that's where those snowflakes are, right? Remember I said these were hot off the press. Well, there's the big one. There's the kind of earring size one. So you could make a pair for Michelle before Christmas. I know there's time still, Blaine, and I know you guys got a few embroidery machines around there. Anyhow, I'm just teasing you, but when I come next time, I'll bring them with me. Okay, how's that? So when you click on Merry Christmas, you just click and drag, bring it onto the screen, and you can create a cute little layout, right? You can take your designs and sort of arrange them how you like them. Put the text wherever you want it to. Maybe you're going to want to add your own text. And so you click on like a text tool. And I know there's a lot of tools on the screen, like little buttons or whatever. This really is kind of an incredible program. That said, it's all pretty sort of simple to learn. And there's so many great videos on our website that kind of help you do it. So basically I come in, I clicked on the T and it puts down the words my text. Well, obviously you don't want to embroider the words my text, Blaine. That would be silly. You want to put your name in there or something like that. So I'll make it say Trevor and click apply. And now, I can change the font to be kind of any letter style that I want to. So I kind of have a cool old English one here, but as you can see, I can just mouse over and it shows me what all these different letter styles look like. And if I choose one and click apply, then boom, it's going to like update and show me what it would look like in that letter style. So yeah, it's pretty easy to do. That's how I made the Merry Christmas from the Conquer Goods, just basically arranging it and adding a little text. I think I did a few other things too, like added some holly and broke apart the designs. Because see, if I go back to this one that we were working on, right now they're going to be all grouped together. And if you want to kind of micro use them, because honestly, I think, whoops, now I'm making more text. So maybe I'll hit undo here to get rid of that. Because I meant to use my select tool to like select this, to show that when I opened that was one design, but I was thinking, hey, that's a cool little star. Maybe I would like to reuse that star, in another design, or even just in this design. And when I try and select it, it's like it's selecting everything. So I basically need to ungroup. There's a tool right here, ungroup. And then I would be able to like kind of drag a box around that star to just select the part that I want, see how I can like just get the part of that design that I select, I drag a box around. And so if I drag a little box around that star, I could, for example, pick it up and put it somewhere else, or make a copy of it and have like two of them in my design. And the one thing that I find that's really helpful, it's like you're doing all of this design work and you're bringing in designs and copying designs, and you look up at the top at the slow redraw and you're like, gee, that's starting to look like a Christmas tree, or like a candy cane or something. Look at all the color stops right in my design. And you can browse through this and watch it stitch out and kind of understand the sort of sequencing or layering of it all. But if there's any colors that have been used twice, right, like this little area here where you've got the same little motif sewing two times, the software can easily fix that. There's a button, and I just right here click on the color sort button, And when I click on color sort, it says I just reduced this design by 12 color stops. So there's still a lot of different colors that have been used, and we could probably go in and say, well, what if this orange and this red are similar and make it even less? But just right off the bat, that really helped a lot. And you know, when it comes down to colors, like if you look on the right here, let me just collapse this so you can kind of see how it tells you all the colors and what color names they are. And you could change if you wanted to do a different color, like these are Floriani colors. Well, you know, maybe you have other brands of thread. That's possible to change to any brand. Right here it says select thread chart. So there's all kinds of different thread brands that could be chosen. And so basically you can quickly tell the software, like with one click, change this design from, you know, Floriani to Janome to Isocord to whatever kind you want, and back to Floriani again, you know, and it's that kind of cool thing. So I always open up my designs on my screen when I'm gonna you know, stitch them out, so that I can use that slow redraw tool. That way when the machine stops and it tells me the next color is red, I can come to the screen and go, oh, I see what sews next. And you know, because if it's Santa's hat, I might choose one color red, but if it's, for example, the chimney, I might choose a different color of red. And so that's kind of how it works, Blaine. There's something I want you to know. Everybody needs to own the Floriani embroidery software. If you own an embroidery machine, you will absolutely love it. All of those designs that you get come from our software club. If I just hit the help menu, you can start a support ticket. We're really famous for being very fast to answer, you know, help. You can call our toll-free phone number, and I don't know how many software companies in the world can tell you they have a toll-free phone number, Blaine, but we definitely do, and you can get it off our website. This is the RNK Software Club website. You can also start a support ticket from here. You can click on whatever software that you own. So this is what we're talking about today, the Total Control U software. Just go ahead and click on it. This is where you download the latest version. You know, when the new version comes out, you click here to learn all about it. If you want to learn about previous new versions, click here. If you want to watch the training videos, there's literally hundreds of them. Click here. We'll literally send you a new email every week with a new recorded video. We add at least one video to our club every week. That said, right here is where it says free monthly designs, right? So you just click on that. And now it says, oh, you have to be signed in. So I'll need to just click on the sign in button. And basically, if you own the software, you'll automatically be a member of the website. You'll just receive an email kind of inviting you to create your password. But now I could click here to download all the designs, like right from the very beginning to today, or I could click here and browse by year and go, you know, I just need the last month or two. I'm all up to date, but I haven't got December yet, or November, or October, or whatever. And so they go back for years and years, and it's very popular. So you'll love the website, and you'll love that the software updates are free, right? Like when I said there's a free update, everybody who owns the software is like, yoo-hoo, because there's no cost. It's not like, you know, other kinds where you have to pay to get the latest version. It's always exciting with Floriani when we do an update, because it's like getting free Christmas presents. Anyway, you guys, all that said, you can put it on any two computers as well. So I'm going to go back into the software for a minute. And there's one thing that I think really is like so cool for all the new embroiderers, and that is this tool right here. It kind of has like a saving disc with a wizard hat on the top, because I always say, people always ask me, hey, Trevor, how do you embroider on a t-shirt? And I always say, well, I don't know. What are you sewing on it? Because I always like to consider how much embellishment are you putting on it before I decide whether I'm going to do, you know, a no-show mesh or a cutaway or a fusible cutaway or a sticky cutaway. And so what I'm saying is the software understands that what you're sewing because you've opened the design. But as a designer, when we make designs that we share with other people or sell to other people, we don't always know what you're going to sew it on. And so as an embroidery designer, I would use settings that were kind of generic and universal and good for most fabrics. Well, if I know that you're sewing it on a baby onesie or a polar fleece, I might make different changes, and that's what this tool is all about. You can click on it and right away it says, well, what are you sewing it on? Save to sew. Let's help you get a better result. And if you said, well, I'm sewing it on a baby onesie, right? You could say, I'm sewing it on a baby onesie. Yes, check the box to allow the software to make changes. So you don't have to check the box. You can leave it unchecked and then you go straight to step 2, which is a stabilizer recipe. But step 1 here, if you check this off, it says you can change the density, the underlay of the embroidery design, the pull compensation, or whatever you need to change to make it sew the best for a baby onesie. And so then I say next. And so the software goes to work on the design. And while it works on it, it comes back with the Floriani recipe for how to embroider on the baby onesie. And so basically, it sort of looks like this. It's just a window that says start by fusing the Floriani power mesh to the garment, like to the t-shirt, the onesie, and then stick it down. So we're still going to go with it because onesies are famously small and also really hard to hoop and very stretchy. So by fusing the mesh to the stretchy little garment and then sticking it down onto the Perfect Stick stabilizer, and then hoop it with some hoop and gone topper. Some heat and gone, my tongue's all twisted up. Heat and gone topper. This is what I would call a recipe on how to embroider on a baby onesie. And if you're like, what the heck's Perfect Stick stabilizer? Click here to watch a YouTube video or click here to get the product info about it. And if you say finish, then the design asks, do you want to save it? Well, you don't have to. I won't bother, but you could, because the design may have made changes to the embroidery design. One thing that's cool is it actually put in the design notes all of those information about, now your stabilizer recipe has been saved into your design notes. And if you click on print preview right now, it'll actually put all of those notes like into your printed sort of design sheet. And if I look really closely at the design, and maybe I'll just turn off the 3D, and I'm just going to undo for a minute. So that's what the design looked like when I opened it. But then I ran it through Save to Sew and said baby onesie, and you can see that it's made some changes. It looks like it lightened the density. It also looks like it took away a little bit of the underlying stitches. So all of that's very interesting, and you could save the design. This is the Christmas design for a baby onesie, and that could be very different than so I'll go undo and then do Save to Sew again. And this time, now you're going to sew it on fleece, right? Something very thick and different. And so if you scroll down, you're looking for like fleece, there's the option. And so here's the question: fleece I digitized or fleece I didn't digitize? Well, the answer to that, if you don't know the answer to that, then you probably didn't digitize it. Because if you did, you'll know. And if you didn't, it means you're opening a design that you bought. And so you can use Save to Sew even on the designs that you didn't make, right? So it's a choice. I'm going to say I did because it gives sort of the full effect. If I say I didn't, it kind of holds back, doesn't do as much work to the design. If you made it and you're asking for help, it's going to give you the full help. So I've clicked next for fleece I digitized. And once again, it's going to come back with like a little sort of stabilizer recipe. So this time it's saying to hoop, Perfect Stick tearaway, stick the item down onto it, and then use a heat and gone topper. So we have kind of a similar process, but slightly different than the baby onesie, because we don't need the extra layer of sort of stabilizer on the fleece. One layer should be enough. And so you click finish. And once again, I'm just not going to bother to save it, but just going to turn off the 3D and zoom in really closely to see, look at the underlay now, and look how much sort of the software has changed, not just these fills, but even the satin columns, because let's undo. So can you see the changes? And that's why I say it'll literally save your embroidery, Blaine. I think everybody needs Save to Sew. It's just one of those programs. Quickly, because I know it's probably I don't have all day, and I could show you a lot of things. remember the towel that I made for you and when you did virtual hoop fest and how you could like take an embroidery design. So this one's like from my favorite kind of class designs. It's like a little Halloween tree. You could do text. So I did it when I did it for SMP Hoop Fest. I did like the text one. I'll show you in a minute. When we come back on camera, I'll show you the stitch out. But what I'm saying is when you have an embroidery design like this, even with a topper, you know, the topper's really not going to stop this run stitch from sinking into the towel. There's not enough stitching to capture any of the topper. And so this is where using a nap control, and that's a tool that, you know, if I select this embroidery design, I can click here for the nap control. And basically it says, you know, how far around the design do you want to make this, you know, nap happen? And you can set any number you want. But when you say, okay, it kind of makes a layer of mesh. And now I usually make that layer of mesh like tone on tone with the towel. So whatever color the towel is, but it makes it so first. So here, let's turn on the 3D. You'll see it so kind of like one layer of open density sort of fill and then a different layer going another way. And it's, if you sew it on the towel, it just kind of flattens down the towel. I still use a topper, Blaine, so I'm still going to put a topper on top of the towel. It's just that now I look at the nice clean edge that I get to tear the topper against. You know, it's going to be really easy to clean all the topper around that shape like that. And so, yeah. So, I mean, Blaine, I love to create, and I know I don't have much time, but just to give you like a glimpse at what I love to do is I love to work. Do you have any artwork files? Like, do you know what artwork is? Like SVG vector artwork? Because the Floriani software is made on vector artwork. And so here is a little ice cream cone, which is basically something that you could take to your digital cutting machine and cut, you know, on your brother's scan and cut or whatever kind of cutting machine you got. There's two shapes of artwork. Well, if I select one of those shapes of artwork, I can click on run stitch, and now it's an actual embroidery element that's going to go, you know, forward, 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 like the straight stitch of an embroidery machine. And if I click on the next one, it's going to make a motif around the outside, and the next one's going to put a satin around the outside, and I could fill it in with thread just as easily as I could outline it. I can do a fancy fill and fill it in with like, oh, your little menu things on the way here, a fancy fill that goes on top like that, or a motif fill, and now it's getting a decorative inside. And I mean, there's hundreds, right? Hundreds and hundreds of patterns that you can put in there. And the red ones, if I scroll down, these are ones that I made myself, right? So I made the cool sort of fancy bamboo pattern. If you want to make bamboo ice cream, I guess, I don't know. I did when I like to do the applique. So this is an applique tool. So when I click applique, the software literally creates color number 1, the machine stops. Now you place your fabric. Color number 2, the machine stitches around it. And color number 3, it does a border. And like you can select that Blaine, and you can choose to do a different kind of border. Like if you want to do a blanket edge, then it's going to give you more of a handmade look to it. And really, it's what I call artwork based embroidery, because if you have artwork like this ice cream cone, you can just make with one click a 2-color wave blend that has 2 different colors of thread that kind of blend together. And you could choose, you know, any 2 colors. Maybe you want to make one of them blue and one of them pink and call it cotton candy, you know, colored ice cream cone or something like that. So we click one, select it, color it blue, click the other, color it pink, sew that together. It's cotton candy ice cream, right? Take the cone, make that maybe a little bit of a waffly cone. So let's just do a little waffle cone pattern. To me, this is fun stuff, right? I love to create. Only you don't always have an artwork. And that's one of the last things I'll say is if you don't have, you know, if you can't find the ice cream cone vector and all you have is like a picture of a truck and it's like a JPEG, you know, and like the kind you'd take, or a clip art or that kind of thing. Well, here's a clip art of a truck. It's like a tree in the back of a truck, and it's literally a clip art. Like here, let's move the ice cream cone off to the side. It's black. It's red and green dots of color. If I get close enough to them, can you see them? You know, there's quite a nice clip art there. Well, all I have to do is click on the magic wand and click on the tree, and it outlines it. You know, if I hide that, see how there's no, that color is hard to see. Let me give you the red or something there. So, oh, red, what are you talking about, Trevor? It has to be green. It's a Christmas tree, for goodness sake. So let me click on the green color. And obviously I'm going to fill it in with red. So I'm not going to do it like a outline of a tree. Well, maybe you would. I don't know. You might applique the tree. Who knows, right? But put the picture back on. See how the truck, like there's nothing there I can't select on this tire and stitch it in unless I take the magic wand, and then they can go click, and that does the hubcap. Click, that does the tire. Click and click. And so in this way, Blaine, I'm actually creating vector artwork, like I'm auto vector. We took that Merry Christmas, and like with not too many clicks, I've literally vectorized that whole design. And once again, I picked a horrible color to do it in. So there's my truck, you know, and now, yeah, now there is artwork, and I can take my select tool and select the tire and say, oh, I'll make that a satin fill and, you know, color it black, you know, that kind of thing. And maybe I'll select that hubcap and do that as a fancy fill or a, you know, plain standard fill and color it gray. And it's really easy to create your own embroidery. I love to create my own embroidery, and I would create it all day long. This Floriani software is called FTCU, and SewingMachinesPlus.com is definitely the place to buy it from, Blaine. Remember, you get free updates for life if you buy it. And I know that everybody's going to love it. Now I'm coming back on camera again. There I am. So what I wanted to say is there is a special promotion on right now. We have something called the You Design It collections. They're basically, oh, this isn't the You Design It, but I don't want to forget to show you guys the nap control. So that's the towel, right? And how it, like, there's still a topper there, but that topper is underneath the gray. And so it really keeps everything sitting up nice. And look at this one I did for Blaine, the SMP. You can't even tell it. I remember because Clarissa made one and sent it to Blaine so that he'd have one too. There's white nap control there. But I mean, you'd have to get like this close to the towel before you could actually see that it's in there. You know, and that's what I think is sort of what's cool about it, right? Is, you know, you can do a nice little towel like that. Anyhow, what else was I going to show you guys? The ice cream cone, right? There's the ice cream cone with the blanket edge on it. There's the ice cream cone with like a nice satin edge. I didn't show you how to do the remove overlaps, but just know that if you put two appliques together, there's a button to like tell it to trim, you know, where they overlap. There's the cotton candy 2-color ice cream cone with the cool kind of waffly cone on it. Anyway, I'm having a great time, Blaine. I hope you guys have a wonderful holidays there. Happy holidays from Saskatoon.
Hey, we did get your card too, Trevor, so appreciate that.
Yeah, great. Appreciate you having me on your show. I think you guys are awesome. And I just want you to know from everybody at Floriani and R&K how much we appreciate you guys. You do a great job with all the products that you sell, and we appreciate that you sell ours. And so, yeah, if you guys want to get the software, I'll let Blaine tell you. He'll probably tell you have to call because they're going to have a special that's like below our sort of like advertised level, right? Because that's what we need right now, Blaine. The holidays are coming, and it's give them a special, Blaine.
Man, I got a good one. Hey, thanks so much for coming on the show, Trevor, and I'm sure we'll see you again real soon. So have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too.
All right, guys, got to tell you about this Total Control software. Now, we have got an unbelievable price. When I tell you it's unbelievable, it's unbelievable. The normal price on this is $2,999. And I'm telling you right now, give us a call because we're going to blow your mind how cheap we're going to sell this today. The best price in the country, guaranteed. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. If you want to get that great price, you got to get on the phone and call. And this price is only good through Friday, tomorrow, close of business at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Central time. So again, you have to call before tomorrow at close of business to get this special, and it is awesome. I'm telling you right now, it's the best price. Wouldn't you say, Kyle, that we've had all year? Okay.
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
I mean, we really got a great price from Floriani on this, and guys, we're passing that savings right on to you. So make sure you give us a call. 800-401-8151. If you want to read a little bit more about it, you can go to smplive.tv. Just click on the Floriani Total Control software. It'll take you to that product page. You can read all about it, and you can go from there. All right, guys, let's bring Jane back to the show.
Alrighty.
What up, Blaine?
Hey, Jane, we have completed 4 days.
Nuh-uh. Come on.
Yes.
Let's do 3 more hours. Let's do it.
I'm
got
telling you, I
more.
told you, this thing is going by so fast. But hey, before we get too crazy into the giveaways and all that stuff, got to say a big shout out there to Doreen Warren. She's going to have a birthday on December 19th. So all the SMP Nation right now in the chat, wish Doreen a happy birthday coming up. And hey, we've got another special guest. It's
Happy
in our
birthday,
studio
Doreen.
right now.
We do?
Yes. Everybody say hello to Kim Wolf down there. She's all, look at Kim. Got her Christmas sweater
Hey,
on.
Kim.
Got her antlers on. She, earlier today, she was on the chat. She was watching the show. Kennedy says, hey, come by and see us. Well, guess what? Kim dropped in and came to see us.
Well, I told her, I said, you got to come tell me to spin the wheel. You got to come in person. And she did.
So we're going to officially let Kim
Do it.
spin the wheel today to one of the prizes. Now, when
I
she
love it.
spins it, she can't win, okay? But we're going to let her spin.
Right. Yes. Because she's there. She's like the guest of honor spinning.
She is here. She's getting ready to spin that wheel. So, hey, we're going to give some prizes away. Hey, we want to thank everybody, guys, for sticking with us all day long. And I hope that y'all love the products today. Right now in the chat, tell us what your highlight today was that you saw. You got to see that brand new product from Juki today. You got to see, Trevor just show this total control software, which is just awesome. You got to see all of our sewing mats today, all the colors up close, all the sizes, so many things. And so I'd like to know what your favorite thing you got to see. Juki. I love it.
Great
So,
day 4.
yeah.
Great day 4.
Oh my gosh, it was a great day today. And how about Joanne Banco with the Stay Perfect Stabilizer?
Joanne's the best. Like, she's so good. You guys give me an explanation and she will write the book, baby. She is so good.
Well, how about Angela Wolf and her
Angela Wolf made
education
2
session?
items in 24 minutes because I talked to her for 6 of the minutes.
Unbelievable how quick she made that stuff. And
it's so cute.
Again, the quality is great. I mean, she does sell, clothing and fashion for a living. So I expect her to have like the best out there, but to do it that fast was pretty impressive.
What about those So Steady tables?
Oh my gosh, Stacy Louie and her tables. I mean, it was just all amazing today. A great day today all around. I loved it.
I loved it too. And that Floriani with the design, we just did that. That was great. I was like, wait, what? This is amazing.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
There's so much.
So we got Kim over here with her hand on the wheel. The first thing we're going to give away now, guys, we're going to give away some of our event bags. Everybody loves these things. They come in 8 different colors or all have unique sayings on the back. So I got to have everybody help me out. It's going to be on 3. We're going to say, Kim, spin that wheel. So everybody ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3. Kim, spin that wheel.
We're so good. We are so on it today.
That was good today.
No rehearsals, and we did it.
Watch her spin her own name.
Right.
No chance. Jean.
Jean is like our earlier winner, Julie. Just one name, Jean, watching us on YouTube today. She was like the second person on YouTube.
All right. Tell her how she can claim her prize.
Just go to smplive.tv and you can scroll to the bottom. You'll see there where you can put your name, your email address, your address. We're going to ask you what day you're watching, what you want, and it's all there right at the very bottom of the page. Super easy to find and figure out. But go there, do that. We'll get it out.
Very good. Very good. All right. So next up, we're going to give away one of our world famous sewing mats. We're going to let you pick your size, your color. And so, Kim, are you ready? So everybody, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3. Kim,
spin that wheel.
Woo!
She's our honorary wheel spinner today.
Oh, yes.
She's using a lot of muscle to get that wheel spinning, huh?
There you go.
Megan Wertz, congratulations. I love, look at her little emoji watching us on YouTube today. Megan, you win the match. I know you're super excited. So thank you for spending your day with us. We loved having you. And again, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down to the bottom and fill out all the info.
All right. And most importantly, Megan, let us know what size and color mat you want.
That's a key. That's key.
There you go. All right. So next up, guys, we are going to give away a $100 gift certificate.
Oh, yeah. This is it. This could come in handy about this time of day.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Real handy. All right. So, Kim, are you ready to go again?
I'm ready.
Kim is ready. So, everybody on three. 1, 2, 3. Kim,
spin
that wheel.
Woo!
You're doing a pretty good job spinning that wheel, Kim.
She's doing a great job. Kanita S. Congratulations, Kanita S.
So
You're watching
Kanita
on
just won
YouTube.
herself a $100 gift card. That's awesome.
That's amazing. Spending the day with us, Kanita. Thank you so much. Now you know what to do. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Scroll to the bottom. That's where you'll find all that information that you need to fill out.
All right. So, guys, guess what? We're going to give away an Encore 260A sewing machine with an extension table.
Ooh.
All right, Kim, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, on three, guys. 1, 2, 3. Kim,
spin
that
wheel.
Oh.
This is for the Encore 260A sewing machine. So one of you lucky winners is going to get that plus that extension table. There it is.
Bag and Jack. This is amazing. Congratulations watching on YouTube today. Thank you so much for being here with us. You won the sewing machine. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize.
Woo.
Fantastic.
All right.
Woo.
All right, Jane. We completed day 4.
Come on.
And I want to know, everybody out there, if you're having fun and you're planning on joining us tomorrow, put a number 1 in there and let us know you're having fun and you're coming tomorrow.
Friday.
Yes, Friday, the last day. Guys, and we've got a great lineup tomorrow, too. We'll have Joanne Banker on here twice tomorrow.
I know.
Not only is she going to be teaching a class, Jane, she's also going to be doing all the demos on the new Durkee sash frames.
This is true. I get to be with her both times. Sorry, Blaine.
I know.
I was just looking at the schedule for tomorrow to give a little. We got Aero cabinets coming tomorrow, my favorites. I love them. Kimber Bell will be in the house tomorrow. What else we got there? Oh, of course, we've got the Durkee sash frames. So many things.
Yeah, we got a great lineup tomorrow. And hey, tomorrow we're going to have a lot of fun with Aero cabinets because we're going to have a new number system for all the chairs and cabinets. So it doesn't make it hard. You see the one you like, it'll have a number associated with it. All you have to do is go to the website, find that number, and put it in the cart. That's simple.
That's so easy. You make it so easy, Blaine. You just
trying to make it easy for everybody so they can get that last minute Christmas stuff. And remember, everybody, tomorrow, whatever you buy tomorrow, it's our top priority to get it shipped out next week, this week and next week to get it to you so you'll have it in time for Christmas.
Even the stabilizer?
Even the stabilizer.
Even the mats?
Even the mats.
Okay.
Hey, we worked some really hard deals on the mats and stabilizer to give these great prices that we're given. And even the Floriani software, I had to really beat Floriani up to get the prices that we're given. I'm telling you, it is the best of the year, guaranteed. You're going to be blown away by how much we're discounting it. It's crazy.
Blaine, I love it. And thank you, Bernadette, for having us. Blaine, there's a burning question that me and my friends on the chat have been having all afternoon, pretty much all day, that you don't know about and nobody else does either, because it's just like a secret thing between me and everybody else. You looked so handsome yesterday, and your wife, Michelle, looked amazing in her outfit, as you do today. But the question was, we wanted you to go out for dinner in your fancy outfits, and we're hoping you did.
Well,
just say yes.
We went to dinner. We did go to dinner, but what happened was I took my little Santa shirt thing off, and I had just an old gray T-shirt on with my coat, and so I felt a little underdressed compared to Michelle. So she changed clothes too, and we went to eat.
All right. Well, good news here.
I was going to do it. He chickened out.
Okay, well, Michelle and Blaine, stay right there. You have another opportunity to do it tonight.
Oh, wait, what'd you say?
What'd you say, Jane?
You have another opportunity to do it tonight because you both look so
Whoa.
stunning.
Oh.
And if you do
You
go to
need-
dinner,
Hey, I bet you if I walked in a restaurant like this, I'd get a table immediately, wouldn't I?
100% you would with your beautiful wife on your arm. Oh my goodness! Because we all want to see a photo of you guys at dinner in your holiday outfits.
Yeah, I agree, Jane.
Oh.
I agree.
Hey, quit giving this bunch over here any ammunition. I'm telling you.
Oh, that's
All right.
we had phone calls. It was like a whole thing.
Well, hey guys, we sure do appreciate y'all sticking around with us all day and all week so far. Jane, you've been absolutely awesome.
Thanks,
Everybody,
Jane.
give Jane a big thumbs up in the chat. She has been here, trooper, and she's doing a radio show every single morning as well, early 30, and then coming to doing this all day. So I know you got to be getting tired, but hey, tomorrow's the last day. We're all going to get good rest tonight. We're going to come excited tomorrow, fired up. We're going to give more stuff away tomorrow than we've given away all week. And we got great deals on all kinds of products tomorrow. And then remember, tomorrow, if you want to get stuff for Christmas, get it tonight or tomorrow so we can get it to you for Christmas and take advantage of these great specials we got.
I am so excited that I've got this here. I've got my laptop over here. I'm working on some ruffles over here. I think I was showing you guys my ruffles. That's what I do when I'm waiting to come back and talk to you. And I'm studying everything. And I'm just so excited. I'm not tired at all, Blaine. I love it. And it's so much fun to hang out with everybody all day. And I would love if you want to hang out some more, friends, JaneClauss.com, double S this time of year, CLAUSS. And be my friend.
There you go.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Well, hey, we're going to see y'all here first thing in the morning. Our stream will start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time. Jane and I are going to kick off it. We'll probably be here around 8:05, 8:10, 5 minutes or 10 minutes after the hour, and start this thing off tomorrow. And then we got our first demonstration going to be starting at 8:30 and 10:30 Central. So don't miss it. We hope that y'all all will join us again tomorrow for another fun day. And hopefully you have a great rest of your night. And we will see y'all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.